The Godkiller in the American Comics World. Chapter 1. Change to another batch. Okay. The nightclub owner looked at Ange and smiled flatteringly. After a while, a group of girls with giggles and flashy clothes came to the booth. Ange picked 2 girls who looked good and sat down. With the beauty in his arms, he tasted the wine that cost hundreds of dollars a bottle. And listened to the big wavy beauty dressed like a canary on the stage, singing a seductive song with a graceful voice. Ange felt very comfortable. There was a mirror not far away. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ange fell into a brief contemplation. The young black-haired man in the mirror, who was obviously less than 20 years old, wore an expensive tailor-made black suit, a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, and a gold chain as thick as a thumb. He had a handsome face that could be a first-line movie star. His facial features were still his, but he seemed to have undergone a minor plastic surgery, and he was handsome enough to make most women crazy. Yes. He transmigrated. But his life was too good. As soon as he came through, he found that the original owner of this body had died of drunkenness in a very clean and high-end toilet. This is not important. What is important is that the black bank card with gold edges in his pocket has his own signature on the back. According to the remaining vague memory, this card seems to have no upper limit. Next, the flattering face of the nightclub owner who came to serve him proved that his memory was correct. He was a man who often came here to spend a lot of money. And there were even 2 bodyguards around him who were dressed in black, extremely burly, and obviously had weapons on their waists. Ange originally wanted to ask where he had traveled to. Now it seems that this is not important. Since 100 million is already a small goal, then enjoy it. Ange raised his glass and shouted excitedly, "Drink! Drink it all! Everyone must be drunk tonight! All the drinks are on me!" As soon as the last sentence came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. The men were cheering and the women were screaming. The men cast envious and jealous eyes. The women wanted to eat Ange alive on the spot. Late at night, Ange slipped out of the back door of the nightclub to smoke a cigarette. "Louis, I want to be quiet," he ordered the bodyguard. "Okay, boss." The 2 bodyguards walked to the end of the alley tactfully, about 10 meters away from Ange, and turned their heads to glance at Ange from time to time. At this moment, a flash of light appeared behind Ange's head, and a slender figure fell out from it. This is not a wife who needs to be inflated, or a paper man. A beautiful girl. Ang opened his hazy eyes, but couldn't see clearly. Did he still think that this girl was not 100 times prettier than those coquettish bitches inside? He tried to pick up the girl in a daze. She was too heavy to drag. Bang! The crisp metal sound echoed in the back alley. Hearing the noise, 2 bodyguards rushed over, and then Louis smiled knowingly, "Boss, you really have good taste. Isn't it?" "My taste is always good," Ang replied drunkenly. Louis winked at another bodyguard, who understood and ran to drive. He felt a little strange about the woman's golden armor, but as a bodyguard, the most important thing is to keep his mouth shut. This is a nightclub. Are there any girls wearing cosplay costumes? Nurse costumes, maid costumes, etc. The day before yesterday, he also saw a girl wearing a tight suit and a full face mask with cat ears. To be honest, this girl has a really good figure. How come she's wearing armor in cosplay? Is this the real thing? She's really willing to spend money on it. The 2 bodyguards muttered as they hurriedly carried the beauty to Angie's extended Lincoln sedan and quickly returned to Angie's house in the suburbs. After opening the main door of the villa, they drove for half a minute to reach this modern abstract mansion with a metal arch structure. Of course, servants came to carry Ange and sent the beauty to Angie's bedroom. Unfortunately, Ange drank too much and fell asleep on the bed. Who? When I woke up in the morning, I saw a fairy-like beautiful female face, with delicate facial features that were almost like works of art, and with the dripping of water, it looked particularly attractive. Completely different from those internet celebrities with makeup all over their faces, her pure and heroic temperament could not be learned by anyone. Who is she? Ange, who did not expect this scene, was stunned on the spot. Finally, he recalled what ridiculous things he had done during his hangover, and then he realized that something was wrong. What was even worse was that when he looked closely at this stunning face, his damn heart beat faster unconsciously. Not because of excitement, but because of shock. Wow! I found Wonder Woman last night. How is this possible? Am I watching TV? It seemed that the word TV triggered the keyword of the smart device in the room, and the 150-inch TV in his bedroom suddenly turned on by itself, broadcasting the morning news. On the 8K high-resolution TV screen, Ange saw a face that made him feel annoyed. A voice came from the TV, Gotham City Morning News. Stark Industries has demonstrated its amazing strength that is no less than Wayne Group, and its arms sales. The morning breeze was a little cold. Angie's heart was also cold. Damn! I traveled to the simple-minded Gotham City. Not only Gotham City, but also the Earth, which is located at the core of the two worlds of DC and Marvel. It's destined to be full of disasters. Angie's hands were shaking a little. Wonder Woman beside him was not sleeping peacefully. She seemed to be tortured by some terrible extraordinary power. Her eyelids and facial muscles kept twitching slightly. Her hands unconsciously scratched the sheets. It looked very painful. Ange called several times, but she didn't respond. It's a big deal. Something must be wrong. As a transmigrator, Ange knew Wonder Woman's performance in the two movies, but he had never heard of her suffering such a crime. Just as Ange was concentrating on Wonder Woman's face, a translucent light screen was projected in the center of his vision. Name, Diana Prince. Nickname, Wonder Woman. Status, coma due to power failure. Power failure. Ange was dumbfounded. Wonder Woman is in trouble, and this is Gotham City. Then, the rest of the Justice League, Mr. Bat, come to rescue. He turned his head and was about to make a bat mark to call the money ability user over when he accidentally glanced at several photo frames in his room. There was a single photo of the dead Ange, and there was also a photo of a half-grown Ange and a woman. The original owner's mother was a very beautiful dragon woman, but Ange felt something was wrong as he looked at it. Single mother? Where is the original owner's father? Could his father be the 10-mile slope sword god who went into the wild area and couldn't come out no matter how much he begged? This kind of guy who doesn't even come to the fountain when someone rushes to him has a nice title, Wild Dad. As for who his wild father is, Aang searched all the memories of the original owner and still didn't know. Well, who wants to find a father for nothing? Shaking his head, Aang's eyes refocused on Wonder Woman, and suddenly he said with a bad taste, he. Wonder Woman. You don't want your Steve to know that I picked up your body last night, right? It's fun to talk nonsense, and it's fun to talk nonsense all the time. After talking nonsense, Aang was scared. He didn't know which period of Wonder Woman this was, but any woman who left the Amazon Paradise Island probably had sufficient life experience. It's not that he was afraid, but that if he angered Wonder Woman, she would punch him, and he might, no, he would really die. Then, what should he do? At this moment, a news report suddenly appeared on the TV. Special report. Last night it was suspected that Batman and the Penguin Gang had a gunfight. A huge explosion was heard at the scene, and many bloodstains were found. There were also witnesses who said that they saw a bat-shaped plane crash with their own eyes. Ange. Batmaster is also unreliable sometimes. Ange found that he had too little information. He was not too sure what the current situation of Gotham City was like. Batman was injured as a common occurrence. He was just a mortal after all. Looking at Wonder Woman in leather armor and brass shoulder armor, Ange was not sure whether she had started to do justice in Gotham City and offended a group of criminals. There is no doubt that Wonder Woman is a hot potato in his home. At this time, the system suddenly popped up, detected a critical talent activation event, forced task released protect Wonder Woman until she wakes up. If the task fails, this system will be permanently shut down immediately. According to the host's current physical condition, shutting down the system will cause the host to die. Successfully protecting Wonder Woman Diana will give the host a chance to obtain a single universe-level talent. Is there any need to choose? Ange immediately started working. He snapped his fingers and the intelligent system started calling according to the settings. A few seconds later, a silver-haired butler in a well-fitting suit appeared on the video phone screen next to the door. Master Ange, you called me. Frank, get ready, I'm going out to sea today. The rich people in Gotham City always have various ways to protect themselves. The chaos and sins in the slums seem to have nothing to do with the rich areas. God seems to have put heaven and hell in Gotham City at the same time. As an inexplicably rich second generation, Ange has a 100-foot yacht called Bren Hill. In his memory, the previous owner often had parties with a group of beautiful girls on it. Not long after, butler Frank came with a tablet computer. Unexpectedly, Ange waved his hand, I'm going out to sea with Miss Prince today, let Louis and the others come over. When the bodyguards knew that their young master wanted them to carry the girl they picked up last night to the yacht, their expressions were very strange. Last night it was called picking up a corpse, what is it called today? New book seedling, please recommend votes, rewards, monthly tickets, follow-up reading, everything is needed. Please, my friends. Chapter 2. The happiness of rich people is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The opposite is also true. Last night, he picked up the body in front of the bodyguard, the housekeeper, and the maid, and he couldn't hide it from anyone. What about today? Louis and the others didn't talk, but they all had strange expressions asking. Is the body going to sink to the bottom of the sea? Boss, is this first X and then kill? You used to be a playboy, but now you finally take that step, right? The housekeeper in his 50s was still powerful. He silently turned off the tablet computer, and the beauty list on it flashed by, then he straightened his body and rolled his eyes at Louis and the others. What are you thinking about? This lady is just not in a good state. Ange, whose scalp was numb, held it in for a long time before he uttered a sentence. It's not what you think. She is an extraordinary person like Batman. I plan to place her in my island holiday home. Oh. The three of them immediately showed a relieved expression. This kind of time bomb-like person is kept at home, and it is unknown when it will explode. It is better to send it away quickly. If they handled it casually last night, Louis and his friends' attitudes were much more serious today. They first called the maid to move the unconscious Wonder Woman onto a beach chair that served as a stretcher, and then carried her to the extended Lincoln downstairs. Butler Frank silently opened the tablet again, revealing the collection of beauties inside. Master, I have no right to question your decision, but I think that mortal girls are more suitable for you. On ordinary days, Ange would inevitably sigh, ah. This tablet is so white, no, so big. Now, 2 black lines climbed up Angie's forehead, He was like a 9-turn large intestine that had not been cooked before falling into his pants, and nothing he said could explain it. He was so angry that he simply didn't reply and strode downstairs. The butler's voice came from behind, Master, I will ask the maid to prepare the holiday home on the island. Angie's mind was in a mess. As a core member of the Justice League, Wonder Woman is the best choice in terms of character and combat power. He had no reason to sell her out. Wonder Woman is sexy, beautiful, and extremely loyal. The only bad thing is that whoever becomes her husband must be prepared to die twice. This hellish joke is really cold. Along the way, Ange didn't even have the heart to appreciate the furnishings in his luxury car and the beautiful scenery around him. For safety, the butler sent out all the bodyguards around him, and 2 bulletproof SUVs protected the front and back of the extended Lincoln. A total of 8 bodyguards were equipped with legally modified 100-round M4 automatic rifles. This is very necessary in Gotham City, which has good law and order. Ange was still very panicked. Having money and ability is a happy thing in most worlds, but in Gotham, you must at least have the ability to develop black technology to save your life. This lineup is okay against the Penguin Gang's miscellaneous soldiers. As long as any opponent of Wonder Woman jumps out, he can only type GG enjoy. Call the police? Don't even think about it. Other police stations at most add some ink to water, while the Gotham Police Department adds water to black mud. Except for Police Chief Gordon, I don't know who else is clean. In fact, the moment he went out, Ange thought about keeping a low profile, but unfortunately this is Gotham City where Murphy's Law frequently occurs, then the worst thing will definitely happen. Ange decided to arm himself to the teeth. His motorcade had just driven out of his suburban mansion, and it was only driving along the edge of Gotham City for less than 10 minutes, and he suddenly felt a palpitation. Instinctively thought it was an illusion, because when he turned his head and looked over, the 3-story abandoned house with only a frame left seemed to have no one. If there is no feeling, then there must be something wrong. Ange gritted his teeth, everyone be alert, we are being targeted. Louis and the others were immediately awed, and silently put their fingers on the safety of their rifles. The motorcade drove out of sight, and a beautiful figure flashed behind the iron frame on the 3rd floor of the broken building. She had a hot body, wearing a black leather jacket and fishnet stockings. If Ange saw her, he would definitely find that she was the beauty who sang on stage in the nightclub last night. She turned on the headset and whispered, Boss, my surveillance seems to have been discovered. The target's firepower configuration is good. I saw at least 5 big guys. A low and indifferent voice came from the other side, "It doesn't matter, Miss Lance, please continue to stalk." "Yes, boss." 2 minutes later, Ange in the car received an unknown call. He knew that he had to answer this call. "Hello." A low and deep male voice came from the other side of the phone, "No one can take away anything that does not belong to him from the Black Mask Club." Ange felt a chill from the tail vertebrae to the back of the head, and the whole person was frozen. Damn it! How stupid was the previous owner of this body to go to the lair of Roman Buff Sionese, one of the several black bosses in Gotham City, nicknamed Black Mask, to have fun. Not to mention that he has a mission that will kill him if he fails. Even if he just transmigrated and couldn't figure out the current situation in Gotham, he couldn't sell out Wonder Woman. This is his bottom line. Besides, the Black Mask is nothing. Ange also replied in a deep voice, "That's nothing. That's Mr. Bruce Wayne's guest." "Mr. Sionese, are you sure you want to be an enemy of the Wayne family?" Ange didn't know whether the Justice League was established at this point in time. "Mr. Way, since you claim to be the guardian of Gotham City, if you don't take the blame, who will?" Angie's method of using a tiger skin as a banner immediately caused the opponent to become entangled. The dark world is inextricably linked to the rich. The prerequisite for getting rich is to have money first. There are not so many rich people, where can they steal money? Not to mention that Ange took advantage of the transmigrator's information asymmetry to reveal the identity of the other party and even brought out Mr. Wayne's brand. This time, Mr. Black Mask was knocked dizzy. This situation is the most tangled. The other party knows your details, but you don't know the other party's details. As a careful boss, Black Mask had to consider more things, became rebellious, and hung up the phone silently. Sionus was extremely irritated and yelled at one of his assistants, "Have you not found out the roots of that kid?" The assistant timidly said, "We can't find it. We can only confirm that he has a black gold level bank card at Wayne Bank, and his credit rating is 4As. "What the hell?" "Well, customer information of this level will be treated as top secrets of the bank and strictly protected." "What else?" "The usage permissions of this black card are a bit strange. It does not allow any investment or entry into the casino. It is only allowed for my daily consumption." "What? What kind of setup is this? Is he Bruce Wayne's biological son?" The assistant shrank his neck and stopped talking. Here, listening to the busy tone on the phone, a smile appeared on Angie's lips. The bodyguard Louis, who was sitting opposite Ange, looked at Wonder Woman who was lying on the handmade leather sofa with frowning from time to time, then looked at his boss and swallowed. "This lady really belongs to Mr. Wayne. Distinguished guest. Of course. But Mr. Wayne is not free now, so we can only protect her temporarily." The bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief. After scaring away the Black Mask, Angie's heart was still high. Because the projection screen on his retina showed that Wonder Woman was overflowing with a faint amount of divine power. Most of it is nothing in the eyes of mortals, but in the eyes of extraordinary people, she is undoubtedly a beacon in the dark night, extremely dazzling. "Damn it!" Ange complained and thought to himself, "Does my gold finger only have a useless display function?" As if sarcastic to someone, one of Angie's skills was highlighted on his retina. Basic shooting level 5. As a playboy from Gotham City, he usually shoots when he has nothing to do. This is very beaver. Based on his memory, Ange silently opened a hidden compartment next to his seat and took out a short MP5K submachine gun that was only about 30 centimeters long. In urban warfare, this thing provides unparalleled flexibility. He pulled out the 30-round magazine and checked it. After thinking about it, he replaced it with the crazy 120-round magazine. Not only that, he also put on his body armor silently. His actions made the faces of the two bodyguards opposite him paler. This is not over yet. Ange took out 2 grenades, pinned them to the inside of his crotch, and rolled his eyes at the other person. As an honest and law-abiding good citizen, it makes sense to hide mines in your crotch, right? Louis laughed dryly, "It's very reasonable. It's very reasonable." As they talked, they inserted bulletproof metal inserts into their body armor and put on tactical helmets. Now, the bodyguards have been upgraded directly from ordinary close-fitting Kevlar body armor to full armor. Then, if nothing else, there will be an accident. Just as the convoy was driving past an abandoned factory, several heads suddenly poked out of the pile of scrap metal, and a few lights immediately lit up. Louis was so frightened that his face turned pale, and while rushing towards Ange, he shouted in a changed voice, "A Pidgey! Chapter 3. At this moment, Ange was confused. It took him half a second to realize that Louis was shouting RPG. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he saw the SUV with two bodyguards in front of him turned into a burning iron box in the air like a flying matchbox, spun twice, and crashed into an abandoned telephone booth on the side of the road miserably. Fire spots and debris were scattered all over the sky and the ground. It's not that the opponent's shooting was so accurate. Just now, at least 5 RPG rockets were fired at him. 1 out of 5 hits was barely qualified. This thing, ordinary people can go to see God if they hit one. In free Gotham City, gunfights every day. Before he could curse, another remote-controlled bomb exploded on the road. It's not that the hand is shaking and the explosion is too fast, but if the 5 RPGs miss, this bomb will just be stuck at the time when the first bodyguard car arrives and explodes. For a while, gravel and shrapnel flew everywhere. When dozens of fragments hit the front of the extended Lincoln, the entire windshield was immediately covered with spiderweb-like white cracks. No matter how rigorously trained Angie's driver was, his instinct for survival still made him subconsciously swerve the steering wheel and step on the brakes. Fortunately, the extended Lincoln weighed more than 3 tons and had a very low chassis, so it didn't roll over. Unfortunately, there was no good news. When the car spun, it hit a concrete pier on the side of the road hard, and the airbag popped out on the spot. Fortunately, the car behind was fine, and the bodyguard in the SUV drove the car loyally to the side of the Lincoln, forming a small-scale shelter with a small house on the side of the road. The 3 bodyguards jumped out of the car, used the bulletproof car as a shelter, and poured fire on the enemy rushing from the opposite side. Da-da-da! The power of the large magazine M4 was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The fierce firepower equivalent to that of a light machine gun knocked down several guys who rushed over at once, and suppressed many enemies so that they could not show their heads. The bodyguards were extremely grateful for the reloading order given by Aang. Obviously, they had fewer people, but the firepower was superior. Damn it! It's the Joker gang! Louis cursed while struggling to help Aang unbuckle his seat belt. Master, hurry up, the other side has heavy weapons, it's not safe in the car. Aang tried to wake himself up and glanced out the window. Sure enough, he saw a group of crazy people with red oil paint on their mouths and white faces, using axe and the special shooting method of African god of war with both hands raised above their heads to fight back. If their target was not Aang himself, Aang would have laughed 3 times. Who are you aiming at, brother? The Joker gang is famous for having a lot of cannon fodder, and most of the guns they use are junk with rifling almost worn out. They just pulled the trigger. Whether the bullet could hit someone after it left the muzzle depended on fate. If fate came, the person would die. If fate did not come, anyone could be like a god of war in the hail of bullets. Louis and the other man pressed Angie's shoulders and quickly took him to the 2-story cement house on the roadside. Angie's driver opened the door and dragged Wonder Woman out. Ange couldn't figure out whether Black Mask and the Jokers had a tacit understanding or deliberately misled others. Those dozens of Jokers were not fake. In fact, there were also Jokers in the house. It was obvious that Angie's bodyguards were better. After a short and fierce exchange of fire, Louis and his team won an overwhelming victory with their marksmanship, reaction and comprehensive suppression of bulletproof vests. He picked out a few pieces of broken things from the bulletproof plug on his chest. At a glance, he knew that these were the residual materials after the single-headed bullet of the shotgun was broken. Louis' hands were shaking. This thing is extremely lethal to unarmored personnel. Even if Kevlar alone cannot pull up the bulletproof plug-in, he will most likely die. The piercing pain in his chest told him that he might have broken ribs, but at least he still had a life. In the next 5 minutes, the bodyguards used the cover to madly shoot at the clown gang outside. The combat loss ratio was overwhelmingly favorable, but they could not stop the large number of people on the opposite side. Go to hell! No matter how many people were knocked down, there were still fearless guys trying to rush over, not only across the street, but also in the abandoned factory far away. Under the funny appearance of the clown gang members, they were all full of madness. In just a short while, the exterior wall of this house has been replaced with Syrian-style decoration. Among the 6 bodyguards, 1 died, and another was injured and lost his combat power. Even Aang had to go down and shoot. Bang! To be honest, Aang was nervous and shook before shooting. But it is better to receive well than to shoot accurately. The Joker on the other side suddenly staggered, and caught the bullet with his head, which looked like Aang had predicted the opponent's prediction. Boss, good fight. Louis rarely smiled. Ange smiled bitterly, and when he saw the system prompt headshot kill, shooting experience plus 233 points, he was speechless. Where is Batman? Where is Robin? Anyone is fine. Come to the rescue. In Gotham City, you have a chance to successfully call any boss, but you can't call the police. Ange was ready, and he shone the flashlight with the Batman logo outside countless times, but he didn't call Batman. At this moment, perhaps because it was subjected to firepower that it shouldn't have been subjected to, after one wall of this abandoned house was blasted into a sieve by AK, it finally collapsed with a scream. The house was not big to begin with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, so one side suddenly became undefended. They had to stay in the hall on the 2nd floor, enduring fire from all directions. The dense bullets kept everyone from showing their heads. At this point, even the bodyguards who had received strict training had to use the African gun technique, just sticking the muzzle of the gun out of the window to fire, trying their best to suppress the other side and prevent these crazy clowns with round felt hats from rushing over. Once they enter the house for close combat, the gun technique will be greatly weakened. In short, the side with more people wins. Damn it! Aang didn't curse like the bodyguards, but he also muttered, Martha. Louise. Gwen. The bodyguards didn't know what their boss was muttering. Only Aang knew that his names could easily trigger the hearing of those big guys with extraordinary hearing and call for real reinforcements. He wished that a cloud-piercing arrow would come to meet the superhero. What was the result? No movement. Shit. Or can I only rely on myself? Ange was almost going crazy, and couldn't help but silently said in his heart, System. Give me some strength. If you don't give me the power of DC or Marvel, give me some drone-level auxiliary shooting system. Received. Host. I am opening, Hawkeye Auxiliary Aiming System, for you. Ange lost his voice, really? This is an auxiliary system evolved from the intelligent individual combat system of the Celestial Empire, and it does not exceed the conventional force of this world. In Ange's spiritual sea, it was like the picture-in-picture function was turned on, and there were several more perspectives overlooking from dozens of meters high. Not only that, the muzzle of his MP5K gun also had a bullet trajectory aimed by laser light. Ange pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The MP5 series submachine guns are famous for their low recoil, and even if Ange uses African shooting skills, it still does not cause any burden on his wrist. The result is... Ah! I'm shot. FXXK. How can it be so accurate? Although the MP5 series seems to have low bullet power, its actual effective range can reach 400 meters. For unprotected enemies, the lethality is absolutely strong. Ange kept sweeping the clown gang on the opposite side with short bursts of 3 to 4 rounds, and the density of the opponent's firepower dropped in a few breaths. 120 rounds of bullets, at least 20 people on the opposite side were knocked down. This is a terrifying hit rate. Louis, the bodyguard opposite Ange, looked at his boss like a fool. Everyone uses African shooting, why are you so good? I am an African chief, and you are an African god of war? What? One shot a little brother, haven't you seen it? Several bodyguards shook their heads in shock at the same time. Although they were frightened, the super high quality of these retired special forces made them wake up immediately, occupying the advantageous terrain, and began to kill the enemies who were not dead yet from a high position. But at this moment, several crazy clowns who refused to give up made a very crude but effective move. They used the 2 doors of the SUV that had been blown up as shields and rushed over screaming. Bang, bang, bang. The bodyguards did not hesitate to use their ammunition, but this thing was like the big shield of the special police, it was really bulletproof. The firepower of the 5.56 bullet could not penetrate it at all. Even though Louis accurately hit the foot of a clown, causing the guy to stagger on the spot and leave the cover of the car door, and then sniped him, several clowns still rushed over. At this time, Ange got ruthless, took out the grenade in his crotch, pulled out the grenade pull ring and threw it out. Bang! With a loud bang, several clowns turned into clown parts. The huge casualties finally scared the remaining guys, and they ran away screaming. Looking at the terrible scene near the bottom of their building, several bodyguards grinned. Ange laughed dryly, who set off firecrackers randomly? Look at the child being blown up into black and blue. Chapter 4. The bodyguards were speechless. Was it all bruised and purple? They were all confused. Fragmentation grenades are not large artillery shells. Their lethality is cutting. It's just that the flesh and blood mixed with the paint of the Joker gang are really colorful. For a moment, they all suspected that their boss had a perverted fetish. Who knew that the next second, when Ange saw the appearance of the corpse clearly, he vomited. This performance made Louis and other bodyguards secretly relieved. Just now, Ange suddenly showed his power and scared them. Now it seems that this is just the accumulation of the boss's long-term gun playing. After all, he is still a rich young man who has never killed anyone. The safety factor of Gotham City depends on who you are talking to. For ordinary people, this is hell. For rich people, this is heaven. In this small piece of land, whether it is the police or the firefighters, they are just a group of workers. The more taxes are paid in the neighborhood, the more police there are. If you have purchased fire insurance, once there is a fire at home, firefighters will come to the rescue immediately. Not purchased insurance? Sorry, firefighters will water the insured house next door to yours to prevent your fire from spreading to the next door, and then put their hands in their pockets and watch your house burn to ashes. Don't expect police to patrol the slums. The same is true for security. As a super VIP customer of the security company received the news immediately after he was attacked. In less than 15 minutes, a civilian helicopter equipped with 2 Gatling 6-barrel machine guns arrived at the scene. 20 minutes later, 3 civilian version armored vehicles with machine guns arrived with a full tactical squadron of 50 people. That's right. This is the power of money. In Gotham City, the safest city in the United States, this is legal. Ange, who had escaped by chance, returned to his extended Lincoln, opened the fingerprint safe, and handed stacks of $100 bills Franklin to Louis and his friends in front of the new security personnel. Brothers, you are frightened. In addition to the compensation standard agreed before, this is an extra tip for you. This is over, let's go find some fun and relax. Bodyguards are also human beings. They take risks to work, so they naturally need high returns. A full-time bodyguard like Louis only gets $1,500 a day. This is the money given to the security company, and it is not this amount in the hands of the bodyguard. $50,000 per person is enough to turn the greetings to Angie's family hidden in their hearts into the best blessings in the world. Oh, you are the most generous boss I have ever seen. Louis and his friends' eyes were full of dollar symbols. A group of security guards nearby stared with their eyes wide open. Ang smiled evilly and dragged out another box. Louis, give each of the new brothers $3,000 as a welcome gift. This time, the extra tip for each person is also this amount. Long live boss. It is read as security and written as mercenary. They are all jobs that require a lot of effort. No one likes to talk about feelings with the employer. The generous employer who is willing to give extra tips is the best employer. Moreover, as ordinary security bodyguards, their salary is only half of that of full-time bodyguards. $3,000 is definitely not a small amount. In this way, a group of heavy firepower tough guys protected Aang and Wonder Woman and continued to move towards the predetermined target. Not long after, a slender figure appeared on the roughly cleaned battlefield. She made a phone call, Mr. Siamese, our instigation failed. The strength of the target bodyguards was beyond our expectations. They defeated more than 100 people from the Joker gang. Waste. All waste. The black mask on the other side of the phone was extremely angry. The woman's neck shrank, and when the boss calmed down, she continued to ask, Boss, what should I do? Miss Dana Lance, I want you to do this. After a while. Okay, boss. On the other side, the frightened Ange took his bodyguards out to sea by boat and came to his private island. This small island with an area of about 7 square kilometers is surrounded by the sea on all sides, and there are cliffs more than 30 meters high on 3 sides. There is only one way to enter the manor inside. The manor wall is 7 meters high, the lower half is 5 meters high and half a meter thick. It is made of high-density reinforced concrete, and the upper half is a steel grill with hooks and barbs, as well as infrared cameras and sensors. In the manor, there is nothing within 100 meters of the wall, and all movements cannot be hidden from the surveillance and the sentry towers at the 4 corners of the manor. The inner circle is a 10-meter wide moat surrounding the entire manor, equipped with a 5-meter high retaining wall. The duty room inside is built to the standard of a bunker. Ange couldn't figure out how scared the original owner of this body was to make his home like this. Add to that the nearly 100 security guards who came later, equipped with a bunch of heavy weapons that were definitely contraband. It can be said that even a Marine Corps couldn't take this place. Ange was not at all relieved, because this was only for mortals. He didn't know what kind of weird things he would encounter to save Wonder Woman. After all, this is Gotham City, and there are too many villains who are not human or not human. Even if it is the Joker gang, the ones who just came today are just peripheral soldiers, only a little better than the cannon fodder who rushed up with baseball bats, and some specially strengthened crazy clown soldiers have not been taken out yet. These elite soldiers, without exception, have been soaked in those weird chemicals in the chemical plant. Although they are diluted versions used by the Joker, they are still powerful. This gives these clown soldiers strength and vitality slightly superior to that of ordinary people. He needed to buy insurance, so he made a special call to the Batman's old house. Unexpectedly, the person who answered the phone was not Alfred, the old butler of his grandfather, but a female secretary. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the other party seemed a little subtle and nervous. I am Ian. I want to contact Mr. Bruce Wayne. Do you have an appointment? No. As expected, the secretary on the phone immediately made an excuse. This is the nature of big people. If you go directly to him without a private relationship, he will definitely be regarded as a nobody and will definitely not be contacted. Ange made a second choice, then please help me contact his butler, Mr. Alfred Pennyworth. The butler can't also make an appointment. Who knows? Mr. Pennyworth? He's not here at the moment. Is there anything you need to convey to him? Just say I've contacted him and ask him to call me back. Okay. Any other instructions? No. After hanging up the phone, Ange frowned. As a butler, Alfred, who has served the Wayne family for generations, is undoubtedly absolutely conscientious. His absence from the Batman's house means that the Batman is most likely injured this time. He has to do something to appease the bodyguards. He pulled Louis over. This time, the incident is like this. I accidentally brought back Mr. Wayne's guest, so there was a small misunderstanding with Mr. Black Mask. The Joker gang was actually an accident. I have no conflict with Mr. Joker. As long as we restore contact with Mr. Wayne, the Wayne Group will naturally clean up this mess. This is the excuse he gave. If they really have to fight against the Joker, how much fighting spirit these mercenaries still have, there is a big question mark. At least, they have to pay more. In fact, when Ange and Wonder Woman retreated to this island manor, not to mention that the Joker himself had disappeared, even Black Mask found it difficult. Ange had left Gotham City. If he went out to sea, he would not be able to use the manpower advantage of the underworld. In Gotham City, Black Mask can use more than 1,000 people at will, but how do you send more than 1,000 thugs to the island? Transportation is the biggest problem. This thing is all about financial resources and connections. After a certain dog tycoon turned into a rich monk and hinted that the security company should get some legal Stinger missiles, the manor fell into a strange silence for 3 consecutive days. It is safe, but a little boring. At night, life is really lonely like snow. Next to the main building of the manor with a Baroque luxury style, there is a 25-meter-long borderless swimming pool. There are large and small hydromassage pools by the pool. Ange leaned against the wall of the pool, feeling the surging water column from behind, which was very comfortable. Under the moonlight, a delicate and convex female figure appeared on the other side of the swimming pool. As soon as this fair-skinned blonde beauty with big wavy hair appeared, Louis, who was guarding Ange, smiled knowingly. None of the 4 bodyguards moved, because the one who brought this beautiful girl here was Angie's butler Frank. The old butler bowed and said, "My lord, please forgive my self-assertion. I think you are too nervous and need to relax." As he spoke, the beauty walked over with a sexy cat step. A golden decisive battle swimsuit, with a diagonal white transparent lace short skirt that opened from the waist to the thigh root. Any extra 1 square centimeter of fabric is a huge waste of social resources. This scene is absolutely explosive in terms of visual impact. I forgive you. Ange stood up as if he was fascinated. Hello. Mr. Infiniti, my name is Anna. Her voice is gentle and beautiful, and you can tell at least that she is at the singer level. A few notes from her red lips make people feel soft. Boss? Louis asked knowingly. Bring me a rope, a stronger one. Louis? Ange repeated it again, and Louis had to do it. Then, in front of everyone, Ange smiled evilly, turn around and lie down on the beach chair. Miss Anna had an unconcealable shame and anger in her eyes, but she chose to do it. Ignoring the beautiful woman's graceful body curve, Ange stabbed her like a turtle shell in front of the butler and 4 bodyguards. This situation made them extremely embarrassed. Although their young master was a playboy, he would never play so fancy before. Without waiting for Miss Anna to react, Ange stuffed a knot into her mouth. At this time, Ange finally smiled, "Great makeup, I almost didn't recognize you. Miss Dana Lance of the Black Mask Club. Or should I call you Black Canary?" As soon as the voice fell, everyone else's eyes widened to the maximum in an instant. Ange leisurely took out a military dagger from under his bathrobe and pressed it against the beautiful woman's snow-white neck. "Shh. Don't use your ultrasound, otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't shake." Chapter 6. The parasitic infiltration can only be done at noon, because something will happen sooner or later. Engel's hands were very steady. He used a dagger to cut open the high simulation biological material on Black Canary's neck and took off her hood. When she showed a different face that was no less beautiful than Miss Anna, the murderous aura in the air seemed to be even stronger. If it was Engel a few days ago, he probably wouldn't be able to scare Black Canary, but the murderer has his own momentum. He has killed so many jokers with a gun, and he has changed from an ordinary rich second generation to a ruthless person who regards human life as worthless. Not to mention, he really scared Black Canary, who was promoted by Black Mask not long ago because of accidentally showing a hand. After all, before this time, she was just a girl singing in a nightclub. Even if she was forced to play a secret infiltration this time, she just wanted to control Engel and get the thing stolen by Engel. Unfortunately, all the calculations were messed up in the second step. Neither she nor Black Mask could figure it out. How could such a seemingly useless loser have such keen insight and excellent judgment? Ange couldn't say anything. As soon as she came over, the system popped up a window, Black Canary Dana Lance, disguise mode. It seemed that the system could easily identify the existence he knew. It was different in the eyes of the bodyguards. Louis' eyes were full of admiration. He was also very responsible. "Team A, come to the swimming pool immediately, a Class B incident has occurred." 4 bodyguards, 2 protected Ange, 1 controlled Black Canary, and the other pointed the gun at the old butler Frank. "Mr. Frank, do you have anything to say?" I don't know." Facing the dark barrel of the M4 rifle, the old butler seemed to have a brain crash. Instead, Ange waved his hand, "Don't blame him, Black Mask has hypnotic ability. Maybe he was just hypnotized. Take him down, keep a good lookout, don't hurt him." The bodyguards who came upon hearing the news did as they were told. Everyone knew that Mr. Butler was finished. Whether he was hypnotized or something else, taking the blame for his master was enough to end his career. Ange continued to order, "As for this Miss Black Canary, she can use ultrasound to hurt people. Put a straitjacket on her to ensure that she can't show off her beautiful singing voice, and the highest level of detention." "Yes, boss." Black Canary's eyes widened, as if she still couldn't believe that she was only treated like this. Before becoming a female spy, she was the pillar of the Black Mask Club and was well known throughout the district. With her face and figure, if her boss was not Black Mask, those who wanted her could line up across the entire East District and all the way to the port. Even so, most of those who coveted her beauty would be scared by Black Mask, but occasionally there would be those who didn't know what was good for them. She was harassed by a drunkard, who wanted to hold her down in the toilet and beat him up accidentally, which exposed her excellent fighting ability and caused her to be targeted by her boss. She knew too well how the ruthless people in Gotham City treated women. A sub-singer in the club was too conservatively dressed, so Black Mask felt that she could not attract the audience's attention. He lost his temper in front of dozens of people and almost tore all her clothes in public, leaving her trembling and singing obscene songs. Before she failed, she had thought of the worst situation. Now it seems that it is not so bad. If it were any other time, Ange might have some crooked ideas, but just as this little riot was coming to an end, a bodyguard suddenly came over. "Boss, that one seems to be waking up." "Oh. This is a pleasant surprise." After being stuck on the task for so many days, Ange finally made some progress. After dismissing the people around him, Ange looked at Wonder Woman sleeping on the white bed. She did not suffer any external injuries. The reason why she was in a coma for many days was entirely her own fault. As the fluctuations on a series of instruments such as the electrocardiogram became more and more obvious, the heroine's long eyelashes finally trembled. When she opened her deep black eyes, the first thing she saw was naturally Angie's handsome face. "Are you awake?" Ange sat on a chair more than 2 meters away from the heroine, with his fingers crossed and resting on his chin. In psychology, this will give the other party a sufficient distance and thus a sense of security. Diana's reaction was indeed very strange. She was surprised and said, "Wow! A man." As soon as this was said, Ange was immediately happy. "God! This is the most original Wonder Woman. I made a fortune." Ange didn't know at what point in time this slightly chaotic world of time and space would advance. There is no doubt that Wonder Woman, who had just left Paradise Island, was the most valuable for strategy. Ange showed a confident smile and patted his chest. "Oh, beautiful lady, do you want to say that I am your man? It's fun to talk nonsense for a while." He didn't know why he was talking nonsense. Perhaps it was because Black Canary and Wonder Woman were both Batman's confidants in DC Comics. Even if he just said it casually, he would feel the pleasure of "the yellow-haired guy is actually me." Wonder Woman did not respond to his words, but blinked her watery eyes. "I don't really understand what you mean." "It's okay." Ange waved his hand. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ange. 4 days ago at night, I suddenly found you falling out of a weird, similar space portal. In fact, your appearance has alarmed many evil people. I don't know how to deal with it. Please forgive me for taking you away on my own initiative and protecting you." After saying that, he walked over and very naturally stretched out his slightly trembling hand as if to shake hands with the heroine. This is not staged. Even at this moment, Ange had an 80% chance of being sure that this Wonder Woman had not darkened or anything, but he was still not sure. "My name is Diana Prince." She was stunned for a moment, and while smiling back, she stretched out her hand and held Angie's hand with very gentle force. However, she changed the subject smartly. "Are you afraid?" "Yes, I am scared." Ange did not deny it. Normal people will be scared when facing a visitor from another world. "I'm human." He thought she didn't know. She thought he didn't know. Very interesting, both sides are subtly hiding something. The stiff atmosphere began to melt away due to the positivity of both parties. After letting go, Ange asked, "Can I sit closer?" Diana made a please gesture. "Okay, I won't hurt you." This was no lie. Ange might die if she punched him. Cough. "Be confident and drop the word maybe." Ange brought the chair to the bed and sat down. "Should I ask first or you ask first?" Diana quickly assessed each other's situation. "You go first." "Mr. Engel." "Miss Prince, where are you from?" "I think you already know." Diana's perception was very keen. "I generally know, but I'm not sure. The bronze armor you're wearing is already a cultural relic to me. The Greeks more than 2,000 years ago would have used bronze armor. And your outfit is very much like those in myths and legends." "Amazon female warrior." "Yes. I am an Amazon. I come from a place called Paradise Island. My hometown is besieged by the servants of Ares, the god of war. They drive huge metal warships and are about to destroy our home. I came here across space. I'm here for help," Diana said bluntly. "Metal battleship." Ange pretended to take out his tablet and played it on the projection screen in the room, which naturally got an exclamation from Wonder Woman. "These are not true." This is similar to a picture, a high-end mural." Ange tried his best to explain. She accepted it all quickly. Ange opened the search engine on the web, from modern aircraft carriers to modern battleships, and then accidentally searched for the German battleships from the First World War on Earth. Yes. That's it. They are just outside Paradise Island, ready to break into our home. There are 12. I don't know if there is really no scheming, but the smart heroine is testing Ange. She really told Ange a different Wonder Woman story. The setting of the Amazons is a race created by the Greek gods to eliminate war and influence humans with love. Unfortunately, he was later hated by Ares, the god of war. Ares launched the war of the gods and killed almost all the gods except the god king Zeus. In the final battle, Zeus defeated Ares and used his last breath to create Paradise Island and protect the remaining Amazons. The original history should be that in order to expose the German poison gas experiments, the male protagonist Steve accidentally ran into Paradise Island while flying a plane and was rescued by Diana. Only then did the Amazons discover that Ares, the god of war, had created trouble all over the world and start the First World War. What now? Perhaps in that world, the First World War still happened, but Ares found Paradise Island in advance. Ares and his apostles could not set foot on Paradise Island because the island was protected by the divine power of Zeus. So he encouraged his subordinates to let the German navy, who did not know the truth, lay siege to Paradise Island. Although the Queen of the Amazons, Diana's mother Hippolyta, activated the magic circle on the island and temporarily rejected the German army's landing, this was at the expense of absorbing the remaining divine power from the Amazons. With only their primitive bows and arrows and swords and guns left, the Amazons faced the German army using World War I guns and artillery. They were outnumbered and Paradise Island was undoubtedly in danger. Hippolyta activated the divine power circle left by Zeus, allowing Diana to travel through time and space to a place of destiny to find rescuers. Such a magically modified story of Wonder Woman left Ange a bit at a loss. Diana's smile became mysterious. So, Mr. Ange. For me who is extremely weak, you have two choices, one is to kill me, which can please Ares and his followers, the other is to help me find someone who can the hero who fought against Ares, the god of war. After Wonder Woman finished speaking, there was movement in Ange's system. The choice of destiny is activated, the host can choose to kill Wonder Woman in a weak state to please Ares, which has a chance to open the god of war system, or the host joins the Wonder Woman camp and obtains the godkiller system. Chapter 7. Who is Ares? In terms of force value, maybe he's not bad. Don't forget, he has boring on his head all day long. I want to see the bastard god of the river of blood Mim. According to the history of the DC world, Ares was the culprit who started World War I. Provoking troubles doesn't count. I haven't heard of any of his subordinates. This kind of bastard who never believes in others and only believes in himself, and still picks on Sosu. I believe that there is a 10,000th chance that Ange is blind. How could Ange count on Ares? Not to mention, even though Wonder Woman seems weak, she can still kill everyone here. Besides, Wonder Woman is a celebrity and has a good character. Ange replied instantly, of course I am willing to help you. Oh. Wonder Woman narrowed her eyes, those eyes like two crescent moons are really charming, are you so willing to believe me? Ange said firmly, I believe this is the guidance of fate. If you are undecided in a situation, you will be able to rely on fate and you will definitely be superior. Diana was stunned for a moment and lowered her eyelids. Soon there was a hint of prudence in her eyes. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the ward, she looked out at the gorgeous manor, at the beautifully cut landscaping, at the street lamps and corridor reliefs full of artistic temperament. Mr. Ange. I can't understand why a person like you, who should have a high status, suddenly believes in a woman of unknown origin and wearing strange armor, and would not hesitate to fight against a true god for her. Knowing that he couldn't get away with it, Ange sighed, raised his head, and met Diana's gaze with his piercing eyes. That's right. I seem to be doing well. But I don't even know where my wealth and status come from. My life is like a toy castle built on a pile of quicksand, which will collapse at any time. Those fears the villain can take away everything from me at any time, including my life. She nodded slightly and listened quietly. This is Gotham City, and it is not unusual for it to be the birthplace of world destruction. I have never been a messenger of justice, but I hate those lunatics entrenched in Gotham City who treat human life like ants. Believe me, when you walk out of this manor and go to Gotham City across the strait, you will deeply understand what the city of sin is. And as far as I know, the threats this world is about to face are not comparable to just Ares. I need enough strength to protect myself. At this moment, even Diana was in awe. Okay. I believe you. I came to this strange world, and I really need a helper. Even if you are too weak, it is unlikely that you can help me deal with Ares. It doesn't matter, I can learn. I believe I will become stronger. I will also help you find strong people as helpers. Ange said with great certainty. Diana hesitated for a moment and finally nodded, okay, I can sign a temporary contract with you, and you can get part of my power. I hope you can use this power to prove yourself as soon as possible. After saying that, she gently pulled Ange's left hand, took out a dagger that looked a bit like a claw knife, and carved a bloody rune on the back of his left hand. The pain wasn't too painful, after all, it was just a scratch. Compared to gaining strength, this is nothing. In fact, the moment Wonder Woman nodded, the system prompted, congratulations to the host for joining the Wonder Woman camp. It wasn't until she carved the runes that the next prompt came out, after receiving the transformation of divine power from Wonder Woman, this system is officially transformed into the godkiller system. Godkiller system. The host can obtain the power and skills from that being by hunting, defeating, or signing a divine contract with a divine being. The power of up to 6 beings can be used simultaneously, and all beings must belong to the same pantheon. After retrieval, the templates available for reference are: 1. Wonder Woman Godkiller, template. 2. God of War Kratos template, requires main god level divine blood to activate. 3. Godslayer Gear template, requires high purity Shadow Kingdom bloodline. 4. Create your own template after destroying an official pantheon. The current host contract signing status is 1/6. Contractor, Wonder Woman Diana Prince, temporary contract. The host must obtain Diana Prince's approval within a week, otherwise she may give up the host. Method of recognition: kill at least one evil leader. Please note that Miss Diana, who is in the Justice Camp, has an extremely strict concept of good and evil. If the host kills innocent people, the good and evil points will be deducted. Once the good and evil points fall to negative numbers, she will immediately take back all the power lent to the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mutated special skill. Killers plunder. The host can obtain attributes stronger than itself from the strong ones killed by the host's own hands as bonuses, and randomly plunder one or more items from the other party that match the host's characteristics. Skill. Congratulations to the host for temporarily obtaining the following attribute upgrades: Constitution +4, Agility +12, Strength +7, Intelligence +1, Perception +5, and Will +9. Congratulations to the host for temporarily obtaining the following skill upgrades: Basic Fighting LV8, Basic Archery LV5, Triple Shooting LV3, Eagle Eye LV1, Mental Resistance LV7, Magic Resistance LV3. Along with the power transmitted from Diana, there were actually battle images based on herself. When to do what action, how to save the most effort, how to move the smoothest, how to surprise the enemy the most. All this shocked Ange. This is not just a simple memory fragment, but also a large muscle memory. If it weren't for the fact that he and Diana were a little different in physique, for a moment he really thought that this was the combat training he had experienced. This is definitely not the ability of the Amazons. Ange looked at the piece of claw knife in Diana's hand in a daze, which seemed to be a fragment of a powerful weapon. Unfortunately, the system prompt showed that this thing was a string of question marks. Even so, Ange still couldn't hide his shock. If the average ability standard of 18-year-old adult males in Gotham City is set at 10, then his personal attributes will suddenly become Constitution 12, Agility 22, Strength 16, Intelligence 13, Perception 16, Will 18. There is no doubt that he has entered the category of extraordinary people in one fell swoop, a bit like the enhanced person like Captain America. Not to mention the additional skill plunder, which is the key point. Sure enough, Wonder Woman is the right person to hold on to. Diana put away the claw knife generously, with a smile on her face. Okay, Ange. I have lent you the power. I will prove myself. Ange said in a deep voice. Well, I lack understanding of this world. If possible, I will arrange a teacher to come here immediately. She will teach you all kinds of common sense about this world. If you go to Gotham City, you'd better bring the entourage I arranged for you for the first 3 days. So, I am free. Diana said meaningfully. Miss Diana, you have always been free. You can also choose to leave now. Ange said seriously. She was obviously very satisfied. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, I am willing to learn the knowledge of this world first. Then I'll take my leave first. I want to integrate the power I just got. In Angie's manner, there is never a shortage of maids. With a call, there will naturally be maids to help Diana change her appearance and teach her all kinds of common sense. After getting all this done, Ange walked out of the room, feeling the changes in his muscles and even sensory systems. After a while, he exhaled deeply into the night sky. He didn't know if Steve, the hero in Wonder Woman's story, would have a chance to appear in this life. He didn't envy that guy. After all, the so-called hero was just a pendant in the battle in front of Wonder Woman's power. As a transmigrator, he was expected to gain power beyond the mortal world with the help of the system. After being plotted against by Black Mask and hunted by the Jokers, and being frightened for several days, Ange finally got all this. It was still a little incredible. Suddenly he thought of one thing: why Wonder Woman believed him like this. With doubts, he went to the monitoring room to watch the video and laughed. Just as he answered, Wonder Woman's other hand was hanging down, and a rope emitting golden light was quietly tied around his ankle. The movement was so gentle that he didn't even notice it. Puff! It's the lasso of truth. This artifact can be said to be one of the most famous treasures around the heroine. People who are entangled by it will definitely tell the truth. Since he is telling the truth, what else does Diana have to worry about? Most of the time, she gives people the illusion of being naive and innocent. She is indeed innocent, but she also has a very clever heart. Chapter 8. On Angie's retina light screen, light flickered. Wonder Woman didn't say anything, but the system thoughtfully marked a profit curve for him. It was very obvious that the later he took action and the worse the villain boss was killed, the lower the profit would be. This is not because Diana deliberately made things difficult for Ange, but because she traveled across time and space and came to Gotham to find reinforcements. Saving people is like putting out fire. If it's too late, she's afraid there won't be any scum left there. Ange instinctively felt that the time and space over there was asymmetrical to here. She stayed here for a year and a half, but it was still the same time over there. It's a pity that he has not made any achievements and does not have the weight to speak. Ange rushed to the underground gym, leaving his bodyguards outside, and practiced like crazy. Bang bang bang! The sound of boxing, as dense as rain, echoed in the empty gym. Sure enough. Power is addictive. Ange muttered to himself. Although his body is full of music every night, it is still young and has not been drained by wine and sex. If I took over a few years later, I would look like a programmer who has been in the industry for 8 years. If Louis and the others were watching at this moment, they would be so surprised that they could put a big apple in their mouths. Quick! Too fast! The agility of 22 points is more than twice that of ordinary people. Ange circled the sandbag as lightly as a butterfly wearing flowers, launching intensive and fast attacks. The sound was not like boxing at all, but like firing from an automatic rifle. His movements were so fast that not only his arms, but also his figure left erratic after images. If it had been before, there would even be a ridiculous situation where his eyes couldn't keep up with his movements. The enhancement brought to him by Wonder Woman is all round. The improvement of his perception allowed him to see his previous movements as if in slow motion, but for the fast light and shadow brought by 22 points of agility, it was just right. No matter how many punches he received, the sandbag that seemed to him to be quite strong actually exploded with a bang. Ange walked to the next door, which was a shooting range. This time, he was not testing guns, and went straight to the compound bow hanging on the wall. Thumb. Thug. Thumb. Within 50 meters, every arrow hits the red heart. The auxiliary aiming function brought to him by the system provides a complete simulated ballistic trajectory according to the different force and aiming conditions of the bow and arrow. The only problem is that when shooting quickly with a single arrow, the accuracy is relatively guaranteed. When it comes to holding 3 arrows with 4 fingers and playing triple shooting, it is really difficult to control. Every small difference in force, every arrow placement, is slightly different. As soon as the bowstring is pulled out, it will miss the target. Hey! Ange exhaled, knowing that this matter could not be rushed. It seems that triple shooting cannot become an optional skill for him in the short term. After doing all this, it took him more than an hour, and Ange was hungry. Asking the servant to prepare a supper, Ange found that his food intake was 3 times as much as before. Sure enough, this is the price. If you eat more, your physical strength will recover faster than before. He realized, this body was originally a bit useless, and even with the added strength of Wonder Woman, his physical fitness was still his shortcoming. Of course, he is already slightly better than ordinary people. Angie's eyes were sharp, he had made a decision, kill. Just tonight. Crazy? He himself thought the idea was crazy. Not to mention the enemy, even he himself couldn't think of it. Nothing is permanent. Fate will not wait for you to be fully prepared before putting a so-called opportunity with 100% success in front of you. Black Mask sent Black Canary to assassinate Ange. If there were no 2 or 5 boys around Ange, Black Mask would probably have to wait until at least tomorrow morning to receive the news of her failure. This is a perfect time difference. What's more, in the eyes of outsiders, he was just a turtle who escaped with the help of his bodyguards. He was chased so hard that he had to hide in his own shell. How could he have the strength to fight back? This natural asymmetry will not improve until external forces enter. However, Ange needs to buy insurance before taking action. After a while, he appeared in front of the cell door. How is she? Very quiet. Louis replied, who would believe that this beautiful girl is a killer if they didn't see it with their own eyes. I'll go in alone. Boss. Louis suddenly raised his voice. You can watch through the surveillance camera, but no radio is allowed. Ange took a step back. Okay. You have the final say. Louis was helpless. Opening the 5 centimeters thick stainless steel metal door, Ange saw the black canary. For a moment, he suspected that he had seen it wrong and that what he saw was a chrysalis. The beautiful Miss Lance is a bit miserable. Her whole body is tightly tied up in a set of straitjacket used to deal with mentally ill patients. There is no room or leeway for her to use her strength. Only her brilliant blonde hair and half of her fair face are exposed. In order to prevent she might release the ultrasonic attack, but the bodyguards thoughtfully put a gag on her. Ange had ordered not to mistreat her, but that didn't mean he would give her anything to enjoy. She looked like a squirming silkworm on a cold, hard wooden bed. Ange came in and started by saying, your mission failed, and you don't want anything to happen to your sister Sarah Lance, right? Black Canary's face lost all color in an instant. Ange didn't know what was going on in this chaotic world. Anyway, the White Canary in history was still an ordinary person today. Ange found it out by just looking it up. Naturally, she was Black Canary Dana's biggest weakness. Angie's voice is no different from the sound of magic in Black Canary's ears. Among Black Mask's men, there will always be an assistant called No Replacement. As for how to replace it, you should know. As the cannon fodder of Black Mask, no less than 2 number 1 were killed in front of Black Canary. Yiren was bitten to death by several extremely hungry hounds. The other was towed behind an off-road vehicle running across the wasteland. Dana will always remember how that bright red line of blood stretched across her entire field of vision. When Ange said this, her whole body was shaking like chaff. When the time came, Ange reached his hand to the back of Black Canary's head and freed her mouth. What do you want me to do? Black Mask has a group of men lurking on the sea, right? Black Canary nodded shakily. And he himself is still in the Black Mask Club. She trembled. If there is no accident, he will stay in his lair when he starts any action. Every window in his office on the 2nd floor can withstand AK rifle fire. Ange opened a laptop with a smile. This is the architectural drawing of the Black Mask bar that I found. Can you see if there are any omissions? She answered them one by one. Thank you very much for your cooperation, Miss Lance. Wait. You will let my sister go, right? Her beautiful eyes were full of pleading. Oh? Your request doesn't include yourself. Ange was curious. Black Canary pursed her lips. Not everyone can live as coolly as you. In the slums of Gotham City, it is very difficult just to bear the price of living. I choose to do the dirty work for Black Mask. I am mentally prepared to pay the price for it. After saying that, she lowered her head, letting her bright blonde hair cover her sad and desperate face. At this time, Ange gently raised her pointed chin, with a playful look in his eyes. If I ask you to hold on to hope and survive, will you still give up your life? An extremely complex look appeared in Black Canary's eyes, from despair to redemption, from the abyss to heaven. She kept trembling. Can I really do this? Very well, now that you have made your choice, please help me act a play. Angie's smile became more and more mysterious. Wonder Woman's mission has clear requirements for good and evil values. Black Canary's nature is not bad as in history, so there is no need for Ange to kill her. 2 minutes later, Louis and the others saluted together and watched Ange carry the cocoon to his room like a sack. Unknowingly, Ange opened a secret escape passage in the room. Miss Lance the chrysalis was stunned. You will kill Black Mask, right? Ange smiled. I am a good law-abiding citizen with no power to restrain myself. What does the clown gang killing Black Mask have to do with me? Chapter 9. It was 4 in the morning, and the sky was drizzling. The cold wind at night blew through the dark and silent alley on the side of the Black Mask Club. The half-broken lampshade on the dilapidated street lamp at the entrance of the alley made an annoying creaking sound as usual. It was early autumn now. The cold air and raindrops in the early morning made the 2 guards in raincoats outside the back door of the club drowsy. Although their boss asked them to keep an eye on them, they really didn't know what to keep an eye on. Do you think the brothers in the port can succeed? Definitely. The boss has bribed several security guards and the situation inside is very clear. That bastard rich second generation will soon be brought here and handed over all his property under torture. Did you hear anything? No, did you hear it wrong? It seems that I heard it wrong. They didn't hear it wrong. An RC remote control car that can be seen everywhere on the market was following the central air conditioning ventilation duct into the core area of the second floor of the Black Mask Club. This remote control car, which was equipped with a camera and cost only $400, easily broke through the bulletproof glass defense line that Black Mask was proud of and entered the pipe just above his office. Through the grill of the air conditioner exhaust vent, the figure of Black Mask making a phone call caught someone's eye. The next moment, boom! A large bundle of TNT exploded. The shattered air conditioner duct fragments turned the explosion point into an oversized fragmentation grenade. The terrifying fragments, like the Grim Reaper's sickle, made a piercing scream and cut through the space. All this happened so suddenly that Roman Sienese had no preparation at all. Facing the dense fragments like heavy rain and the terrifying waves of fire that were coming towards him, the only thing he could do sitting behind his desk was to instinctively lean back and try to use the wide and thick desk to survive this disaster. Too late. Even if he had a melee ability that was not inferior to Batman and was also a sharpshooter with extremely exaggerated shooting skills, he still couldn't be unscathed in such an explosion. The explosion splashed a basin-sized galvanized iron fragment, which easily cut off half of his right arm like tearing a rag doll apart. Not only that, the more than 30 fragments of different sizes that sprayed on him could have easily shot him into a sieve on the spot. He didn't die on the spot because of his extraordinary physique and the Kevlar bulletproof vest he was wearing. His subordinates were not so lucky. Among the 4 armed gangsters, 3 were killed on the spot, and 1 fell in a pool of blood at the time, and it seemed that he was dying. The black mask on Roman's face broke because of the explosion, revealing the handsome face behind the mask. Perhaps due to the confusion of time and space, he did not have his face burned when Batman arrested him like in the comics. Today, he is still a handsome middle-aged uncle. However, what Batman failed to do, someone helped him do. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions sounded throughout the second floor of the Black Mask bar. Not 1, not 2, but a bunch of TNT explosives exploded in a series. The huge explosion collapsed part of the ceiling of the nightclub downstairs, and the lamps fell down fiercely, and the flames and electric sparks filled the entire dance hall. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and there were not many people in the nightclub. The guests who were originally looking for fun immediately screamed and fled from this terrifying place. Sean knew that the Black Mask Club was finished. The other party was obviously going to uproot him. As luck would have it, he heard a commotion and the sound of rifles firing from the street corner. He struggled to crawl out from under the table, untied his belt, tied his broken arm with his mouth and left hand to stop the bleeding, stood up straight, and leaned to the window. He saw a large group of clown gangs rushing over from a distance, and were fiercely exchanging fire with his men deployed at the street corner. Clown gang, his resentful voice seemed to come from the deepest part of hell. There were at least 100 people on the other side. With his current manpower, he couldn't handle it at all. Without any lingering feelings, after urgently treating his injuries, Sean rushed to his safe, opened it quickly, took out the most important things, and left immediately. He staggered out of the messy office, and had to forcefully knock open the door frame that was deformed by the explosion. "Is anyone there? Is anyone else alive?" There was almost no response, only a few painful groans occasionally. The other party was too cruel. The explosion affected the entire second and third floors. This 3-story building, the upper 2 floors were almost swept away. Roman abandoned his seriously injured subordinates without hesitation. The garage door at the back door of the club collapsed, and he could only rush out from the side door on the back street. Fortunately, he saw that the 2 guys guarding the door were not dead yet. "Follow me. Protect me." "Ah. Okay, boss." The 2 gunmen were confused at first, and then instinctively obeyed the order. The Black Mask put too much pressure on people, and no one dared to resist him until they were sure that he was really no good. At this time, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, and it was almost impossible to see things 20 meters away. One gunman cleared the way in front, and the other supported Sean. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky and thunder. With the dazzling lightning, the 3 people suddenly saw that in a sewer outlet that was constantly pouring with rainwater, there was a terrifying clown face grinning at them. At this moment, time seemed to stop. The hearts of the 3 people also stopped beating. The pair of white eyes with yellow pupils, coupled with the huge red paint on the corner of the mouth. How weird this scene is. Joker, the three screamed in unison, and subconsciously pointed the muzzle of the gun at the sewer. Too slow. A black claw, or something else, popped out from the sewer like lightning, and grabbed Roman's left ankle with great accuracy. Before anyone could react, Roman had already been pulled to the ground and dragged into the sewer desperately. Ah! Save me! Boss! The boss blocked the muzzle of the gun, so the gunman naturally couldn't shoot. They wanted to catch Sean but caught nothing. Roman instinctively waved his remaining left arm, but he only scratched the ground. Under extreme force, 5 fingers scratched 5 clear blood marks on the muddy ground. Because he was too strong, Mr. Black Mask didn't even notice that his nails were flipped. The Joker inside was so strong that he dragged the 1.86-meter-tall Black Mask into the room in just a few moves. In order to avoid being blocked, the opening of the sewer in Gotham City is quite large, 1 meter wide and 30 centimeters high. Who knew that this would become the biggest horror? The dark hole, the surging rain that kept pouring in, and the screams that kept echoing inside. This is not a sewer entrance, this is simply a huge mouth of the abyss that will swallow anyone. Save me! Save me! No matter how Roman screamed for help, the 2 gunmen were nailed to the spot. They looked at each other tremblingly, and no one dared to say let's go down and save people together. The trembling pupils told the fear in each other's hearts. Or, let's run. Okay. The gunman ran away in fear without looking back. The nightmare of the Black Mask inside was not over. To be honest, he was also confused at the beginning. He struggled instinctively, not knowing what was holding him, but when he fell into the sewer, a huge net bag was waiting for him. The nylon mesh as thick as a thumb made his powerful martial arts completely useless. Before his eyes could adjust to the darkness inside, a piercing pain came from the left side of his neck. It was a sharp iron claw. The Joker gang often made a pile of broken iron into claws, which were sharp and had terrible rust. Roman instinctively fought back and hit it with his elbow, but it hit nothing. Because there were only iron claws stabbing at him, no human hands. Another trap. Mr. Black Mask finally launched his biggest secret weapon, mind control. Originally, he thought the other party was a clown, so he gave up this trick on his own. After all, mind control is ineffective for lunatics. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually caught. You are not a clown. Who are you? Roman did not expect that his invincible mind control would be greatly reduced in power because of the damage to the Black Mask on his face. He didn't expect that the opponent's mental resistance was higher than he thought. The only answer he got was a physics holy sword, a crowbar. Another thunderclap in the sky. His questioning voice had long been drowned out by the thunder. Even if it could be heard, his 2 subordinates who had already fled would not be able to hear it. With the little light penetrating into the sewer, the last image reflected in Sean's pupils was the gorgeous arc drawn by the crowbar in mid-air. The holy sword fell and blew half of Roman's head. There is no more Black Mask in the world. Chapter 10. Huff. Huff and exhaled heavily. His heart was beating wildly. It was too risky. At the moment when the dust settled, he suddenly became afraid. I came to kill the boss right after I got the power. Am I crazy? After a brief hesitation, his eyes became firm again. This time he trembled, not because of fear, but because of a little excitement. This is a mixed world of DC and Marvel. Even if the Flash suddenly came out and said that he had transmigrated in space to warn people that the world would be destroyed tomorrow, Ange would not find it strange. Ordinary people without power are destined to be slaughtered. Scared? But never regret it. The light film on the retina was refreshing the screen. Ange looked at it carefully and was ecstatic. Congratulations to the host for killing Black Mask, Roman Sionis. The system assisted the host to successfully devour and purify the target's soul. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the following basic attributes: Constitution +1, Agility +1, Strength +2, Intelligence +2, Perception +1, Will +3. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the following skills: Basic Combat LV10, 2+8, Basic Gunmanship upgraded to LV7, Dual Wielding Pistols LV2. The host obtains the Gunmanship System Branch skill, Pistol Sharpshooter. This skill can greatly improve the host's pistol shooting hit rate. The host obtains the Constitution System Branch skill, Peak Physical Fitness. The host can keep his strength, speed, endurance, persistence, reaction, and agility at an extremely high state. According to the host's current physique, if he is not injured, this effect will last for 30 minutes. The host obtains a special skill, disguise. With this stunt, the host's disguise is less likely to be discovered. Seeing this, Ange almost couldn't help but shouting with excitement. The power that Wonder Woman lent him was not his own after all. It's not that Diana would betray him, but when she faced a strong enemy, she would not have extra power for him to use. Only what you get is yours. Originally, Ange was satisfied with so much. The surprise was yet to come. The system highlighted 2 items for him. The first one was Roman's black mask, damaged, epic quality. Roman Sionese was born into the wealthy family of Gotham City, the Sionese family. After murdering his parents, he inherited their billions of assets, but his hot temper soon put his company on the verge of bankruptcy. At this time, the Wayne Group rescued and acquired his company, leaving Roman with nothing. He blamed his unfortunate experience on Bruce Wayne and vowed revenge. So Roman went to the cemetery to dig out his parents' coffins, used the ebony on them to carve a black skull mask representing anger, transformed into a black mask, formed his own underworld gang, and became one of the most feared gangsters in Gotham City. The biggest feature of this thing is its inherent mind control ability, which is rated as LV3 by the system. Ange felt that this thing was useless at first glance. Not only is the level of mind control not high, but there is also a debuff curse of the Sionese family. This curse is divided into 2 parts. Curse of Sionese parents. Because they were killed by their own son Roman, the Sionese couple was extremely angry. Their souls resided in the mask, waiting for the critical moment to give their unfilial son a fatal blow. They would recognize anyone who helped them to avenge as the new owner of the mask. Seeing this, Ange finally understood why Roman gave him that mind control, and he could bear it with his not-so-strong willpower. It feels like this is a grand filial piety. The next part of the curse is interesting, Curse of Roman Sionese. Because Roman was disturbed by the souls of his parents when he died, he believed that the enemy who killed him was the clown. Anyone who wears this mask and sees someone dressed as a clown needs to undergo a mental test every 5 minutes. Those who fail the test will enter a 5-minute violent state and seek revenge on the clown first. Seeing this, Ange couldn't help but sigh again, worthy of the father's roar, this is very Gotham. In addition to the mind control skill, this mask also has the amazing bonus of immune to mind control when worn. Strength +4, Agility +3, Perception -10, Will +7. Another item is a diamond that Ange found out from Roman's personal bag after the system highlighted it. Diamond, blood money. Roman Sionese murdered the criminal family Bertinelli to obtain a diamond inlaid with their money account. His Ange took a breath of cold air. Killing the Black Boss and getting his property, Ange never thought about it. Black Mask secretly funded various unknown subordinates in Gotham City and even the United States. They are called Masked Society, all of whom are bad elements, thugs, and unknown armed elements on the street. Roman's money is simply too hot to handle. This kind of money that Roman cleaned up can be considered instead. Although Ange looks rich now, he doesn't know who his father is. What if, he said, what if, the original owner of this body is Roman's illegitimate son, then, cough cough. Ange's scalp was numb. There were chaotic footsteps in the distance. Ange was very considerate and sent Roman's body out of another sewer entrance to ensure that his body would be found, and also gave 2 bodies of the Joker gang for free. After finishing all this, Ange quietly disappeared into the dark sewer. But he didn't know that at the same time he attacked Roman, more than 300 armed men in different costumes gathered in a warehouse in the dock area. They were either under the Black Mask or hired mercenaries, and they were all ferocious without exception. However, the rapid sound of automatic rifle fire made their nerves tense. It was the guards outside the door who were firing. But they didn't have time to rush out of the warehouse to see what happened. The huge iron door of the warehouse fell down as if it was run over by a tank. The huge searchlight suddenly lit up. Facing such a sun god, these armed men instinctively hit and fired at him with African gun skills. Da-da-da. The fierce gunfire was like 10 pots frying beans at the same time, and the crackling sound became the only main theme in the warehouse. Useless. Absolutely useless. Finally, an armed man took a glimpse and wailed on the spot, "Oh my god! It's Batman!" That's right. The black 4-wheel drive vehicle was like a black leopard-shaped ancient beast crawling at the door of the warehouse. When the firepower of the criminals weakened because they had to change magazines, it showed its ferocious fangs. 2 Gatling machine guns spewed out terrible flames. If Mr. Bat had not been based on the principle of never killing people, I'm afraid the warehouse would have become a living hell at this moment. However, even if the machine gun bullets were replaced with rubber riot bullets, it's still not something that ordinary humans can bear. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. For a while, the whole warehouse was filled with painful wails. The armed men fell down in groups like cutting wheat. It's not that no one picked up an RPG and tried to blow up the Batmobile, but unfortunately he was too slow. When the person carrying the RPG was highlighted on the system screen, he was also taken special care of by the Gatling gun, and was beaten to a pulp. Even if some guys wanted to use the cover to resist, don't forget that the Batmobile has a 60mm cannon. Boom! What a big firework! The people behind were like rabbits driven out of the haystack, and they were swept down after a few steps. If Batman didn't kill people, this would be a scene of massacre. In less than 5 minutes, no armed person could stand up at the scene. Connect to the Gotham Police Department. Batman's cold voice came out, and the intelligence system did it on the spot. Unfortunately, Batman's mood was no longer calm because of a call from the butler Alfred. Master, I got the news 5 minutes ago. The Black Mask Club was suspected to be blown up by the Joker gang, and Roman Sione's body was found in an alley less than 200 yards away from the club. Who did it? Batman's voice was calm, but the light in his eyes was obviously sharp. It looks like the Joker gang, but it's hard to say. You know, the underworld in Gotham City and even the neighboring New York City has reasons to kill him. Who benefits the most? The Joker, and Angel. Very rarely, Batman's cheek muscles became slightly stiff. Chapter 11. People in the same profession are enemies. The citizens of Gotham are simple and honest. There are many black bosses, and there are more than a dozen super large black families with names. No one has unified Gotham's underground forces for a long time. As a traditional local family, there are many forces who want to destroy Siones. With fewer families sharing the cake, naturally each family's cake will be bigger. There's not much to say about this. The key is Ange. As soon as this name appears, it makes Batmaster Gujing Wuobo's heart waver. Selfless Bateman ordered in a cold tone, Alfred, create a file on Ange. Files? No problem. I have his DNA test report, all the bills from the age of 7 to this month, information about every security guard around him, and all the information about the female lead singer of the Black Mask Club he just hooked up with. Excuse me, sir, what information do you want from him? The old housekeeper said seriously. Batman showed no expression, classified in E-class file. Okay sir. Little did anyone know that he would be ranked in the Master's small book the first time he made a move. He only knows that Wonder Woman must know. That's right, the moment he killed Black Mask, Wonder Woman, who was resting lightly in the guest room, had a charming curve on her lips. If there is an outsider here, it seems like she saw something happy in her dream. In the morning, everything is quiet. The red sun slowly rose to the sea level. Ange drove a motorboat that was common on the beach and quietly drove to a small pier on the edge of the island. No matter how big this private island is, a security team of only 100 people cannot guarantee full coverage and surveillance. What's more, can the island's surveillance be hidden from the owner Ange? Not long after, Ange saw the chrysalis on the bed again in the room of the manor. Asshole! If you don't come back yet, tell me whether you die or not. Miss Black Canary had 2 dark circles under her eyes, and there were obvious tears in the corners of her eyes. It's a pity that because the straitjacket on her body was not removed at all, she couldn't wipe it off even if she wanted to, so she became a ridiculous flowery cat. Finally, the secret room door she had been waiting for so long slowly opened, but the man who walked out frightened her into cardiac arrest on the spot. No. Lord Siones, I'm not bragging. At this moment, she was really just one step away from being scared to death. Black Mask is a well-known torture master. His most representative skill is probably to inflict physical and psychological torture as a means to obtain information or punish the opponent. If it fell into his hands, even a simple death would be a luxury. Looking at Black Canary, who was frightened to death from a myocardial infarction, someone claimed to be professionally trained and would not laugh unless he couldn't help it. All right. He couldn't help it. Pfft. I don't know how much merit is missing from this smile. This smile also made Black Canary's heart that was hanging high in her throat finally relax. She finally saw that the once complete and terrifying Black Mask was missing a corner on its left forehead. No matter what Roman did, he couldn't take advantage of this hypnotic mask. The mask is his beloved mask. According to legend, he killed his parents because his parents destroyed his beloved mask. However, since the black mask, which is his greatest symbol, has fallen into Angie's hands, then... Looking at the handsome face with a wicked smile, Miss Dana Lance was a little crazy without realizing it. There was a clear sense of confusion in the beautiful voice, Black Mask. Unfortunately, he was killed by the clown. As an honest, law-abiding, and good citizen, I just picked up this thing by chance. Ange casually put the mask on the table, like throwing away a toy he didn't like. The more Ange downplayed it, the more frightened Black Canary became after a brief moment of ecstasy. What a Gotham joke! How many years has the old family Siamese been entrenched in Gotham? How many years has Black Mask Roman dominated the underground world? This is a man who can make a kid from the slums cry on the spot just by hearing his name. It had only been a few hours since she had just agreed to this. Just kill Black Mask? The wealthy generation in front of her, who was full of sunshine, suddenly rose to infinite heights in her heart, and became an existence equivalent to the devil of hell. Yes, yes, yes. Black Canary forced out a somewhat professional smile to apologize. Then about your future. When Ange said this, Black Canary's heart started to rise again. There is also unfortunate news to tell you that the Black Mask Club was bombed by the clown gang. So it's a pity. You are unemployed. This blonde beauty with big waves stared at the boss and thought, so cruel? This is really sad news. I have a vacant secretary position here. Do you want to come over and give it a try? Can I say no? She was complaining in her heart, but she kept a stiff smile on her face. This is the best. I am also worried that people from Mask Empire will suddenly be unfavorable to me and my family. Ange nodded and put his hands on the leather buckle on Dana's chest. Well, she was still wearing a straitjacket. If she didn't untie it, she would still be a mummy. But Ange clearly felt that her body was shaking slightly. After opening it like a package, Ange blushed. Ahem, cough. Those guys won't remove these ropes. Black Canary was so embarrassed. You tied me up into a turtle shell with your own hands, do they dare to take it apart? The words that came out of her red lips were, Sir, please help me. It took a full 10 minutes to complete the complicated disassembly. After that, Black Canary rushed to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, she returned to Ange in a thick bathrobe. There was no way. She came in a battlesuit last night. One more square centimeter of cloth was disrespectful to the spy operation. Now, although she had an extra bathrobe, she still felt that she could not resist Ange. As luck would have it, when she just came out, the first ray of morning sunlight penetrated into the room. What caught her eyes was a handsome young man drinking coffee and the morning news being broadcast. The Black Mask Club was raided by the Joker gang last night. The fierce explosion and gun battle killed dozens of people. Among them was the former famous entrepreneur Roman Siamese. He died because his head was hit hard by a hard object and his neck was stabbed. Demonstration. This terrifying man must be showing off his terrifying strength to me. When Ange heard the noise behind him, he turned around and saw Black Canary, whose face was pale. He immediately knew that he could easily scare her no matter what he said. Don't be afraid, I'm very generous. You should have read my information. I am happy to give enough rewards to my own people and those who respect me. Of course, enemies are an exception. Recalling the information about Ange that she had read before the operation, Dana was not sure whether this young man was also doing horrible things behind the scenes. At least on the surface, he had a much better reputation than Black Mask. She tried to ask, if possible, can you send 2 bodyguards to go back with me to pack up some things? I may have to tell my family and it will take a day or 2 before I take office. Okay. If you are worried that Miss Sarah Lance is in danger, you can also take over from me. After that, Ange opened a box casually, and 5 stacks of Franklin were neatly placed inside. This is the reward you gave me for the information about Black Mask. You can also use it to buy some clothes. Seeing the $50,000 for resettlement, or the money for buying life, Black Canary's expression was obviously much better. This more or less means that Ange will not burn bridges after crossing the river. Not to mention this number, even if only 1 stack is used, it is enough to make any girl in the slums who wants to get ahead crazy. The lives of people in the slums of Gotham City are so cheap. Thank you for your generosity, boss. Then, I will leave first. Okay. Ange turned on the communicator and told Louis about her. Looking at the swaying back of Black Canary as she left, Ange would be lying if he said he was not moved, but he did not forget that there was Wonder Woman beside him. Black Canary is a well-known female hero in the DC world. If you really force her, she will probably not refuse, but if the good and evil value drops, it will make Wonder Woman unhappy, which is not worth the loss. Chapter 12. That morning, Ange dismissed most of the security personnel. It was originally a temporary contract for daily rent, and the small amount of money had been received, so there was nothing to say. It was just that Louis's bodyguards who continued to work as security looked at Ange strangely. You just say it's a coincidence? The spy girl who came to make trouble last night was humming and groaning all night, and was obviously slept with Ange, and then the black mask was wiped out? No matter how many doubts there are, they can only rot in their stomachs. Whether Batman happened to catch the Black Mask troops gathering at the seaside, or the Jokers blew up the Black Mask's lair and killed Black Mask himself, this is not something that these little bodyguards can do. All I can say is, I don't know whether justice is late, but justice always stands on the side of the winner. Ange acted like nothing happened, playing the role of a playboy as always. And his new favorite is undoubtedly the mysterious Miss Diana Prince. As expected, Wonder Woman is very resistant to cumbersome clothes. After getting up in the morning, the clothes she finally chose were a very neutral grey women's suit. A grey round hat, a white and slim-fitting white shirt, and a belt, which completely outlined her fit figure. At the bottom were well-fitting trousers, which fully met her requirement of convenient for fighting and perfectly integrated into today's society. Looking at the heroic Diana, Ange's fatigue from cultivating immortals last night was swept away. You look really beautiful in this dress. Thank you. Diana accepted Ange's compliment generously, and then went straight to the point. Last night, you did a great job. Can you sense it? Ange asked in a low voice. Of course, that evil and corrupt soul makes me sick. Ange bowed slightly, saying nothing. Thank you for your support. In addition to understanding the things in this world, I am more eager to know as soon as possible, what existence can help me. Ange had a bitter face. Sister. You are the famous godkiller, who do you need to help you beat Ares? Isn't this something you can do by yourself? Ange couldn't say this. He was not sure whether the knowledge in his memory could perfectly match this chaotic fusion world. In fact, Batman must be the one who collected the most complete information on various heroes. Batman would record the characteristics and weaknesses of all heroes in a small notebook, otherwise there would be no such heaven-defying operation as challenging Superman with a mortal body. Ange didn't have a database, but this didn't prevent him from using the computer's web search engine to find news and show them to Wonder Woman one by one. There are many superhuman beings in this world. There are evil ones, relatively neutral ones, or superheroes in the justice camp. I don't know how strong Ares, the god of war in your world, is. At least, he should be much stronger than me. Wonder Woman frowned her beautiful eyebrows. In fact, no one in the entire Paradise Island has seen Ares now. My mother sent me here, and I agree with her judgment. Before that, can you show your strength? Yes. The two came to the underground martial arts training ground, and the woman changed into her Amazon-style leather armor with brass armor combat suit again. Ange didn't take any weapons. This was not him pretending, but he really didn't know what equipment he had to fight against the rich woman in front of him. Truth lasso will not be mentioned. Her guardian silver bracelet is made of the scraps of Zeus' sheepskin shield. Not only can it automatically attract firepower, but it can also generate a force field shield that is enough to resist Superman's heat rays. Then what? In her right hand, she held the Vulcan sword made by Hephaestus, the divine shield made of Amazon's mysterious alloy, and on her head, she wore the starlight flying crown that could be used as a boomerang, which represented her royal status. This was just what she had taken out now. Not counting the golden eagle armor and Hermes flying shoes that she would have gotten in her history. The only thing Ange could bring out was the black mask that affected the city appearance. Rather than making her unhappy, it would be better to adjust your mentality and witness the next scene with a mortal body. Seeing Ange, who was 10 meters away, posing a simple boxing fighting move, Diana was not annoyed. She bent her legs slightly, and the next moment, smoke and dust suddenly burst out on the floor where she was standing a moment ago. Until the next moment, the elegant and slender figure crossed the distance of more than a classroom and slapped the gorgeous round shield on her head. Ridiculously fast. So fast that it was like teleportation. The attack was completely beyond the limit of Angie's dynamic vision. Wonder Woman didn't change her movements from extreme movement to extreme stillness until the shield was only 5 centimeters away from hitting his head. The shield that almost hit Angie's face brought the most direct and terrifying pressure to Ange. It was only when she stopped her movements as if she had pressed the pause button that the loud bang of her stomping on the floor before the attack finally entered Angie's ears. Angie's trembling pupils were full of shock. What made him laugh and cry was that even if he opened the system in advance and let the system evaluate Wonder Woman's combat power, the final result was a series of question marks. The answer he got from asking the system in his mind was the target's basic attributes are more than 10 times that of the host, so question marks are used instead of evaluation results. Ange tried it again, and it turned out that the system based on his physical condition could not record information that was far beyond his perception ability. Ange exhaled a large breath. Scared? If so, I apologize. No, I just received a little shock from Amazon. The images in the movie before the time travel were not reliable at all. Except that the actors looked exactly like the superheroes in this world, there was no reference value in terms of strength. The woman laughed. Back in the living room, Ange turned on the computer and showed some target characters to Wonder Woman. He knew very well that Wonder Woman was not someone he could control or influence. She was extremely smart. Once she realized that he was stalling for time or trying to squeeze benefits from her, it would instead break their relationship. Instead of doing this, it would be better to let go. If you meet these characters, you can probably talk to them. But the only two who really have the chance to help you may be these two. The computer screen was projected on the projection screen of the home theater. What was displayed were two majestic figures. They are Green Lantern and Superman. Green Lantern uses his lantern ring to show his extraordinary power. As for Superman, we suspect he is not from Earth because he is too strong. Sure enough, Wonder Woman was not interested in the mysterious Green Lantern, and was attracted by the flying and omnipotent Superman in the projection screen. Like a god but not a god. How can I find him? Ange took a deep breath. Don't ask me. I can only tell you that he is in New York City next door. Because he doesn't want his life to be disturbed. If he is angered, the whole Earth may be in danger. Wonder Woman blinked and secretly gave up the idea of using the lasso of truth. Ange treated her with sincerity, and she had no reason to ask Ange when he had his own difficulties. Ange saved her and proved his position. If she still had to use the artifact to force a confession, she would feel guilty. Okay, I understand. Any other advice as a friend? Ange suddenly felt that he was stabbed in the heart. Is this considered a good guy card? Embarrassing. Ange rolled his eyes. Okay, my personal tip is, newspaper. Ange didn't care when this broken world would be destroyed. Thank you very much. Ange still failed to keep Wonder Woman. Unlike his memory, the original history was that Wonder Woman took the initiative to go out of the mountains to deal with Ares out of a sense of justice. In this life, her hometown was in danger and she had to come out to find reinforcements. The urgency of the two is completely different. She just made up for the basic common sense for a day, and finally left on the speedboat provided by Ange. Watching the heroic figure of the heroine disappear from his sight, Ange finally couldn't help but roared at the empty sea in frustration, asshole. One day I will let you know that I, Ange, am the man that you Diana can't get. Theoretically, a voice 1 kilometer away cannot be heard, but on the speedboat, Wonder Woman's mouth corners suddenly curled up. This brilliant smile stunned the passerby who was driving the boat. Chapter 13. Luck is also part of strength. I picked up Wonder Woman by my own ability, why can't I imagine making her a fish in my own pond? Ange, don't accept it. It's like the male protagonist in the story of Wonder Woman, becoming a female hero exclusive pendant. Ange can't do this kind of thing, since the system module is turned on, then work hard. Diana promised that she would not take back the power lent to him unless she was in a very critical situation. This is recognition and also a spur. After Ange returned to his villa in the suburbs of Gotham City, he immediately trained himself crazily according to the maximum limit of his physical capacity. He declared to the outside world, I must improve myself, I am doing One Punch Man training method. The boss was inexplicably excited, and Lewis and others were quite speechless. Let him go. This kind of playboy might give up after 2 days. After getting along with Ange for more than 2 years, Lewis thought he knew him very well, and even opened a handicap with other bodyguards to bet on how many days Ange could last. 100 push UPS, 100 squats, 100 sit UPS, and 10 kilometers of running every day. This is a terrible torment for the bodyguards. Even if it is just running on the 800-meter circular trail in the villa garden, they must run with full armor. Even if they don't have to hold a rifle or wear a suit, at least they have a bulletproof vest with a 3-level protection plate, plus a submachine gun and 4 magazines. After just 2 days, Louis and the others wanted to cry. Fortunately, on the 3rd day, the savior came. Miss Dana Lance, wearing a grey secretary professional suit, appeared at the door of Angie's villa with 2 large suitcases. In fact, she seriously considered beating this man up and then fleeing. For this reason, Miss Black Canary also specially prepared stockings to hide her identity. Who knew that when she took a taxi to come, she saw Angie's villa and wore her stockings crookedly. Most people hide their identities by putting them on their heads, but she put them on her legs. Alas! This highlights the impermanence of life. I'm here. After saying goodbye to her sister, Black Canary was ready to sacrifice herself. In her sight, the figure of a handsome man running with 4 bodyguards was getting bigger and bigger. "Oh, Miss Lance, you're here. Your things are ready, on your desk. Aunt Susan will take you there." Throwing down a word, Ange ran away like a gust of wind. Black Canary nervously came to an independent office area in the villa, and then saw the things on the table. Her mind was blank. When they first met, she was tied up like a dumpling. She had taken lessons seriously before coming here, and was mentally prepared to face many strange things. What is this? Administrative management, human resources, basic accounting. The piles of big books completely subverted Black Canary's 3 views. She looked at the figure who was exercising non-stop through the French window in great astonishment, muttering as if she had seen a ghost, "Oh my God! You let me come, are you really going to let me be a secretary? Where is the personal secretary you promised me?" But she didn't dare not look, because a middle-aged woman of about 40 years old was already standing at the door. "Hello, Miss Lance, I am the teacher XXX hired to teach you the secretary course. For an ordinary girl who is not qualified to go to an Ivy League school, this is too painful." Ange ran another lap, past the secretary's room, and saw the crazy figure through the French window. He smiled evilly, "He. You have to taste the pain I have experienced. I also ordered a box of the American version of the SAT's 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation for you. Killing people and destroying their hearts. So terrible." Black Canary, who was tortured by textbooks for a whole day, finally met her boss again at dinner. The luxurious dinner at least soothed her hurt heart. After finishing the meal, Ange finished rinsing his mouth elegantly and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Ms. Lance, take a break for an hour after dinner, and then I need your help to do an intense sweating exercise." "Is it coming? Is it finally coming?" Black Canary's former boss Black Mask is a terrifying torture master. He once found out and captured Catwoman's sister and her brother-in-law because Catwoman destroyed his business, and killed Catwoman's brother-in-law. In Black Canary's opinion, Ange may not be so perverted, but he is also very good at tormenting people. When she heard this, she was very surprised at her reaction. She was not afraid, but felt relieved. Come on! Stop tormenting me!" 3 hours later, Black Canary received a call from her sister Sarah. "Hey! Are you still alive?" "I'm still alive for now. Sister. Are you okay? What did that bastard do to you? This is really enviable. No, this is really too much." Wait, what did you misunderstand?" "I was practicing no discriminate fighting with that bastard in the boxing ring." Dana's voice suddenly rose. "Are you sure you are talking about a serious no discriminate fighting?" Sarah expressed doubt. "Of course. I came up and punched him in the eye socket and kicked him in the waist. Also, do you know how perverted he is? He actually asked me to read basic accounting." Sarah called, originally prepared for the worst, but heard her sister crying desperately after being cruelly humiliated. Why does it sound like it's not the case at all? These are some unnecessary details. After talking on the phone for half an hour, Sarah concluded, "Let's wait and see. If he really didn't do anything to you, maybe he is a good person." "My sister? A rich and powerful young handsome man?" Black Canary blushed for no reason. "Alas! There is always a kind of person in the world. It doesn't matter what you think of him. The key is that he thinks of you as an experience bag. Ange looked at the light screen on his retina. There are experience progress bars in the annotations behind the basic combat and physique attributes. It has increased a little today. Not to mention the power beyond the mortal part, the part of him as a mortal, because of his young age and previous slight physical deficiency, this part actually has room for growth. Ange works so hard, not only because this is a world full of disasters, but also because he still doesn't understand where his money comes from. This makes him feel hugely insecure. With food in hand, there is no panic in the heart. What if the food was bought on credit? Ange stroked the diamond he got from Black Mask. There was a huge sum of money hidden here. But he knew that he couldn't use the money casually. Even if he dismissed the previous butler Frank and planned to replace him with Black Canary, he still felt that he was being watched. Although he had many bodyguards and servants, he didn't know who was reliable. What's the difference between touching the money casually and a little kid wearing a big gold chain and walking alone in the slums of Gotham City? If he died, he wouldn't even know how he died. Fortunately, this kind of life lasted for a week, and a piece of news that surprised Ange came. Tony, the boss of Stark Industries, was missing. He rushed into Black Canary's room with great excitement and dragged the disheveled lady off the bed. "What do you want to do, boss?" Dana almost screamed. "Elbow, let's go on vacation." "Hey." On the other side, Batman Bruce Wayne, who was working out, suddenly received a video call from his butler Alfred. "Master. Ange went to Dubai." "What did he do in Dubai?" "It is said that he was frightened after being attacked by the Joker gang. After a week, he felt the atmosphere was depressing, so he temporarily took the new secretary Miss Lance and 4 bodyguards and chartered a plane to fly away." The Batmaster was very upset and said in a deep voice, "Don't bother me for this kind of thing, I have more important things." "No, there is a bill that needs your signature." Chapter 14. The Gulfstream private jet soars in the blue sky. This thing was hyped up before someone transmigrated. The plane itself is very expensive, but it only costs over 6 figures to rent it for a day. Well, as a regular customer, a limited-time flight attendant is also provided. The explosive music roared in the cabin, the neon lights kept flashing, and the well-shaped flight attendants held high-heeled glasses filled with champagne, swaying their bodies, and occasionally flirting with the young and handsome man on the main seat sofa. "Louis." Ange put his arm around his bodyguard leader. "Boss. Go ahead, you and your brothers have worked hard these days, release your hormones to your heart's content." "What about you?" Ange smiled and hugged the slender waist of Black Canary beside him, and rubbed his fingers on her waistline through her shirt. Miss Dana actually had goosebumps, but she could only put on a far-fetched smile on her face. "Thank God for your generosity, boss." Louis took the lead, and all the bodyguards laughed strangely, carrying several coquettish stewardesses to the front cabin, and closing the door of the compartment. Originally, Black Canary should be afraid. Perhaps because of her experience, she turned to Ange. "Boss, you are not going to use me as a cover again, are you? So smart, do you want me to reward you with a kiss?" Ange hooked Dana's pointed chin with his fingers. For some reason, Black Canary felt a contradictory feeling of being happy and depressed. Happy because Ange seemed to really respect her and did not trample on her dignity casually. Depressed because... Is my beauty fake? She gently pushed away Angie's fingers. "If this is not an order, please forgive me for refusing." It was obvious to Ange that if you use force, I can't resist, but I, Black Canary, will never be a slave. Ange was not annoyed at all, but smiled. "Dear Miss Lance, if you were a simple canary, singing in a cage every day, such a life might be easier. Now you have chosen a thrilling path yourself." The expression of Black Canary was very interesting. "I regret it, can I choose again?" Not long after, the group arrived at the most luxurious hotel in Dubai. In the eyes of outsiders, Ange, a playboy from Gotham City, is a party boy from morning to night. Only Louis knows that he is in pain and happy. Because Ange said to him, "I know you need to report my whereabouts every day. But how long can you do this as a bodyguard? You are 35 years old this year, and many of your colleagues are poor and bankrupt after the age of 40. But if you become my confidant, you will not lose a share of my wealth. Think it over carefully." So Louis changed himself and played the guest role of Ange, helping him to greet beauties from all over the world. Ange took only Black Canary and flew to Afghanistan secretly by plane across more than 1,000 kilometers. The US military at the Baklawn Air Force Base in Afghanistan was going crazy. Because 2 days ago, Tony Stark, the boss of the arms giant Stark Group, was attacked on his way back after completing a wonderful demonstration of a new missile. The number of Hummers protecting Tony was destroyed, and the guards were killed or injured, but there was no trace of Tony. In the United States, the death of a senator may not be such a big deal. As a representative of the military-industrial complex that can influence Congress, Tony's disappearance is enough to make many generals in the U.S. military lose their official hats. The U.S. military has no clue about this. There is no way. As the saying goes, poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. There are too many resistance mountains here. The so-called government forces that are useless, the warlords who are mixed with the Americans, the local forces that have raised troops on their own, and the countless bandits, every force, even every village may be a kidnapper. It would be fine if the other party came to ask for ransom openly, but Tony disappeared and nothing happened. At this moment, Tony, who is known as the two Cannon Kings of the East Coast of the United States together with Bruce Wayne, is experiencing the first painful social beating in his life. It is true that he was captured, and his body was full of holes from the missiles produced by his own Stark. A large number of shrapnel invaded his body. In order to survive, he had to install an electromagnet on his chest to prevent the fragments from flowing into his heart and killing him. His misery is not over yet. He was captured by terrorists, Ten Rings Gang, and the Hidden Leaders era forced him to produce Jericho missiles for them. Don't obey? Goo 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 goo. Water torture. After his head was pressed into the sink and he enjoyed the suffocating love from the terrorists, Tony knew that he would die if he didn't do something. Maybe he would die if he did it, but if he didn't do anything, he would die now. With the help of Ethan, who was also captured, Tony decided to build himself a set of mechanical steel armor under the pretext of making missiles, which was the original version of Iron Man MK. That night, Tony had just finished making leg armor in the cave cell with a bad environment, and the iron door behind him creaked open. Unexpectedly, the person who came in was not a rude terrorist who did not speak the language. The first person who came into view was a blonde with big waves who was very much to Tony's taste. Although she was dusty, wearing a full face mask, and wearing a professional suit as much as possible, it could not hide her good figure. The next second, he was attracted by the tall black-haired man in a tailor-made black suit. The most important thing is that the other party is wearing a scary ebony mask on his face. Roman Sionese's mask. Tony's heart skipped a beat. Black Mask is a figure after all. Tony has also heard about the death of the Godfather-level figure in the next city. The other party came wearing the iconic mask of a dead ghost Godfather, which is a scary demonstration in itself. Tony is not indifferent. Using the knowledge gap between the two sides, he can fool ignorant idiot terrorists and say that he is making missiles, but he can never deal with a behind-the-scenes boss with the same background as him. Not to mention, the other party exudes an aura that he is inexplicably familiar with. Good evening, Mr. Tony Stark. The other party bowed slightly. The standard Gotham accent, as soon as he opened his mouth, you can tell that he is an old man. In addition, the aristocratic etiquette that is so standard that only wealthy families will let their children train. Tony immediately determined that even if they didn't know each other, they were the same kind of people. This is what Tony is most annoyed about. Hello. Sir and Madam, what should I call you? My secretary's name is not important. You can call me Kratos. As soon as Ange finished speaking, Black Canary wanted to bite him to death. Tony took Ethan to perform the French military salute. Okay. Mr. Kratos, if you are the mastermind behind this, I admit defeat. The Black Mask shook his right index finger proudly. No. 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 Mastermind? How could I do the thing of making one of the two strongest brains in the world stay in this kind of broken cave and rub missiles with my bare hands? This is really too depressing. Oh. The other party's words suddenly ignited a glimmer of hope in Tony's heart. Then how did you get here? I was just passing by. Black Canary wanted to kick Ange. Is this the passing by that you took a plane around half the world for? Tony saw that Ange was very careful and lost his temper. Okay, okay. You don't have to tell me. Then I should know why you came here, right? If you can save me, you can get the friendship of Stark Group. Since the other party is the same kind of person as himself, he must not be short of money. Tony tactfully proposed a pie transaction request. Ange shook his head. No, no, no. You were just a rich and clever prodigal son before. Although I am also, I should not hinder you from completing a great transformation that belongs only to you. I should not delay the birth of a great work because of my appearance. Tony's expression was very wonderful. What the hell are you doing here? Angie's words finally got to the point. Besides, if I save you, I can only gain half of the friendship of Stark Group. What? Tony was so smart that he immediately thought of the key his partner Stanny. Tony's face turned black on the spot. Why do terrorists have a bunch of Stark Group's munitions in their hands? The simplest way, of course, is that the insider gave it to them. He was kidnapped, and it was a conspiracy of his own people from the beginning. It seems that you have figured it out. Mr. Kratos, what can you give me? What do I have to pay? Ange, wearing a black mask, came over and slowly put a small gadget into Tony's hand. Tony took a look and was delighted. This is a high-precision global satellite positioning device. It is impossible to send signals to the outside world, and you can only know your most accurate coordinates. With it, his journey of escape can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. In the eye sockets of the black mask, the pair of black eyes are frighteningly deep. This time, it is not convenient for me to take action directly, but I will support you at the critical moment. As for the price, Tony has an extra diamond in his hand. This is... I won't steal your money. Here is a string of accounts, just use it to buy some of Stanny's shares, just at the market price. Don't worry, the voting rights are yours. Chapter 15. No one will wait for you, except Lao Lu. This word can be replaced by a series of synonyms such as Voldemort, fully automatic bushes, and Galen. After Kratos's daggers in the coffin were revealed, Tony felt relieved. The other party had some intentions, but they were not big. If he found out that it was really Stanny who did it, it would not be impossible to give part of that bastard's shares to Kratos, and it would not affect his control over the shares of Stark Group. The price of killing a big trouble is only a part of the money, which Tony can accept completely. Moreover, his mentality has changed subtly recently. When he realized that the arms produced by his company harmed countless people, he was ready to stop doing arms business. Then are the stocks of Stark Group still valuable? Haha. By then, it is still unknown who will cheat whom. Tony smiled sincerely. Okay. Deal. This is a wise decision. The two foxes' paws were clasped together for the first time in history. Tony added, yes, I have a small request. Ethan. He helped me a lot, but according to my plan, it is difficult for me to take him away. I wonder if you, Kratos. When Tony said this, Ethan's eyes were wet. Notify me when you are ready, and I will send him to your home safely. Ange agreed immediately, and stuffed a small walkie-talkie to Tony, and said, then do me a small favor. You say. After you return to New York, you have to make me a set, no, a series of humanoid bionic leather suits. You know, those superheroes like to wear masks or something. Tony was a little embarrassed, but he agreed immediately. Happy cooperation. Ange hugged the girl and walked away in a chic manner, leaving Tony as a prisoner. When the big iron door symbolizing fate was about to close, Tony saw Kratos snap his fingers, and then the two terrorists standing on both sides of the door seemed to wake up from a nightmare, with a bright look in their eyes, and they wiped their faces with sweat, but they didn't see the two people who left in a grand manner. They don't seem to be in the same group. Well, maybe. Ethan agreed. Tony continued to work on the research and development of Iron Lump No. 1. Here, out of the cave, Ange took Black Canary away as if shopping. Next to him were fully armed terrorists, but Ange was walking leisurely. He was calm, but Dana beside him couldn't be calm. After walking for 10 minutes to walk out of the valley where the camp was located, Black Canary was already like a fainted person, breathing heavily. She was quite strong, but she had not surpassed the scope of mortals after all. At close range, she was confident that she could knock down 10 terrorists, but what about more than 100x? Being beaten into a honeycomb is her only fate. However, Ange acted as if nothing had happened. He took her here from Dubai, paid an American helicopter to do private work, flew to the vicinity of this valley, and then sneaked in with the mental control of the Black Mask. After the talk, Ange prepared a camouflage tent in advance and set up camp in the valley next to this group of terrorists. If it weren't for the fact that this broken valley had no scenery, it would be like camping. While Black Canary was suffering, she couldn't help but ask, why don't you just rescue Mr. Stark? I've already said it. That's my real idea. There are two other reasons that Ange didn't say. First, it's true that he has now activated the godkiller system. If he still wants to keep the power bonus from Wonder Woman, his good and evil value cannot be negative. At this point in time, Tony as an arms dealer, can be said to have blood on his hands. Ange directly saved him, and 100 years of merit was gone in a minute, and he had no place to cry. Anyway, the system's cyber meditation mode does not have a strict evaluation standard. Since the system does not give him a strict definition, he simply lets Tony continue to develop Iron Man along the original trajectory of destiny. Another reason is that he also wants Tony to help him launder money. Aang still does not understand where the money he squanders comes from. Who knows if he will suddenly run out of food tomorrow. This strong sense of insecurity forced him to find another way to make money. The money in the diamond is the blood money of the Bertinelli crime family. Even if Aang can hide it from the financial backer behind him, who knows how many people are eyeing this money. Speaking of money laundering, in addition to the underworld, arms dealers are also professional in this way. Theoretically, he saved Tony's life, so Tony must help him take the blame. With Iron Man's character, Aang is not worried about him defaulting on his debts. Aang is very relieved to get all this done. It's just that Black Canary beside him was a little confused. "Boss, can you answer a question for me?" "What?" Ange, who had already laid out the camp bed and sleeping bag, covered his eyes with his left hand. Black Canary came over. "Are you really not interested in me?" Ange silently put his arm around her, and then moved his hand down from the waist. Black Canary was like being electrocuted, and her whole body froze. Angie's mouth curled up. "Are you doubting me, the former Black Mask Club Black Gold VIP?" Black Canary said weakly, I dare not." Ange pulled back his hand. "It's just that compared to rough possession, I prefer complete conquest." For some reason, facing such a strong and domineering speech, Black Canary's heart trembled, her whole body was a little hot, but she couldn't say a word of rebuttal. The next second, Ange pointed outside the tent. "Now, Miss Secretary, please keep watch while I rest." "Boss, how long do you want to rest?" "I rest twice a day." When Ange said this, Dana was still a little happy, thinking, "You still have sympathy for women." Who knows what Angie's next sentence is, resting for 12 hours each time. Black Canary's face collapsed on the spot. "Hey! Since you are not my girl, of course women are used as men, and men are used as animals." The miserable Black Canary went to stand guard in this miserable way. In fact, the necks of the terrorists were rusty, and no one would look up at the top of the mountain outside the valley. After a day and a night, Tony sent a signal. It's not that Tony didn't want to launch it when everything was ready, but that what he made didn't look like a missile. When a set of steel armor was put on him, the terrorist leader in charge of the monitoring room finally found something wrong. The chattering Arabic echoed in the cave where Tony was imprisoned. Tony couldn't help but turn on the hidden intercom. "Kratos. Are you there? Something went wrong here, and my control program needs some time to get it done. Those guys found out my plan." Kratos' voice came slowly. "Do you want me to help you delay time?" "Yes. As you wish, my friend." Tony seemed to hear the sound of a snap of fingers. At first he didn't know what the other party's snapping of fingers from such a distance was for. But soon there was a sudden burst of gunfire and screams in the cave. Ethan was a little unbelievable. Are they fighting among themselves? Tony basically confirmed that Kratos had the ability to control the enemy mentally, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and said to the intercom, "I will kill it later, Ethan will hide here, please pick him up as soon as possible." "Okay. Today is a memorable day for all Iron Man fans." Tony appeared extremely ugly in rough Iron Man MK. Due to material limitations, this humanoid iron lump only had 2 flamethrowers. When Tony drove Iron Man out in the chaos, those terrorists who were crazy and shot their own people were killed. Wow! Tony seized the opportunity and spit out flames from hell at the terrorists holding various weapons. Not only did he burn more than a dozen people in the blink of an eye, but he also set off a large amount of ammunition placed in the open air in the valley as soon as he got out of the cave. Boom! The continuous explosions alarmed the terrorists in the entire valley. They began to pour bullets at Iron Man with weapons of various calibers. The protective performance of the first generation of Iron Man is hard to describe. In addition to using thick steel plates to protect Tony's body, a large number of mechanical parts on the mecha lack protection. After being swept by rifle bullets, it was just a little bit away from being completely broken. Black Canary, who was secretly watching the show on the top of the mountain, couldn't help wondering, "That's it?" Ange slapped Black Canary on the butt, "Keep watching. If this is the extent, he doesn't deserve the surname Stark." Black Canary glared at someone angrily. Sure enough, the next moment, seeing that the momentum was not right, Tony finally activated the most brilliant function of Iron Man MK. Whoosh! The humanoid iron lump weighing 1,500 pounds, 680 kilograms, actually flew out like a rocket under the propulsion of the flamethrower on its back. Chapter 16. The few terrorists who were still able to move shouted and drove the jeep in the direction where Tony ran. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ange found Ethan, who was hiding. Ethan looked at Ange and Black Canary, who were still alone, and was a little unbelievable. "We just go out like this? What else?" Ange seemed to be laughing under the mask, which made Ethan feel even more terrible. What made Ethan feel more secure was that they at least brought some equipment that Ethan could understand. The sexy secretary lady before was a bit exaggerated. It was directly a set of level 6 heavy bulletproof vests. In addition to the bulletproof vest, it also included a tactical helmet, shoulder guards, neck guards, crotch guards, leg guards, waist belts, etc. Each tactical module was equipped with a bulletproof insert. That's not all. She also brought a PE bulletproof shield that was about half a meter wide and 1 meter high. Ethan looked at her carrying a shield and a short version of the MP5K submachine gun to protect her. She also put on a desert camouflage helmet and a bulletproof vest with a large protective area. Ethan suddenly felt much safer. Well, he was just wondering, how could Miss Secretary, who was so slender, have the strength to carry such heavy equipment? After all, the weight of any bulletproof plate would not be less than 1 kilogram. The full set would weigh at least 30 kilograms? Compared with Miss Secretary, Ange was the outrageous one. He was still in a suit, but he was wearing a Kevlar bulletproof vest with bulletproof plates on the outside. At this moment, Ange was not fighting alone, he seemed to be possessed by Chow Yun-fat. This was not Afghanistan, but Shanghai. Ange took the lead and rushed out with 2 Glock G36 pistols with extended magazines in a very grand manner. Black Mask was not omnipotent. It could only mentally control some weak-willed terrorists, and the number did not exceed 10. There were so many terrorists in the valley, and everyone was on high alert. Even though Iron Man had lured the main force away, there were still more than 100 people left here, either searching for the remaining enemies or providing rescue to their companions who were injured in the explosion. Walking in and fighting out are two different things. No one expected that Ange could form an army by himself. Through the narrow eye sockets on the ebony black mask, Ange's state was very strange, and the BGM of Shanghai seemed to echo in his ears. Waves are running, waves are flowing. Ahem. It's a crossover. In fact, when he heard the first exclamation in Arabic, the light screen on his retina suddenly switched to a red flashing screen representing a warning. Following the flashing red arrow, Ange only took 1/10 of a second to see the terrorist who raised his AK rifle towards him while screaming. In the eyes of outsiders, the enemy is outnumbered and we are outnumbered, which is undoubtedly a desperate situation. With twice the agility of an ordinary person, Ange only felt that the speed of the other party's gun was really terrible, just like slow motion. The Glock pistol aimed at the guy 30 meters away faster. Bang! The 9mm bullet drew a long trajectory, and with a swish, it drilled into the guy's eye socket. Pistol bullets are not as powerful as rifle bullets, but the small bullet can easily create a large ball of real brains when it penetrates the brain. Without even a dying scream, the guy fell to the ground and died silently. However, the sudden sound of gunfire and the warning call could not be covered by the explosions that sounded from time to time on the battlefield. The remaining terrorists woke up and looked for the enemy. Originally, they should have been the more numerous side. Originally, they should have more firepower with a large number of American rifles. It should be like this. Little did they know that they were greeted by a rain of bullets that was so accurate that it was horrifying. The pistol has a slow firing rate, which is the inherent thinking of ordinary people. Here is a little known cold knowledge: the theoretical firing rate of the latest versions of the Glock pistol can easily exceed 1,000 rounds per minute. The 33-round-long magazine was emptied by Ange in a few seconds. The result of the battle was the strange silence on the other side. Here, Black Canary had just pressed Ethan's head and made him hide behind a big rock. Just as she was sneakily carrying a bulletproof shield and using the observation hole on the shield to peek at the situation outside, she saw a large number of enemies falling. They fell to the ground as if drunk, without cursing about being injured or groaning in pain, and at most only had dying convulsions. Well, being young is good, falling asleep without even a groan. Black Canary was stunned, and her body trembled with fear. After so many days of fighting and sparring, she had already admitted that Angle's melee combat ability was no less than his, but she had never thought that it was Angle himself who killed Black Mask Roman. In her cognition, such a boastful rich young man should not go down in person, let his hands be stained with blood, and he should not have such a heaven-defying combat ability. Now it seems that his marksmanship is even better than his melee combat. Oh my god! What kind of boss am I following? Here, thanks to Mr. Black Mask's pistol sharpshooter skill, Aang can kill the enemy within 50 meters of him in the first place. The advantage of dual-wielding pistols is that even if one gun is reloading, the firepower output of the other gun can still be maintained. Dang! With a sound, the empty magazine fell to the ground. Aang's right hand was placed on the lower end of the magazine hanging at his waist and poked upwards, and a pistol magazine flew flexibly into the air. Miraculously, at some point, the right hand that had just dropped was on top of the magazine flying upward again, and the narrow magazine was loaded into the magazine of the pistol handle with great accuracy. Crack! The pistol in his right hand, which briefly flamed out, once again spit out deathly gunfire almost continuously. From a distance, it looked like the terrorists were sticking their heads out and catching bullets with their brows, throats, and temples. Then there is the pistol in the left hand. For a moment, Angie's whole figure seemed to be bathed in a hail of bullets. In fact, it was the opposite side that was bathed in bullets. If there's anything on the other side that can really fight back, it's probably the heavy machine gun that just suppressed Iron Man. Chew, tug, tug. The sound of a large caliber machine gun, as dull as tearing cloth, resounded through the valley. A high-low, suppressive shot from 150 meters away. A 12.7 mm large caliber bullet can't even withstand a 10 mm thick steel plate, not to mention that it can crush a person with one shot. Ange had to avoid its edge. Seeing Ange finally hiding for the first time, Black Canary breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that my boss is still a human. Of course, there was just a pause. The next second, Angie's body flashed out from behind the big rock, and he was shot from afar. Boom! A thrilling shot. 150 meters, which is definitely more than the recommended range of a pistol. At this distance, a pistol bullet with a muzzle velocity of no more than 300 meters per second will have an obvious kinetic energy attenuation in its trajectory, showing an obvious parabola. This is already like a bow and arrow projectile. A hit is a hit. When that 9 mm bullet crosses space and goes straight to the theoretical range limit, a simple obstacle can make it lose its lethality. Maybe it's a dictionary, maybe it's a button, or even a thick enough piece of fat that can dissipate the last of its kinetic energy. Unfortunately, that doesn't include eyeballs. Another eye piercing. Ange silenced the opponent's machine gunner with one shot. The entire valley actually showed a strange relative silence. Ah! If it weren't for an injured terrorist who suddenly jumped out from a pile of exploding arms boxes and hacked at Black Canary with a machete. The secretary didn't even have a chance to take action. Humph! After a cold snort, the guy was greeted with a shield slapped on his forehead. The guy was spinning around, and saw a long leg flying up, kicking him 3 meters away. While the person was still in the air, gunfire flashed from Black Canary's right hand. Bang bang bang! The valley was completely quiet. Boss? Shall we evacuate? Ange was stunned for a moment before replying, act as planned. Don't blame him for being dazed, he suddenly discovered something that he hadn't noticed before. One after another, ethereal red spheres appeared on the corpses of the terrorists. When he focused his energy on the red balls, a magical scene happened. Those red balls actually responded to his call, flew over and sank into Angie's body. Several red balls even passed in front of Black Canary and Ethan, and they were unaware of it. Ange was surprised. Could this be the Red Soul in God of War Kratos? Chapter 17. Sitting on the off-road jeep hidden in advance, Aang naturally didn't have to drive. He focused his eyes on the system screen in front of him. After killing nearly 110 Commandments terrorists, the system determined that his good and evil value was 7 points in the direction of good, which was certainly not as good as the 100-point gift package of Black Mask. Mosquito meat is also meat. The key is that Aang found that the red souls he accumulated can be added to skills to enhance his skill proficiency. These red souls directly raised Aang's basic combat to level 12. It's a pity that the branches behind are not visible. It is estimated that like basic gunmanship, it requires killing a boss or something. Aang regretted it very much. When he remotely controlled the bomb to injure Black Mask that day, he should have also blown up many of Black Mask's men. It's a pity that he didn't get close to the Black Mask Club, so he naturally didn't see these red souls. Damn! What a waste of resources! While Ange was in pain, he could not help but lock his eyes on the gangsters in Gotham City. The next day was the day when Tony Stark's fate changed. He successfully escaped with the first version of Iron Man, but unfortunately crashed into a soft sand pile 10 kilometers away. He used the satellite positioning rescue system he made, and he contacted the US military as soon as he got out. Unexpectedly, just after being picked up at the US military base, Tony was shocked to see that Ethan had been thrown into the base. "You are still alive. Mr. Kratos is a trustworthy person. The two of them rushed in and shot and killed a bunch of terrorists, and then rescued me. If I didn't save you, I would take a military plane to New York," Ethan said, tears streaming down his face. The two kidnapped poor ghosts hugged each other like this. "It's okay, Ethan, come to me, I promise you will have a good life. The next thing is a matter of course." Tony escaped death and had a great enlightenment. He changed from a completely irresponsible big playboy to a big playboy who knows how to behave. Tony returned to New York safely and announced publicly that Stark Group would no longer deal in arms. This undoubtedly angered his partner Stanny. But in this life, it was no longer Stanny who was in the dark and Tony in the light. Stanny had no chance to start the ironmonger that he and Zara, the leader of the 10 Commandments, had copied from the Iron Man Mark I before he was caught by Tony's special forces. This made the official version of Iron Man less legendary. However, nothing could compare to Tony's public announcement in front of the news media. "I am Iron Man." There is no doubt that this is an epoch-making move. In the next door Gotham City, a bunch of transvestites in people's eyes, so-called superheroes wearing hoods, Tony's grand announcement of his identity was even more shocking. Some people even maliciously suspected that Batman, Spider-Man, and the like were just some bastards who were seeking fame and showing off. Of course, Tony, who had the support of the US military behind him, was not afraid of those attacks and plots from both the open and the covert. But after pretending to be a big shot, Tony's private mobile phone received a confidential call from Kratos from somewhere. "Hi. Tony, do you remember our agreement?" "Of course. Your money is a bit dirty. But just like the toys you asked for, I got them all." "Then what?" "I'm sorry to inform you that although you have obtained 5% of the shares of the group, because the timing of your investment is not right, considering that the Stark Group is no longer engaged in the arms business. According to today's average stock market trading price, you have lost about 70%. Tony said proudly. In his heart, he had expected the other party to be furious. As long as Kratos gave in or revealed some flaws, he would reluctantly agree to let his money be invested according to the stock price after the plunge. Even if it means that the other party is enough to become the second largest shareholder of Stark Group. Who knows? Haha. It doesn't matter. This is a windfall. Compared with this small amount of money, I value you as a friend more. Tony's heart skipped a beat. This Kratos is definitely not a good man. If he doesn't value this, either the other party is ambitious and wants something that Tony Stark can't afford to give him, or... Kratos, you and I are a lifelong friend. If there is anything I can help with, please tell me directly. Nothing, if I have trouble in the future, please Iron Man must come to save me once. Tony was stunned for a second, and then agreed, okay. Ethan and I owe you a life. Don't be so nervous. I can also be a partner of justice. My stock dividends and the little things I want, please handle it this way. The other party hung up the phone, and Tony still felt under great pressure. Ethan had been listening. Tony, if he asks you to do something you don't want to do in the future. Tony smiled bitterly, I'm an arms dealer with blood on my hands, right? It doesn't matter this time. Here, Ange secretly returned to Dubai with Black Canary. Louis saw the two of them and burst into tears on the spot. Boss, I feel so guilty. What caused Mr. Bodyguard to feel guilty was the exaggerated bill. A presidential room in the 7-star Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai costs $18,000 a day, and there are so many additional expenses. Louis felt stressed in just 2 days. After doing this for a few days, the amount went straight to 7 figures. It was really worth it, and the price was really expensive. What if Ang came back and refused to admit it? Ang came back and signed the bill under the smiling gaze of the hotel manager. Ding! Old driver card. Ahem, the payment was successful. Damn, it was not even a credit card swipe, but a direct payment. Ang became very interested in his black gold card. He suddenly remembered a famous saying before he transmigrated: for the real rich second generation, squandering is not eating, drinking and having fun, but starting a business. That thing is the real bottomless pit. To be honest, Ang is very happy to be able to get something for free. If he knew why he could get something for free and could continue to get something for free, he would be even happier. Before today, he would be a little scared, thinking that if one day the bank suddenly told him that he owed an 8-digit bill, he would have to sleep under the bridge that night. After today, he is afraid of nothing. As long as the world is not destroyed, he can eat the dividends of Stark Group until he is 100 years old. Hey? Wait. I seem to have set up some incredible flag? After driving this terrible thought out of his mind, Ange felt a little annoyed. In fact, he vaguely guessed who the financial backer behind him was. Gotham City has never been a new internet city. This is a very old city. Every profitable business is controlled by one or a few fixed chaebols. Only in the underworld that dares to fight and fight, there is such a thing as changing the boss. Gotham City was originally established by these 4 families. Now the industries of the 4 families are spread all over the city, controlling all areas of the city. Guess which 4 families are? The Wayne family where Batman Bruce belongs. The Kane family where Batwoman Kate belongs. The Elliot family of the villain Silence. And the Cobblepot family where Penguin Oswald belongs. Except for the Mafia family, the rest of the big families are basically mixed under the hands of these 4 families. Wait. My body grew up drinking the clean and hygienic Gotham water. If the legendary extremely rich Wildfather knew that I had partnered with Tony, would he want to kill me? Ange could only mutter these words in his heart. Taking Black Canary and Lewis on a Gulfstream private jet, Ange finally returned from his vacation. He didn't know that at this moment, it was midnight in the slums of Gotham City, and Sarah Lance had finished a day's work and went home. In Gotham, girls often risk losing all their bones when they go out at midnight. Sarah was not afraid. She had the same talent as her sister, ultrasonic attack, and first-class force. The biggest difference is that she did not join any Assassin's League. Instead, she lives in Gotham City as an ordinary girl. But that night, when she came home from overtime, she smelled a foul stench as soon as she entered the door. She tried hard to find the source of the stench, and suddenly, she saw a familiar silhouette behind the curtains in the living room. Sister? Sarah asked tentatively with uncertainty. Chapter 18. Sarah's heart suddenly tensed up. She habitually pressed the switch of the living room light by the door. Snap! No response, the light is broken again. The voltage of this shabby apartment is unstable, and it is common for electrical appliances to break. Just as her eyes focused on the figure behind the curtain, the street lights outside the street kept flickering, and it felt like the shadows of the furniture in the room bathed in intermittent light suddenly lengthened. The light and shadow of the electric lamp kept flickering, and the next second, the street lamp seemed to be unable to support it, and it made a crackling electronic wail, and then most of the light in Sarah's house disappeared, leaving only the night wind blowing in from the open window, lifting the curtains. At 2 o'clock in the morning on the edge of the Upper East Side of Gotham City, there may be brilliant lights in other places, but in this boundary community between the slums and the bustling city, it seems dark and quiet everywhere, and even the window has become like the mouth of a beast that chooses people to eat. Sarah just whispered, but the other party did not answer. She could only be sure that the person behind the curtain was definitely not an illusion she saw. Who? The other person's breathing was dull and hoarse, which aroused Sarah's fear of the unknown and her terrible imagination of the indescribable. A chill ran from Sarah's tailbone to the back of her head, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. She knew her face was pale without looking in the mirror. The only thing that kept her from turning around and running was the body outline that was very similar to hers. Without getting close, she bent her knees slightly, prepared to jump out of the door behind her, and called out softly again, "Dana, is that you?" This time, the other party finally responded. "Sarah, L.A." The familiar and unfamiliar voice did not sound like a response, but more like some kind of desperate roar. This is not the voice of her sister. Why does it sound more like Sarah's own voice? Sarah did not blink, secretly moved her bag to her left hand, and touched the T-shaped stick that she had hung behind the door all year round on her right hand. In this shabby apartment, she had encountered more than once a crazy homeless man who got drunk and knocked on doors in the middle of the night. Sarah's heart was pounding wildly, and the tension accelerated the blood flow in her veins. She tried to calm her breath and widened her eyes. As luck would have it, at this moment, not only did a gust of wind blow into the room and blow up the curtains. Coincidentally, the moonlight also peeked out from the clouds. With the bright moonlight, Sarah finally saw the person. No. She was no longer a person. Ignoring her half-pale face without a trace of blood, all of Sarah's attention was attracted by the right half of the face that was completely rotten. What a terrible face it was! The skin was completely gone, revealing the eyeballs that were dry like dead fish eyes, black cheek muscles, and disgusting gums with several broken teeth. Her left chest was completely rotten, not only revealing a terrible cavity, but also the light and shadow behind her body could be vaguely seen through her body. Zombies. The most outrageous thing was that the half-intact face of this female zombie was actually her Sarah Lance. Even with her impressive martial arts skills, even if she lived in Gotham City every day full of violence and death, Sarah in this life was just an ordinary person. This terrifying face immediately aroused her stress response. With a fierce kick of her left foot, a round stool facing the gate was kicked away by her and flew towards the other party with a whistle. The flying stool, which was enough to smash an ordinary person's head and bleed, just flew in front of the female zombie, and the monster suddenly waved its bony left claw and slapped the wooden stool into pieces with a slap. The aura of fear filled Sarah's chest in an instant. She could well imagine that if she didn't do something, the damn zombie would tear her body apart and eat her flesh and blood in the next round. Without even a second's hesitation, Sarah looked at the female zombie that was rushing over and yanked the 1.5 meter high shoe cabinet next to the door out. Bang! Another blow blew up the shoe cabinet. At least the tragic death of the shoe cabinet bought Sarah a second of time, and she left the house without looking back. She didn't go to the stairs, but flew to the window at the end of the corridor, and jumped directly from the window that was only about half a meter long and wide, jumping from the third floor to the ground, adjusting her posture in mid-air, and doing 3 front flips when she landed. Turning back, I saw that the zombie was unlucky enough to be stuck at the window, and her uncoordinated limbs hit the window frame hard, making a loud noise. The lights in many rooms of the apartment building came on, and then quickly went out. In the slums of Gotham City, the most unreliable people are your neighbors. No one knows whether any loud noise in your room is caused by a bad domestic violence, or a bloody purge by a local gang, or a failed arrest by a crappy policeman. In short, they have done everything except saving your life and provided all support except practical help. Besides yourself, the only one you can rely on is your loved ones. Seeing that the zombies could not catch up for a while, Sarah ran hard and took out her mobile phone to call her sister. Answer it! Answer it! Answer the phone! Damn sister! Sarah almost cried. Of course she knew that her elder sister had gone to Dubai with that mysterious rich second generation to live happily ever after. Regardless of whether her elder sister could fly on a branch and become a phoenix, just because she mentioned that the black mask might be Angie's, she dismissed her elder sister. Consider it a life-saving straw. At this moment, a second loud noise came from behind Sarah, and the female zombie actually smashed the windowsill on the 3rd floor of the apartment building and jumped down. Many of the wood chips and glass fragments that exploded in the sky were stuck on the female zombie's body, but she didn't notice it and stepped heavily on the ground, even breaking several old sidewalk tiles. Seeing Sarah, who was already 100 meters away, the female zombie chased after her with a somewhat uncoordinated pace. Sarah heard the noise and turned around, only to find the monster chasing after him relentlessly. She was even more frightened. Finally, the phone was connected. Sarah? What a coincidence, I just got off the plane. Dana was stunned by her sister's scream as soon as she answered the phone. Sister! Come and save me. There is a zombie that looks a lot like me and is chasing me. That thing can call my name, so it's probably coming for me. Sarah's screams on the phone echoed on Black Canary's phone. Normally, Ange would not care. As a transmigrator, he was sensitive to the huge crisis hidden in Sarah Lance's words. When Black Canary saw Ange approaching seriously, she immediately realized something and turned on her voice. Sarah, are you kidding me? What a joke. FXXK. If you don't come to save me, I'm going to collect your sister's body. Oh my god. That's a zombie. Maybe I'll turn into a monster like that if I get bitten. For Mom's sake, please save me, Sarah screamed. Where are you? I was just at home. I definitely can't wait for the police, and I don't know how to contact Batman. How about I lure the monster to the old place where we used to hide and seek, and you bring your invincible boss over? Sarah spoke very fast. Quickly, mixed with her breathing, there was the sound of destruction of objects not far away in the background, and occasionally one or two word growls. Ange grabbed the phone from Black Canary. I'm Ange. Boss. Save me. As long as you save me, you can do whatever you ask me to do. Okay. I'll be there in 10 minutes. So fast. This time, even Sarah was shocked. After cutting off the phone, Angie's eyes fell on a helicopter not far from the Gulfstream aircraft that was ready to take off. Without saying a word, he took the people over directly. I have commandeered this plane. Angela opened the cabin door and got on. The pilot was confused, but as a professional pilot with principles, credibility, and professional ethics, sorry. Sir, this plane was booked by Mr. DuPont, you have no right. Before he finished speaking, Louis next to Ange very alertly opened the chain suitcase in his hand. Ange very smoothly took out 2 stacks of Franklin and threw them in the pilot's face. Okay. Boss, where are you going? There is no beauty in professional ethics. Chapter 19. This is an abandoned warehouse east of Upper East City, near Miller Bay. The warehouse is located in a so-called industrial high-tech zone. In fact, it seems that such a place is too common in Gotham City, which is half heaven and half hell. Because it is not close to the sea, even the underground forces look down on it. The dilapidated warehouse is full of open containers, and each box is open. From old and rotten wooden furniture, to medical supplies that have expired for an unknown period of time, to unclaimed abandoned electrical appliances, there are all kinds of things. By chance, the 2 sisters discovered this abandoned warehouse, and it became their secret base. Sarah has been running for so long, she has estimated the strength of this female zombie to some extent. Compared with her, her agility has dropped significantly, her strength has increased dramatically, and her endurance seems to be endless. The most disgusting thing is that this female zombie keeps calling her name. This is simply a soul-seeking devil running out of hell. With the help of her familiarity with the terrain, Sarah has thrown various weapons that can make ordinary people bleed from a distance more than once. Guess what happened after a gas stove was thrown up? Sizzle. As easy as tearing a piece of toilet paper, the female zombie easily tore the thin iron gas stove in half. Admittedly, Sarah has the qualities to become a third-rate hero, but she is extremely lacking in combat experience and really doesn't dare to rush up and tremble with this monster. If she is caught by its sharp claws or bitten, she will be finished. The only advantage is the location. She is really familiar with this place and remembers the location of every object in the warehouse perfectly. All kinds of sundries were thrown back by her force, hitting the undead monster like raindrops. Ping ping pong. This abandoned warehouse of more than 5,000 square meters seemed extremely lively. Just when Sarah was struggling to hold on, she finally heard the long-awaited sound of helicopter propellers. Here she comes. My sister is really here. If she hadn't been chased by the female zombie and couldn't breathe, she really wanted to yell. Sarah! Come out! Dana's voice came from the sky. No. It's chasing too closely. Sarah heard the sound of breaking wind just after she finished speaking. She instinctively shrank her neck, and an electric kettle flew over her head. This zombie definitely has a good intelligence. Because it was blocked many times, it began to chase while picking up things at hand and smashing them at Sarah in turn to block her escape. A kettle forced Sarah to dodge to the left and deviate from her escape route. If this was a game, maybe someone would exclaim, predict the attack and block the movement. It doesn't matter. A helicopter flew over, and a black figure put his hands and feet together, head facing the ground and feet facing the sky, and fell from a high altitude. There were several holes on the top of the dilapidated warehouse, and he just fell from a height of 7 floors. He was so agile that he fell almost without a sound. Only when he approached the twisted figure running wildly on the ground did his body suddenly open up. His black eyes opened as wide as possible, and a sharp divine light shone. After coming to this world, Ange had been confused and puzzled, but his will to survive made him alert at all times. This time, he did not come to help the Canary sisters simply, but to seek an answer. A flash of cold light. This 18th century Damascus steel knife, made of the legendary woodsite and purchased from a wealthy man in the Middle East, showed an abnormal ferocity that was superior to its own quality. If anyone has extraordinary eyesight, they will see that there is a red light flashing and flowing in the complex wavy patterns on the blade. This is the result of Ange injecting a large amount of red soul and upgrading this knife to enchanted Damascus steel knife +3. Below, the zombie with a body shape similar to Sarah finally discovered Ange's existence before the sharp blade came. A head suddenly turned 180 degrees to the sky at an angle that violated the limit of human neck rotation. A trace of horror seemed to flash in its two cloudy and wooden eyes, and the next second, her body suddenly swung up. Yes, swung up. That was not the coordination of humans. The whole body was like a puppet pulled by some invisible silk thread, and it was forcibly moved more than 2 meters to the left. It tried to avoid this fatal blow in this way. However, Ange above it also showed extraordinary agility. He saw his left leg lightly tap the wall on the side, and the whole person was like a catapult, and also flew sideways. The distance between them did not narrow, but was closing at a very fast speed. In a flash, the winner was decided. The slender steel knife blade pierced through the female zombie's head, crushing the moldy brain inside. The most outrageous thing was that after a successful strike, Ange even had enough room to pull the steel knife out again. The female zombie made a final grab with both arms, but it missed. Then it found 2 red iron cans in its rotten and leaking chest. Before it could react, it was kicked hard and flew backwards like a cloud. Bang! The zombie smashed the half-broken glass window fiercely, and its twisted body appeared in the open space outside the warehouse for the first time. With the help of the moonlight, the Lance sisters finally saw its true appearance carefully. With just a glance, Dana was sure that the other party was another Sarah. A Sarah Lance who turned into a zombie. Almost at the same time when fear surged into the hearts of the Lance sisters, a blazing fire suddenly burst out of this twisted and weird monster. Wow! With an inhuman roar, it slapped its body randomly and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. So what? This is the American military AN-M14 incendiary bomb. Unless its body has mutated to the point where it is invulnerable to water and fire, this level of flames is enough to completely cremate it. This scene made the two sisters tremble, and they couldn't speak for a long time. Angie's majestic figure appeared from the dark warehouse and stood 10 meters away from the acquaintance. Angie's mind was more confused than the Lance sisters. Damn it! This is actually a zombie universe thing. Although I knew early on that this world that blends the two major universes of DC and Marvel would not be a good place, Ange really didn't think that this stitched world would be so evil. Good news, the heroes and villains in this world are all stitched in according to history. Bad news, this broken world has stitched all the parallel worlds of Marvel and DC together. Zombie Marvel and Zombie DC Universe are famous comic book series with a heartbreaking ending of total destruction. In the Marvel Zombie Universe, the origin of the zombie virus is not the product brought back by the first-generation Wasp from the quantum dimension, but the work of Magneto. Because he wanted mutants to control the entire world, Magneto once crossed the dimension and brought back a special virus from another universe. At first, he planned to let this virus only target the human group, but he didn't expect that this virus would eventually trigger an indiscriminate attack. Not to mention ordinary people, even the Avengers and others were not spared and were all infected. Obviously, this virus infects very quickly. Even Captain America and others who have enhanced serum eventually became zombies. Unlike the conventional zombie settings, the zombie heroes infected by this virus still retain their consciousness and combat capabilities. However, after being infected, all the consciousness of these zombie Avengers is mainly eating. In the DC zombie universe, one of the scenes is that Wonder Woman resolutely sacrificed herself to stop the destruction of the world and challenged the zombie Superman with a sword made of kryptonite. As a result, after cutting off one of the zombie Superman's arms, she also rushed. Ange didn't know how many zombie universe things were stitched into this broken world. He only felt a chill from the bottom of his heart that dominated his whole body until he saw the light curtain on the retina. It was detected that the only hero zombie mutant at this time point was eliminated. The Earth's suppression force was activated, and the space cleansing began. The space infection degree returned to 0. Ange? There is also such a thing? As long as the zombie hero is killed, the virus infection can be temporarily eliminated. Such a wonderful world immediately gave Ange some confidence. Chapter 20. Before crossing, Ange always felt that the screenwriters of Marvel and DC were poisonous, and the same hero could have various crazy conflicting settings. After crossing, Ange suddenly had some enlightenment. Perhaps it was because the environments of different parallel worlds were different, which led to the inspiration of each screenwriter after knowing the future of another world from dreams, and came up with such a plot. If according to history, Ange was very sure that there was no such thing as restraint. The zombie universe was turned into a closed loop by the observer, which was an infinite cycle in a period of time, but only these two universes suffered, and the other universes were saved. It is also true to say that the two universes were completely destroyed. But now it is obvious that the zombie heroes have overflowed into the universe where Ange is. The only thing to be thankful for is that it seems that there is not much overflow for the time being, and there may be a chance to turn it back. As the burning familiar body, a red light ball flew over and sank into Ange's chest, and the system prompt on the retina continued to refresh the screen. Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying, zombie hero White Canary, Sarah Lance. The host successfully devoured and purified the target's soul. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the following basic attributes: Constitution +5, Strength +3, Will +3. Host's basic fighting has been upgraded to LV14, 6+8. Because the host is a descendant of Yan Huang, he has obtained additional fighting system branch skills, martial arts. Obviously, the zombie White Canary killed by Aang is the villain version. She learned the art from Master Huang from the Celestial Empire and became a martial arts master. Unfortunately, after becoming a zombie, her attributes have changed greatly, and her movements have become obviously slow, replaced by a surge in health and strength. Through killing, Aang's current basic attributes have increased significantly again, becoming Constitution 18, Agility 23, Strength 21, Intelligence 15, Perception 17, Will 24. After glancing at the data, Aang felt that he was still far from a demigod-level powerhouse like Wonder Woman, but perhaps he could compare with Captain America. Hey! Aang let out a long breath and said to himself, maybe, I'm going to harvest a group of small bosses. In the open space over there, the Lance sisters looked at each other solemnly. Sarah, how did you come across that thing? Sister, I really don't know. I just got home from work and saw that thing sitting on the windowsill of my house, behind the curtains. Looking at its shape, I thought you were going to give me a surprise. I ran for my life to escape, and I almost died. Sarah's voice was a little trembling. Dina sighed and helped her sister walk over. Boss. Do you know what? Aang said seriously, this is Gotham City. The two sisters were immediately awed and understood something in their hearts. What is the next sentence of Gotham City with simple folk customs? Arxum, where talents are born in large numbers. The people of Gotham will never forget that the Joker did something big a while ago. He first threw money everywhere and used a lot of US dollars to attract innocent people in the parade throughout the city. Who knew that the Joker planned to poison the whole city with laughing gas hidden in giant balloons? The sisters still have a very deep impression of the corpses with horror and painful expressions but grinning on TV and newspapers. Who knows if the zombies this time are the work of some crazy scientist who is proficient in chemistry or biology? Dana held her sister's shoulders tightly. Is there anything important in your house? Sarah shook her head. Dana pursed her lips, pulled Sarah, and came to Ange. This. Boss, if possible, can you take in my sister temporarily? She is homeless. Sarah nodded vigorously with a pleading look. Ange looked at the Canary sisters, who were similar in stature but different in their own ways, and smiled playfully. My house is quite big. This sentence immediately reminded Sarah of the promise she made when she called for help on the phone, and her smile froze on the spot. Fortunately, Angie's next sentence was, my housekeeper Frank just resigned. Sarah, you can be my housekeeper first. Okay. Dina pulled her sister's hand and whispered, don't worry, Ange is not a casual person. It's hard to say. Is this an impart? Is it a win party? Sarah always felt that she had just escaped from the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. It was bad anyway, and perhaps the only difference was whether it was bad or terrible. The three returned to the helicopter parked in the open space. The pilot's scalp was numb, but he didn't dare to leave. Seemingly realizing something, Louis didn't even need Angie's wink, and took out a stack of Franklin and stuffed it into the pilot's arms. Either you didn't see anything, or you won't have to see anything in the future. Remember, even Batman can't save you. Louis's bullying was obviously very intimidating. The pilot saw Ange jump from 6 or 7 floors, and then came back as if nothing had happened. On the way home, Ange was a little worried. There was a big flaw in his rescue. Theoretically, there were cameras of the Batman in the whole Gotham. As long as he was the old man in the monitoring room, this matter would most likely be exposed. Although Ange had set up the system to block the surrounding surveillance in advance, and the system did not send any warnings, Ange was still unsure. Sitting in the helicopter, Ange saw several places in the DC area with flames rising to the sky from the air. Black Canary said through the flying microphone, "Since Black Mask is dead, almost all gangs have recently jumped out to fight for the territory that Black Mask once controlled." Falcone, Maroni, silence. It is even rumored that Joker has come out of Arkham Asylum and regrouped the members of the Joker gang. It is estimated that Gotham will be in chaos for a while. The Joker has come out? What kind of gangster all-star brawl is this? The underworld in Gotham City is like leaks. It feels like you can never kill them all. Batman is the guardian of Gotham. Ange respects him and sometimes hates him. Batman's greatest advantage is that he doesn't kill people, and this is also his greatest disadvantage. Most of the villains caught by Batman are locked up in Arkham Asylum. Looking at the history of DC, are there not many guys who have repeatedly escaped from the asylum? For a madman like the Joker who can't be locked up and who goes crazy and kills people as soon as he comes out, Ange thinks that giving him a death is the greatest kindness to innocent citizens, rather than a boring and useless life sentence of 100 times. However, after the zombie hero incident tonight, Ange is a little indifferent to the gangs in Gotham City. Oh? Is that so? It looks like Mr. Bat will be busy. Ange guessed right. A person's energy is limited. Whether it's the people or the heroes, when their attention is attracted by a big thing, it's easy to ignore other things. When he learned that the Joker who once tried to poison the whole city ran out of the insane asylum, the anxious Batman really didn't notice the small commotion in an abandoned warehouse at the dock. What's the point of burning a black household who doesn't even have a household registration in Gotham, the zombie Sarah Lance? The Joker robbed a bank as soon as he came out. Evening news headlines, oh. In Batman's notebook, even the priority of building targeted weapons for Iron Man's possible weaknesses was ranked above observing Angie's actions. After all, someone's priority was only E. As for Angie's use of $30,000 to charter a helicopter as soon as he landed, Batman's butler Alfred showed a clear expression on his face after seeing Angie's report on Sarah Lance. Isn't it just a prepaid breakup fee? I know this. Wayne is like this. Being responsible for cleaning up Wayne's ass is his main job as a butler. In that report document, 30,000 was specially marked next to Sarah Lance's photo. Well, if Miss White Canary knew, would she beat Mr. Butler to death? Fortunately, Ange didn't see this file, otherwise he would definitely feel wronged. I'm not a casual person. Chapter 21. When talking about Americans, it is easy to think of the NBA. If an American has a small yard at home, most of them have a basketball hoop, and Angie's villa is no exception. Through the French window on the second floor, he wanted to rush over for a layup, but unfortunately he was powerless. He was double-teamed. What was outrageous was that the opponent ignored the no-hand check rule that you cannot put your hands on the offensive player to find a fulcrum and directly put his hands on his waist. Ange was very troubled by the opponent's shamelessness. After all, it was a private game, and there was not even a referee. He could only defend with his hands on the ball, and constantly use the three threats to test the opponent's pressing. I'm in. I'm out again. What a left and right jump. At the same time, he had to use his back-to-back skills that he had practiced for more than 2.5 years to resist the harassment of the defender behind him. After Ange used his perfect tentative step for the 999th time, he finally defeated the defender in front of him and turned to focus all his firepower on the defender behind him. This game was too brutal. NBA has 12 minutes per quarter, 4 quarters, plus various substitutions and timeouts, so it can't be run for about 150 minutes. And overtime is 5 minutes per quarter. This is the highest intensity exercise. As a result, Ange failed to deal with the opponent in regular time and won after one overtime. A sunny morning. Listening to the chirping of birds outside the window, Sarah opened her hazy eyes and couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality at first. What came into view was not her old and dilapidated apartment in the slum that burned 30% of her salary every month, nor did she smell the unpleasant smell of tobacco leaves from next door, and there was no noise in her ears that must be in the morning. Everything was too good to be true for her. The familiar call brought Sarah back to her senses. It was her elder sister Dana's face that emerged from the white quilt opposite her. Good morning, Sarah. After a moment of hesitation, Sarah came back to her senses. Good morning, elder sister. Are you okay? As her elder sister asked, horrible memories suddenly came to her mind. Sarah remembered everything, the horrible female zombie who looked exactly like her, and Angie's heroic rescue, and. Sarah took a deep breath and said bravely, I'm not afraid anymore. Dana stretched out her white arm from the quilt and interlocked her fingers with her sister's outstretched hand. The two sisters suddenly felt a tingling pain at the same time, and frowned at the same time. They looked at each other with a little embarrassment. At this moment, they noticed that the TV in the room had been turned on. At this time, the host was broadcasting gossip news. Oh, what a pity! This time, the person who challenged the position of the person next to Tony Stark, the tallest, richest, and most handsome man in New York, was the famous female reporter Christine Ava Hart. Unfortunately, she still could not escape the fate of being kicked out of the house by Tony after the friendly match. The one who did it was still Miss Potts, the housekeeper of the Stark family. Then who will challenge Mrs. Stark's position next? Please wait and see. The betting website about whether the next challenger will succeed is XXXX. Americans can bet on everything. How long a certain bee and butterfly can stay around Playboy Tony is also a bet that New York citizens are keen to bet on. For most viewers, this is an essential part of New York's daily fun. When this fun falls on themselves, it's a bit bad. The faces of the Lance sisters were a little stiff for a moment. They dressed silently, tacitly not mentioning that someone had been a black gold VIP customer of all the high-end nightclubs in Gotham City, and walked out of the door hand in hand after a long time. Who knew that as soon as I went out, I saw a row of 12 maids waiting at the door, bowing and saying, "Good morning, Miss Lance." "Good morning." The two replied slightly stiffly. "Are you here? Are you finally here? Are you trying to get rid of me?" "That's right, Ange doesn't owe us sisters anything. We're done with it." The air was unusually quiet, and the two sides just stood there in a daze for several seconds. The oldest maid in the maid team stood up and said, "Miss Sarah Lance, please give me your instructions." "Instructions? What instructions?" The head maid seemed to see Sarah's confusion and reminded her, "According to the order of Master Ange, Miss Sarah Lance, you are already the housekeeper of this house, and all of our servants need to listen to your orders." "Ah!" Sarah, whose brain was down, remembered that Ange seemed to have said this. In the embarrassment, she reacted quickly, "Nothing, let's do it as usual." "Okay." The head maid led a group of maids who were at least school beauties, and they all knelt down in unison, and then filed out. In the second-floor hall full of modern painting style, only the Lance sisters were left. They looked at each other. "Sarah, it seems that I will be the secretary in the future, and you will be the housekeeper." Yet, the two sisters were a little absent-minded, especially Sarah, who took a while to accept her new identity. Following the guidance of the maid, they came to the underground training ground and greeted Louis and several bodyguards. As soon as they entered, they saw Ange, who was practicing martial arts with a knife. He was so focused that he performed every movement meticulously. Hundreds and thousands of times, his movements did not change at all, just like the movements of a robot. After completing 1,000 swings of the knife, Ange noticed the arrival of the two sisters. When they met again, the two sisters' faces turned red at the same time, which was rare. Sarah didn't dare to look at Angie's face. Strictly speaking, she and Ange met for the first time yesterday. Maybe many American girls like to indulge, but they are conservative. Sarah held back for a long time before she said, "Did you sleep well last night?" "No. I didn't sleep enough," Ange said bluntly, choking Sarah. Without waiting for her to reply, Ange suddenly showed a bright and handsome smile, "But for you sisters, I am willing to sleep less." The next moment, the two sisters' faces were as red as a steamed red shrimp. Unable to hold back any longer, they ran away with crab-like awkward steps. After Ange finished practicing martial arts, he glanced at the progress bar in the system with satisfaction. After drying his body, he came to the restaurant and read today's Gotham Daily while having breakfast. After reading the first 4 pages, Ange couldn't help but wonder, what did he read? According to the news on the internet, last night a mysterious woman in a bat costume destroyed a large arms smuggling operation in Falcone. A woman in a strange black and white spider costume overturned dozens of clown gangs and stopped a grand destruction. There was also a crazy woman dressed as a clown who robbed a tanker truck and crashed into a train carrying dangerous goods parked next to a chemical plant. The explosion cost could be seen 30 kilometers away. The mayor said that the citizens of Gotham don't have to worry, and the carefree people of Canada are the ones who need to worry. So many big things in one night, and then what about the newspaper? From caring about why Bruce Wayne hasn't picked up girls recently, to the birth of 2 goats in the Gotham Zoo, to Ange seems to have picked up the lead singer of the original Black Mask Club. Anyway, the whole newspaper exists only to discuss one point of view: no big things happened yesterday. This is really ironic. Chapter 22. Since the Black Mask incident, Ange has been very quiet and has not been to any nightclub. This has annoyed the managers of major clubs. They often call to ask about Angie's situation in a tactful way and say that there is no problem with the safety of their clubs. Unfortunately, the person who answered the phone now is Black Canary. The secretary complied with Angie's instructions and replied uniformly, "I'm busy recently and I don't have time." This worried the managers. In the past, Ange would book the entire venue for a whole night of drinks, and even nearby drunkards would come after hearing the news, making the club full. The club naturally uses the most expensive wine, and directly increases the gross profit to 1000%. Anyway, this guy is stupid and rich, and he makes money and has popularity. Ange is not a simple big brother on the list. He is a rare sponsor who can support a club by himself. Now Ange suddenly stopped coming. How do outsiders know that he killed Black Mask? I just know that Roman once caused trouble for Engel. Now that Roman is dead, all the club owners hate Roman. You bastard, it's fine if you die, but you also drove away the biggest sponsor after Bruce Wayne. Gotham City's GDP is declining, can you Black Mask afford this responsibility? So, the bosses behind the clubs worked harder to deal with the remnants of Black Mask. Black Mask in hell, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. All the underworld bosses, shut up. No one knows that Engel is not a playboy. First of all, it's the zombie universe. Secondly, he is really afraid. Engel's bad friends in this world often tell him, "Oh, May died, at worst, he will die after trying." He can only say, there is a reason why the foreign population is small. The most important thing is that Engel got 2 new cars in his garage. There are few men who don't love cars. The 2 new CO branded cars have big and bright lights, and the car audio is really nice. The canary-like transition sound makes people feel light every time they hear it. New cars have a running-in period and cannot be driven directly on the highway. It took a week, and after the running-in period, Ange drove on the highway. After driving on the highway, it does feel that the car has stronger power. With a light step on the accelerator, the power increase is much more sensitive than before driving on the highway. There are mainly 2 reasons. One is that some carbon deposits in the engine have been cleaned up. In addition, after the car has been driven on the highway for a period of time, the driving computer has learned to adapt to Angie's high-speed driving habits and will adjust the amount of fuel injection. The smart computer in the car has been upgraded. Recently, as long as Ange approaches, it will silently open the door. So, after getting started thoroughly, Ange is quite satisfied with it. That day, Dana suddenly received an order from Ange, and she changed 2 transportations by herself. She even walked to the last floor at night and brought back a box of things from a mysterious warehouse. After returning, in the underground secret room, the 2 sisters watched Ange unpack. This is. They were very curious. Ange entered the password and took out a human-shaped leather suit from the 32-inch metal suitcase. Ange put on the clothes one by one, asked Sarah to help put on the hood and deal with the hidden zipper on the back. When everything was done, the 2 sisters exclaimed at the same time. "Oh my God! It's like a different person. Isn't it?" Ange was very satisfied. The man in the mirror had a burly figure of 1.98 meters. This tall and strong bald warrior had a goatee on his chin. In addition to the diagonal Greek-style skirt and shorts, he only had a pair of copper arm guards and a pair of copper leg guards. The skin is abnormally pale when exposed to the air, and there is a bright red lightning-shaped mark on the left chest. There is also a red mark on the left eye, and there is a long scar on the right eye socket that extends from the temple to the cheek. Yes. Ange put on the skin of God of War Kratos. This is not a simple cosplay. This leather suit made by Tony has a layer of gelatinous bionic muscle made with the most cutting-edge technology inside. The microsensor inside the leather suit can sense the user's muscle signals and amplify the user's movements. At the same time, the bionic muscle with an average thickness of more than 3 cm also has a good defensive effect, which can effectively resist various blunt injuries, and has a similar effect to anti-stab vests for stab wounds. To put it bluntly, this is a smaller version of Iron Man without a self-powered source. Just the evaluation of Constitution +5, Strength +12, Armor value +50 given by the system shows how crazy this thing is. You know, the system score for a standard level 3 bulletproof vest is only armor value +25. Level 3, protection is to add two 300mm 250mm ceramic composite bulletproof plates on the front and back of the bulletproof vest, with the thickness of each plate controlled at 18mm and the weight controlled at 2.6 kg. This level requires protection against NATO 7.62 diameter 51mm bullets, bullet speed, 800 meters per second. This level also includes ordinary bullets fired by AK-47 and 56 rifles. This Kratos leather suit weighs only 10 kilograms. It can be said that it is full of Tony's black technology. Only Tony is so easy to talk to. If it were Batman, even if Angle applied to be Robin, he would probably be kicked out by the Batman. But why do you have to make yourself so ugly? Dana asked, puzzled. A young handsome man with an artistic style turned into a middle-aged bald-muscled uncle. Both sisters couldn't accept it. Which superhero in Gotham City shows his true face? I think it's not safe to just cover half of the face. This is the most perfect. There are too many heroes in Gotham City who are considered transvestites by ordinary people. But Ange must have a serious illness to do this. No, it's a deep meaning. And yours too. So, the two sisters followed suit and put on the other two sets of leather suits that Tony gave them. Those are the leather suits of the robot sisters in Atomic Heart. The outside is a 2mm thick silver-coated titanium alloy shell, and the inside is a small amount of bionic muscles. There is no head cover, but a full-face helmet instead. This helmet made of high-strength one-way tempered glass not only has a protective function, but also a chemical-proof oxygen mask. On the back, there is a small oxygen supply device. Wearing this thing, you can even use it as a diving anti-gravity suit, which can easily withstand the pressure of 50 meters underwater. The attribute bonus of this set of things is not as strong as that of Kratos, but the armor value is as high as 100 points. Now it seems that Ange has been silent for so long just to make a big move. Two beauties, are you interested in going to New York City next door for a ride? Ange said to the Lance sisters with a smile. Chapter 23. Midtown Science and Technology High School is abbreviated as Midtown Middle School. Go to an elite high school, then enter an Ivy League college, and finally enter a famous large company to become a manager, or a scientific researcher with a high social status. This is the life of an elite. Some people go to this high school because of their parents, while others go because of their real talents. For example, Peter Parker, unfortunately due to his personality, he has good grades, but unfortunately his popularity in school is certainly not as good as his old neighbor Gwen Stacy. Then, a classic bullying that happens in countless parallel worlds happened again. In front of a circle of classmates, Eugene Lightning Thompson, who is tall and burly with a flat head, bullied his classmate Gordon on the first day of school. Then he saw Peter, who loves photography, coming over and immediately asked Peter to come over to help him leave evidence of his great achievements. To be honest, it was difficult for Thompson to put Gordon in this position. A big boy in high school, no matter how thin he was, he still weighed 100 pounds. Thompson could actually hold him upside down and put him on a table to eat steak with his face. Then, Peter was beaten by Thompson because he refused to help the evil. Gwen was hesitating whether to save the hero with a beautiful woman. To be honest, any boy who relies on girls to protect himself will be labeled as a softie no matter where he is. At this moment, Mr. Lightning suddenly found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Three burly men in black suits with headsets and suits stood in front of him. The students around were shocked by their aura and began to slowly retreat. Students in elite high schools are definitely not lacking in vision. Men dressed like this are bodyguards without question. There were three people when they came out, and then look at a black SUV and a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the roadside in the distance. Eugene's mind went blank for a moment. Did I hit a wall? The leading bodyguard came over. Hello. My name is Lewis. My boss has something to discuss with Mr. Parker. Do you mind letting Mr. Parker come over first? You can resolve your little conflict later. Lewis' words were not aggressive, but that aura was something that a young student could not withstand. Sorry, I don't mind. Friendship Lightning's tongue was almost knotted. Gwen felt a little strange, but she still stood up bravely. excuse me, what do you want to see Peter about? Louis showed a gentle smile. Oh, Miss Stacy? It's not a big deal. My boss wants to invest recently, so I just came to ask about Mr. Parker's father. Gwen was stunned. Do you know my name? In fact, Miss Stacy's name is also on our inspection list, but unfortunately Osburn Industries has invited you first. If you don't mind, you can also come to listen. The students stared blankly at the bodyguards who helped Parker pick up his things, wiped the dust off him, and tidied his clothes. The three bodyguards didn't look at Eugene Thompson directly during the whole process, but the classmate Eugene was under great pressure. Peter, that didn't really want to beat you up. It's okay, forget it. I don't mind. Peter is a good guy. When they came to the side of the road, a bodyguard opened the car door and Peter and the other got into the car. They were almost injured by the luxurious furnishings inside. There is nothing excessively inlaid with diamonds, but there are handmade leather sofas, artistic furnishings, and various humanized facilities. Gwen glanced at an inconspicuous handle on the car door. In fact, it is a hidden umbrella, but this umbrella is a little expensive. One umbrella is 5 figures in US dollars. Sit on it, wait until the bodyguard closes the door. The two young people look at the person sitting opposite a little anxiously. To be honest, it feels that this young man is not much older than them. But seeing his clothes and watch, and looking at the beautiful secretary holding a laptop next to him, Peter and Gwen realized that they might have run into a big shot of the same level as Tony Stark. Hello, Mr. Parker, Miss Stacy, I am Ange from Gotham City, please forgive me for suddenly disturbing you two. As Ange said, Dana beside him handed the two people opposite a business card inlaid with 18K gold thread. The Biotechnology Research and Development Department of the Stark Group. Gwen was really scared. If she really wanted to check, Tony would definitely admit it, because someone's dividends from his shares and other businesses were paid from here. Ange started straight to the point. I'm planning to invest in the biotechnology field recently. In fact, I want to ask Mr. Parker, how much do you know about your parents Richard and Mary? Peter was nervous. Well, my parents left me a long time ago, and I was raised by my uncle and aunt. I know very little about them. After chatting for more than a dozen sentences, even Gwen, who was listening, felt embarrassed for her childhood sweetheart. Because Peter didn't know anything. Oh. That's a pity. Your father is a great scientist who deserves respect. If you, Mr. Parker, are interested in doing research in this area in the future and have a suitable project, you can come to me. I don't mind investing in you. Aang glanced at Gwen. Of course, Miss Stacy, you too, I have seen your achievements. In time, you should be able to lead a department. If you can't stay in Osburn Industries, you are welcome to come to me. Oh, thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Ang. Gwen almost pulled the dull-headed Peter to make peace. After getting off the car, the two young people still felt like they were in a dream. Peter, are we dreaming? Such a big shot has taken a fancy to us. Peter was like a dull gourd, and suddenly said, maybe he has other purposes. Please, what kind of family are we? Does the other party have to calculate ordinary people like us? Although Gwen was very confident in her figure and appearance, she really couldn't win much against the female secretary opposite after a comparison. Especially the secretary's voice was so nice. In fact, not to mention Peter and his partner, the Lance sisters here were also confused. Gotham City in this world is really close to New York, and they are on the same coastline. If there is no traffic jam, it will take at most an hour to drive there. Aang came all the way here just to see two students? Don't say it, it's true. Don't look at the recent gunfire in Gotham City, the major gangs are fighting each other, and Batman is busy. All this is just a mortal's trouble in Aang's eyes. Let Batman worry about those minions without extraordinary powers. Aang originally targeted the famous Spider-Man Peter Parker. But when he saw the photos of the black and white female Spider-Man on the internet, Aang knew that there might be no Spider-Man in this fusion world, but there must be a female Spider-Man, and she is Gwen. According to the so-called history, if Gwen Spider appeared, this Peter should have turned into a lizard man in the accident. However, with the zombie heroes invading, Aang dared not guarantee anything. Anyway, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. As representatives of counterattack, the two Spider-Men are good investment targets. And compared to them, Aang pays more attention to their enemies. Just under Ng's seat, there is not only Kratos's leather suit, but also a pair of replicas of Chaos Blades made of the same material as Iron Man and strengthened by Red Souls. Haha! My sword is thirsty. Chapter 24. However, the sudden emergence of Gwen Spider-Woman does not mean that things will progress quickly. On the contrary, there will be more uncertainties. If history is followed completely, Spider-Man Peter will find his father's legacy, that priceless formula, which will promote Dr. Connor's cross-species genetic research and ultimately give birth to Dr. Lizard. According to Gwen's version, Peter was bullied by Eugene Flash Thompson and received various unfair treatments. Under extreme depression, Peter was injected with a homemade serum, became a lizard man, and finally burped. In this life, Ange stopped the bullying just because he didn't want to see Peter burp. So, what happens next? Ange was looking forward to the changes in the plot. As a little butterfly who reversed history, Ange was not idle while waiting for the wheel of history to advance. For example, he summoned Eugene Thompson. Ange met the Thompsons in a private room of a high-end membership club. "Don't be so nervous, Mr. Thompson. I have no ill intentions towards your son. I just want to make friends." The old Thompson in this life is a retired football player. His son has obviously inherited his genes and is now the school's football star. After all, old Thompson had seen the world. Just by looking at Angie's battle, he knew that the other party was a big shot who could crush the father and son to death like an ant. Making friends? It's because Eugene has reached a higher level. No, no, no. Ange casually shook his right index finger. "Mr. Thompson, if you have to say so, then only Tony Stark is qualified to be my friend. I never make friends by looking at whether the other person has money, no matter what, it's not richer than me." The exaggerated lineup of bodyguards, the beautiful female secretary, the absolutely low-key luxurious clothes, and this powerful aura that ordinary people would never have, overwhelmed Eugene. "Mr. Ange, I went too far today, please forgive me." Eugene lowered his head heavily. A cold glint flashed in Angie's eyes. "The people you need to apologize to are not me, but Gordon and Parker." Probably because he had been taught a lesson by his father a long time ago, Eugene agreed very simply, "Yes, I will apologize to them tomorrow." Before old Thompson could speak, Ange waved his hand. "Those who haven't left society can only be considered children. I don't care about children." Putting the words here, old Thompson naturally couldn't continue. "I invest in the field of biotechnology, and I am actually more interested in Eugene's genes. If possible, we can cooperate if there is an opportunity in the future." After Ange finished speaking, Black Canary handed a plan to the Thompsons and his son. To put it bluntly, this thing is just to fool the Thompsons. The plan mentioned in it is somewhat similar to the plan carried out by Dr. Connors of the Osburn Group. Angle certainly didn't expect the Thompsons to believe him. But according to history, Eugene would lose his legs in the Middle East War in the future. He accepted an experiment by the American government, which allowed him to successfully combine with the Venom symbiote and become a superhero Venom agent and the official thug of the United States. Ange doesn't intend to leave such a useful tool to the government. All his tricks lie in the limb regeneration experiment in the plan. Now that Eugene can run and jump, this is the most limitless point in his life. He feels that there is nothing in the world that he cannot do. Angle would not go out of his way to hit Eugene. When this guy really does something like history, it's time for Ange to cut him off. Sure enough, the old Thompson frowned when he saw this plan. No matter how he looked at it, it was not suitable for the future of his super athletic son. Moreover, the other party hopes to obtain Eugene's genes and needs to draw blood and conduct experiments many times. This made the old Thompson unhappy. He just didn't dare to have an attack and declined Ange. Ange was not annoyed. "Eugene, I know you are not convinced. It's just that many things are not what you imagined. How about we give it a try? Arm wrestling? I'm good at this." Eugene was originally the kind of person who had a quick temper. Due to the opponent's power, he certainly didn't dare to have it, but when it came to strength, he was confident that he would not lose to anyone. With whom? As soon as Eugene spoke, his father couldn't stop him. Ange rolled up his sleeves and put them on the table. "Me." At this second, contempt appeared clearly in Eugene's eyes. Angie's arm muscles seem to be fairly well proportioned, but that's just the level of a relatively strong ordinary person. As an athlete, Eugene is an out-and-out muscular man. His father watched helplessly as his son put his arms with exaggerated muscles on the table and thought to himself, "It's over." The arm he smashed was thicker than the thigh of the secretary next to him. Ange opposite is the father of the sponsor. If this stupid young man tears someone's arm muscles, it will be a grudge. His father's mouth squirmed a few times, but he couldn't stop it. When someone invited me to fight, I accepted it. After all, these two are still the same age. What else can old Thompson say as a father? In fact, not only the Thompsons were curious, Angie's bodyguards also secretly craned their necks. For things like arm wrestling, there is no need to pay attention to the venue, as long as the table is reliable. When the two powerful hands came together, as Dana's crisp 3-2-1 countdown ended, the confident Eugene was the first to attack. Ange was really surprised when he felt a great power coming from the big bear-like hand opposite him. The system has a power rating of 17 points. This is absolutely excellent for a mortal. Let's be clear, Eugene is just a football player, not a professional weightlifter. Eugene's brain is not enough to be a quarterback as the commander of the team. Compared with arm strength, a tight end like Eugene actually pays more attention to leg strength training. But in Eugene's opinion, he is enough to kill the weak rich boy on the opposite side in seconds. In fact, his initial hunch was right. As soon as he exerted force, the seemingly overwhelming force pressed the opponent's arm down little by little. The hell is that when he pressed the opponent's arm to the angle between the arm and the table at most 30 degrees, he couldn't press it down no matter what. Drink it. Hey. Woo-ah. Eugene's exaggerated roar echoed in the private room. I saw that his neck, shoulders, and arms were all blue, and his blood vessels were bulging like small earthworms. If you don't look at the position of his arm, you would think he is the one being suppressed. But at this moment, he is still in the upper hand. Well, at least on the surface. He bullied Gordon this morning, and now he and his father's hearts are really beating wildly. Gordon. He has already used up all his strength. Even if Ange on the opposite side is not calm, he still looks at ease. What's wrong? Mr. Thompson. Is this the strength you are proud of? Angie's mockery ignited the anger in Eugene's heart. Damn. Ah. He flexed his muscles and tried his best to exert pressure to complete the final suppression. Unfortunately, all his anger is a typical impotent rage. No matter how much he adds, Angie's arm remains motionless. Mr. Thompson, since your strength is only this little, then I will fight back. The understated voice brought not stimulation to Eugene, but suppression. His arrogance, his fury, his resistance, everything he was most proud of, all disintegrated inch by inch under this slow and unmatched force. Eugene clearly felt that the power coming from Angie's arm, which was 1/3 thinner than his, was constantly increasing. The two people's tightly clasped arms were like a pendulum, and began to lean back to the back of Eugene's hand. This crushing force was completely irresistible to Eugene. His exaggerated biceps were as ridiculous as an inflatable ball in front of this force. Without taking the kind of explosive force that was deliberately hurtful, Ange just slowly rolled over at a rate of 5 degrees per second. Bang! In the last 30 degrees, Eugene gave up, and the back of his hand was pressed heavily on the table. He gasped for breath, and even tears hung in the corners of his eyes. He couldn't figure out how he lost. Obviously, this nobleman who seemed to have nothing but money defeated him in the way that Eugene Lightning Thompson was best at. Old Thompson felt a little sad when he saw his son lose, but he was also silently grateful that at least Ange didn't hurt his son intentionally. A torn arm muscle could be fatal to a football running back. After Eugene lost, his eyes widened like bells. He asked inexplicably, "So wrist strength is your strongest point?" Ange smiled and shook his index finger with his right hand. No. My strongest power now should be money. Chapter 25. I am rich. Such a domineering sentence shocked everyone in the room. In the eyes of old Thompson, a super-rich second generation with an overly pale face, who obviously doesn't often exercise in the sun, is even more awesome than his son. The only explanation he can think of is technology and hard work. Either one of them, or both. In this land, rich people are scary enough. What's scarier than rich people is that rich people are even more arrogant than ordinary people. Not to mention, the other party is a rich man endorsed by the Stark Group. Can anyone borrow the name of Stark? Stark's family is a military-industrial complex, the most unprovoked chaebol in the United States. It's no exaggeration to say that if the military-industrial complex sneezes, Congress will tremble 3 times. Old Thompson's back was soaked with cold sweat on the spot. He couldn't help but feel lucky that Angle really didn't intend to deal with him, otherwise Eugene would die suddenly without knowing how he died. Louis, who saw this scene nearby, also had some ideas. Recently, the security company asked him to submit a regular report on Angle. If he reported truthfully, Angle would definitely deal with him. What a joke! Where can you find such a rich and powerful boss who may even be a supernatural person? And he, a small bodyguard, can afford to offend him? Louis secretly decided to find an opportunity to confront Angle. However, the development of the next thing seemed a little unexpected. After being knocked down, Lightning was not angry, but shouted in surprise, "Ange, it's amazing. How did you do it? Can you teach me?" He rolled over and held Angle's right hand with both hands. His eyes were full of enthusiasm and excitement, and every note in his voice revealed the taste of admiration. "It's not difficult. First of all, 10 kilometers of long-distance running every day, 100 push UPS, 100. Angle casually told him the One-Punch Man training method. "And more. And more. Of course this is just the basics, and then you can strengthen it according to your training needs. I swing the sword 1,000 times. Sword? Is it some kind of Eastern sword art?" The atmosphere on the field suddenly changed. It looked like a handshake meeting between a big star and his fans. Ange knew why Eugene became a little fan of Spider-Man in different parallel worlds. It turned out that this guy has the attribute of Star Chaser. As long as you convince him in some aspect, he will be devoted to you. Eugene in N-Worlds is like this, and Eugene in this world is also like this. Since Eugene has the talent to be Venom agent, then Angle doesn't mind taking him in as a younger brother. Anyway, he lacks a younger brother to watch the door, or to resist bullets in front of him when something happens. Even if Eugene breaks his leg in the future, Angle can't repair his body, but he can still blood-flesh weakness, mechanical ascension. One is willing to be a younger brother, and the other is willing to take a younger brother. The atmosphere suddenly became better. Although high school students must accept the prohibition of alcohol, Eugene, who was a little drunk even after drinking juice, was very happy to ask Ange for advice on cultivation. It took more than half an hour until Ange winked at Dana and said, "Boss, you have to go to Mr. Stark's party at 10 o'clock. Then I won't bother you, sir." Old Thompson stopped when he saw that things were going well. So, both parties were inexplicably happy. On the other hand, Peter was unexpectedly immersed in the memories of his parents. He went home and immediately searched through the boxes and cabinets to find his parents' belongings. It was just at Stacy's house that there was such a conversation. Just when George Stacy, the New York police commissioner, drove his daughter home, the old father couldn't help but say, "I heard that Ange came to see you today." Gwen was inexplicably alert. "Dad, he came to see Parker, I just came by the way." Gwen mentioned that Parker's parents were biologists. George secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "So, he and you are a good match." Dad, Gwen's long-tail tone because of the complaint was somewhat coquettish. "Isn't it?" Gwen went to Oscorp for an internship, and she was on the path of biotechnology. Peter happened to be from the same family. George originally thought that Peter's family was not so well off. Although the couple had been childhood sweethearts since they were young, he was still a little dissatisfied. "Now it's good, they are right." George laughed and then put away his expression, "That Ange, try not to mess with him." "What's wrong?" "I received a letter from an old friend in Gotham City, and I got some inside information." Dad was so serious that Gwen immediately pricked up her ears. "Ange is a mysterious rich second generation in Gotham. No one knows where he came from, but he seems to have endless money. In all nightclubs, he is a well-deserved Black Gold VIP. Half a month ago, he fell in love with the pillar of the Black Mask Club, a female lead singer nicknamed Black Canary. When the old man said this, Gwen immediately remembered that Angie's secretary was not only beautiful, but also had a very nice voice. Rumor has it that after Ange took away the Gotham gangster godfather Black Mask Roman Sionis at all costs, the two sides broke out in a fierce conflict. Guess what the result was? Ange and Black Canary appeared in front of me, which means Black Mask lost. Gwen is always so interested in this kind of black rumors. George said seriously, not only did he lose, his old nest Black Mask Club was blown into the sky, and he himself lost his life. Recently, the entire Gotham City DC area has been fighting every day and night, grabbing the territory that originally belonged to Black Mask. My old friends are busy like crazy. Gwen quickly grasped the key point, is there any evidence that Angle did it? Evidence? Of course not. Even if there is, such a rich man will have a lawyer with a reinforced battalion to help him get rid of the crime. In theory, Black Mask died at the hands of the Joker's helpers. But don't forget Angle is the one who benefited the most. Now no gang in Gotham dares to trouble him. Gwen secretly rolled her eyes, guilty presumption, right. Her father was choked. In short, such a playboy only plays with women and then cruelly abandons them. He was so engrossed in what he said that he forgot to drive when he saw the green light at the intersection. The car behind him honked wildly, and he had to start the car quickly. A father-daughter conversation ended here. In fact, the key point of this matter from beginning to end is that the old father is worried that his daughter will be taken away by a scumbag. Since she will be taken away anyway, why not give her to Peter Parker, a young man who knows her well? It is better than getting pregnant with a bastard of the rich second generation. He is a very traditional and upright man, and he can't stand playboys like Ange. He never expected that his daughter's heart has changed. If Gwen is really an excellent student that can be seen everywhere in Ivy League schools, it may be a good choice to be with Peter Parker. Both of them are well-matched and childhood sweethearts. Unfortunately, Gwen in this life is Spider-Woman. It was late at night. After hearing her parents fall asleep, Gwen returned home and put on her black and white Spider-Woman costume again, using the slender spider silk that sprayed out to fly over the city that never sleeps, New York. Gwen enjoyed the whistling wind in her ears and felt the great stimulation brought by the centrifugal force. She couldn't help but let out a wanton scream that she would never make during the day as a top student. Wow, oh, oh, oh. It's so cool. This is life. After being bitten by a mysterious spider, Gwen has the superpowers of Spider-Man. Not only has her agility been greatly improved, but her perception has also become extremely sharp. Recalling the cowardly look when Peter was bullied by lightning this morning. If it weren't for Angie's bodyguards showing up today, she would have planned to stand up and stop lightning and protect Peter. A man who is not as good at studying as her and can't even protect himself. Gwen is very upset when she thinks that her father wants Peter to marry her. This is the psychological gap. If it were in another world, Peter would be Spider-Man and Gwen would be just a mortal. Then, out of admiration for heroes, their relationship would be a natural thing. This life is reversed, and Gwen has no feelings for Peter. At this moment, Gwen suddenly saw a robbery. She pulled the spider silk and rushed down. With just one encounter, she shot the armed robber into the wall. Don't get me wrong, she used a lot of spider silk to stick the poor guy to the wall in a big shape, twisting his body like a silkworm and wailing. Gwen was very satisfied with this. At this moment, Gwen suddenly heard a sharp shout from behind, "Don't move! Put your hands up!" Gwen turned around and found that it was a patrolman who was pointing a gun at her. Gwen shouted unhappily, "Hey! Don't you see that this guy is the robber? I only saw you trying to hunt this man with an inhuman and terrible weapon. You are some kind of Black Widow devil." The police trembled with his hands and continued to shout, "Put your hands up! Otherwise I will shoot. Tell you, I am Spider-Man." Gwen emphasized while subconsciously taking a step forward. She didn't expect that the patrolman actually shot. Bang, bang, bang. The Glock pistol emptied the 10 bullets in the magazine on the spot. The patrolman's eyes blurred, but he found that he didn't hit a single shot. At the moment of the gunfire, the body of the weirdo in front of him, who was theoretically a woman, folded strangely. 300 meters away, Black Canary put down the telescope. "Ange, did you see it?" "I saw it." Ange smiled strangely. He clearly saw that at the moment the patrolman fired, Gwen leaned back and let the bullet pass over her body that was bent into an omega shape. To be precise, 3 bullets passed between 2 large jellies of considerable size. For a moment, Ange thought it was just an illusion. Then he saw Gwen let the remaining bullets pass over her waist and hips, and he finally confirmed that Gwen did it on purpose. She used her ridiculously high agility to seek excitement. Alas! This is like the female student committee member in the comics who wears thick black framed glasses and pigtails. After a huge X-shaped wooden toy is found in the cellar of her house, everyone knows that she is playing big in secret. Ahem. Don't get me wrong, this means that she should worship X-Man in secret. Those who think wrongly, go to face the wall. Chapter 26. That night, Peter Parker tossed and turned, almost sleepless all night. Under the guidance of fate, he found the possibly priceless formula from his father's relics. In this life, he met Dr. Connors of Osburn Company early, and he decided to show the doctor this formula. Just then, his phone suddenly received a new email notification. Emails sent in the middle of the night are often not serious things. Glance. Is there such an unknown side behind the aloof academic master? Is this the repression of human nature or the loss of morality? Another spam. He was about to cross the email away, but the picture in the email locked his eyes. The picture above is clearly his childhood sweetheart, Gwen Stacy. Although a sense of immoral guilt bound Peter, his right hand obviously had its own ideas and clicked in almost like a neurological reflex. I have to admit, the guy who sent the email knows photography. That's a comparison picture. Standing in the same S-shaped pose with her left hand on her hips, the one on the left is Gwen, and on the right is a masked woman wearing a black and white tights standing on the top of the building. Peter immediately realized that the one on the right was Spider-Man, who had recently become famous on the internet and had become a new generation of New York urban legend. People always have their own habits. If others don't recognize it, it's impossible for Peter to recognize it. This movement and posture are clearly Gwen. Continuing to watch, there are short videos one after another. There is Gwen using agility to avoid the gangster's attack and magnificently overturning the gangster's car. There is Gwen pulling the spider silk and flying between the buildings, letting out giggles. All the evidence points to one fact. The female Spider-Man is Gwen. Peter was suddenly shocked by this discovery. Near the end of the email, there was a line of bold and highlighted red characters. Sounian. Do you crave power? This sentence deeply touched the sensitive chord in Peter's heart. Being beaten by Eugene in school does not mean that Peter is a jerk. In the final analysis, the frustration is a trigger. What really stimulates Peter is the long-term depression in daily life. Elite high schools will target Ivy League colleges in the future. Is this a place for ordinary people to go? Annual tuition and fees are as high as $50,000. Except for a few real geniuses, there are more children of powerful and wealthy people in the school. Even if outstanding students like Peter and Gwen used scholarships and student loans to push the total cost to more than $10,000, they still feel out of breath. The uncle and aunt who raised Peter were just ordinary laborers. In this case, his food and drink expenses should not be extravagant. Everything about the children of wealthy people around him was suppressing Peter invisibly. Not to mention those powerful children, even Thompson, considering that his father is a retired football star, Peter doesn't feel like he can afford to offend him. This strong sense of gap in status, accumulated over a long period of time, made Peter feel very depressed, which is why he became the talkative Spider-Man in history. As a result, even though he knew there was something wrong with the email, Peter still couldn't help but push it to the end. Under the red words just now, there is a question. What you desire most is? Or power? One icon shows Gwen wrapped in a black and white tights, and the other icon shows a bunch of mysterious spider silk. Faced with these two strange and mysterious selection boxes, although Peter, who is in adolescence, feels that he longs for sex, he does yearn for power more than this. Let him transcend ordinary power. Gwen is quite tempting, but when you take control of your own power, won't you be like Gwen? Peter clicked on the power option with trembling fingers. The phone screen suddenly went blank. For a moment, he almost thought it was some nasty prank. Soon, this line of text appeared on the screen. Sounian. Since you chose power, you are destined to fall into the evil star. This is the price of power. Below this line of text, a photo appeared. It had been a long time since Peter had gone in, but Peter still recognized it as Gwen's room. In the open cabinet above Gwen's desk, a red arrow pointed there. Just when Peter was stunned, a 5-second countdown suddenly appeared on the screen. Before Peter could react, the countdown ended and the screen went blank. This email actually has an automatic destruction function. This. Peter's mind was confused. Of course he felt that he shouldn't believe such an email from an unknown source. However, when he combined Gwen's recent mysterious behavior and Gwen's vague alienation, he instinctively realized that everything stated in the email was true. Gwen actually became a superhero without me being involved. Sounian felt a faint feeling of betrayal. No, I just went to check Gwen's room. That mysterious man secretly placed a photo album in the girl's room. This is too much. We must find out that thing to ensure that Gwen's privacy is not leaked. Driven by extreme curiosity, Peter first went to Dr. Connors the next day to hand over the formula. This naturally won the doctor's praise, and he was even invited to participate in his cross-species research project. This made Peter feel a strong sense of respect, and of course, there was also a subtle pleasure in cutting off his beard and getting ahead of Gwen. However, before Gwen finished her internship, he slipped away and ran to Gwen's house. "Oh, it's Peter. Are you here to see Gwen?" It was Gwen's mother who spoke. Mrs. Stacy had the same opinion as her husband about Gwen's childhood sweetheart, and had long regarded Peter as a half-son and future son-in-law. "Yes. Gwen hasn't come back yet." Peter lied with guilt. "She's still interning? Have you forgotten?" "Ah. Yes. God. I actually forgot. Is there anything important?" "Nothing important. How about I wait for her in the living room on the second floor?" "Of course, Peter." Taking advantage of people's trust in him, Peter first ran to the living room on the second floor naturally, out of Gwen's mother's sight, and then couldn't help but slip into Gwen's room. The door was not locked, and this time Gwen was careless. The girl's boudoir certainly made Peter curious, but he cared more about that place. As if by some strange coincidence, Peter approached the box that represented fate. "Peter! What are you doing?" Gwen went home early under the guidance of a transmigrator who was making trouble. She was so unlucky that she saw Peter in her room right after she got home, and he also found the thing she had hidden. Peter was horrified and tried to explain himself, "No, to quibble." "Gwen! No, I just heard a strange sound, so I opened the door and came in to take a look." It would have been better if he didn't say it. When Gwen heard it, she subconsciously looked in that direction and was scared to death on the spot. She didn't kill the mutant spider that bit her and turned her into Spider-Man, but secretly raised it. She entered the Osburn group in this life, and she wanted to conduct further research on her situation. Who knew that the spider somehow bit the acrylic transparent box that could open and close a hamster, and it had already climbed to the edge of the cabinet above Peter's head. "Ah!" Gwen screamed subconsciously. At the critical moment, she hesitated. She didn't know whether she should show her extraordinary power to stop the next scene. Just as she hesitated, the spider had already pounced on the back of Peter's neck, and bit him. Peter would never have thought that the secret of Gwen's power was actually a spider. Just like him in countless parallel worlds, he was bitten by a spider again. In the severe pain, he screamed and accidentally killed the only mutant spider in the world on the spot. "Peter, Gwen, what's wrong?" Mrs. Stacy's voice came from downstairs. "Ah. I was bitten by a bug." In the pain, Peter felt dizzy and knocked over a lot of things. He ignored Gwen's support and pushed her away, almost crawling out of the house. Gwen, who was also guilty, was just a high school student after all. Countless terrible consequences came to her mind. "The spider bit me, I mutated, what about Peter? I'm not sure if this power will kill me, so will he die because he can't bear the mutation? If he dies, won't it be my fault? Thinking too much will make you hesitate." Gwen was stunned and found that Peter had rushed out of her house. When she rushed out like a normal person, where was Peter? It's no wonder that she couldn't find him, because Peter got on a bus as soon as he went out. The driver stepped on the accelerator and let Peter go beyond Gwen's perception. The scene of Gwen just in the house and wandering at the door at this moment was all broadcast to the TV on a Rolls-Royce 1 kilometer away through the surveillance camera. The Lance sisters were extremely surprised. "Dana, Ange, you are cultivating a superhero. Let's call it that." Aang drank the glass of champagne in his hand. Sarah asked tentatively, "If it's safe, can we sisters also become Spider-Women?" "Spider-Man? No, no, no. Spider-Man is cursed. Why do you have to be Spider-Man when you can be anything else?" Aang scared them with just one sentence. "Yes. Spider-Man's curse, maybe it's just that he was born with a bad luck. The greater the power, the more he loses." Chapter 27. Let Peter also become Spider-Man. According to history, this is Angie's wonderful insistence. Of course he knows that he is a bit ridiculous. When the zombie heroes of the zombie universe can come to kill, it is not impossible for the Spider-Man Legion to gather from multiple parallel universes. But when he thought of the 3 spiders in Spider-Man No Returns turning into Niang, he felt weird. It would be better to add a Peter Parker spider in advance. This is why he sneaked into Gwen's room and chose to lure Peter of this world over after he was lucky enough to find that the mutant spider was not dead. Everything is the choice of the Gate of Destiny, Stone. However, giving the Lance sisters some extraordinary bloodline enhancement is already on Angie's schedule. This fusion world is too damn dangerous. It seems that mortals like them who mainly rely on martial arts will be cannon fodder in the middle stage. Fortunately, with the relationship between Ange and Tony, it is not impossible to get 2 sets of Iron Man armor to protect them when things really go wrong. As a cash power user, if you don't have a lot of work, you can go to technology. Over there, Gwen was in a state of dismay. She just collected the remains of the mutant spider that Peter had killed and sealed it with ice as a researcher's instinct, and then she was obviously entangled. After perfunctorily dealing with her mother, she returned to her room and kept talking to herself. Damn it! That idiot! How did he get into this? Hasn't he caused me enough trouble? What if he becomes Spider-Man too? Find him to team up with me. No, no, no. That guy is a bit unreliable. After having dinner with great entanglement, Gwen decided to pretend to go back to her room to study, and then sneak out to find Parker. The black and white female Spider-Man clothes were put on her body, and the hood with a huge eye pattern might be a bit ridiculous in the eyes of others, but it concealed Gwen's face very well. First, she looked for Peter's room as usual, and sure enough, he was not there. Gwen began to spread her perception and look for Parker everywhere. She was right. Peter really started to mutate on the bus. Suddenly waking up from an unexpected slumber, Peter jumped onto the roof of the bus with a shout, and then caused a commotion on the bus. As a last resort, he got off the bus in extreme panic and hid in an abandoned factory. Surprised at his own transformation, Peter began to study Spider-Man's various abilities, such as the tiny barbs on his fingers that allowed him to climb walls that were 90 degrees vertical to the ground as if walking on flat ground, and the spider silk that sprayed out from his wrists. Oh my god! Isn't this Spider-Woman's ability? Could it be? Gwen is Spider-Woman. Peter was ecstatic and easily grasped the truth of the matter. While Peter was ecstatic about his new abilities and getting rid of this boring, depressed weak status, Gwen suddenly made a discovery. Click! The crisp sound of bricks and stones knocking not far behind attracted Gwen's attention. Gwen suddenly looked back and asked tentatively in a low voice, Peter. This is the roof of an abandoned factory. The only iron staircase leading up has long been broken due to disrepair. Gwen doesn't think ordinary people can climb up here. Similarly, Gwen will not mistake the sound of Spider-Man's spider silk sticking to the stone wall. Across a triangular spire, Gwen heard tiny footsteps. Gwen put her hands on her waist and said to her childhood sweetheart behind the roof in a bit of annoyance, Peter. I don't know how to tell you. This is all an accident. I was bitten by the mutant spider and turned out like this. Now it looks like you are the same. I don't know what will happen to us in the future, and I don't know if this power is safe. Anyway, let's study it together. Gee. When? Although Peter's voice was hoarse and had a very uncomfortable and weird feeling, there was no doubt that it was Peter's voice. Peter's trickery made Gwen a little angry. She put her hands on her hips and raised her voice, What are you doing? Are you blaming me? Even if I hid the spider, is it your fault? After all, you shouldn't have entered my room. That's a girl's boudoir. Privacy. Privacy. Do you understand? Don't blame me for your bite. There was no answer, only a very strange gasp. It felt as if Peter was pulling a bellows with a big hole in it. Hey! Peter! If you have something to say today, tell me face to face. The responsibility is 19:1, no, at most 28:2. You too, I ate. At this time, Gwen saw Peter's messy hair sticking out from the roof as expected. But for some reason, Gwen felt something was wrong. Bang! 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 That was her intense heartbeat that she couldn't calm down. Pa! The next second, a hand wrapped in a red spider web glove rested on the steel frame of the roof, but this hand gave Gwen a very stiff and rigid feeling. Peter stuck out half of his head. It was indeed his face, that big forehead. Gwen couldn't make a mistake. Peter, what's going on? Did your mutation go wrong? Gwen's heart skipped a beat. She was a little anxious. If she succeeded in mutation and her childhood sweetheart failed, she would never forgive herself. Even though every sensory organ of hers was alerting her, the strong sense of guilt still made her lean over a little bit insanely. Peter. Gwen. If Peter's whispering voice just now was somewhat intimate, his hoarse voice at this moment gave the illusion of coming from the hungry hell. Gwen was stunned. No. This is not an illusion. He seems to want to eat me. Her nerves were tense to the extreme in an instant, and she immediately stopped and stood 5 steps away from Peter. The night wind blew, and a thick fishy smell drifted with the wind. Gwen's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme. Something is wrong. This Peter is definitely wrong. Even though the light is dim at this moment, with Spider-Man's night vision ability, Gwen finally saw clearly what was wrong with this Peter. Not only was he on all fours, leaning against the roof and crouching, his chest almost touched the roof, like a real spider. The key is that his face is rotten. It's not the kind of situation where the flesh just fell off the face after being exposed to poison gas. His rotten place has obviously been rotten for a long time, and there is even something like moss growing on the broken cheek. He lost his nose, leaving a horrible triangular hole in the middle of his face. When the upper half of his face, which still had skin, was reflected in Gwen's field of vision, she finally couldn't help but scream. Ah! After all, Gwen was just a high school student not long ago. She only dealt with some mortal hooligans who robbed the streets. How could she have seen a real monster? The extreme tension and fear made her scream out of control at this moment. Taking advantage of the moment when she was distracted, the zombie Peter pounced on her. When she reacted and leaned back and dodged sideways, the opponent's claws full of fishy smell had already grabbed her hood. Sizzle! Gwen was extremely grateful that the quality of this set of clothes she sewed herself was not so good. Not only was the entire hood torn to pieces, but a large piece of the clothes behind her left shoulder blade was also torn off. Not only that, this terrible Peter also grabbed it back with his backhand. Gwen kicked the ground hard and flew into the air in the nick of time, thus avoiding the fate of being ripped open by a claw. Gwen's eyes widened as wide as they could. Did he really want to kill me? Fear. Confusion. Heartache. Countless complicated thoughts surged into her mind at the same time. If she wasn't afraid that she would die because she couldn't judge the zombie Peter's movements, Gwen would never want to stare at the rotten face of her childhood sweetheart. Peter, I'm sorry. That. Gwen apologized fiercely. But the opponent's attack was like a tide, one attack faster than the other, and after a few attacks, Gwen felt like she couldn't breathe. As a last resort, Gwen sprayed spider silk from her right hand and threw the whole person out. No matter what happened to Peter, she had to retreat first. Unexpectedly, at this moment, 2 clumps of spider silk flew over. After 3 snap sounds, the most incredible thing happened. One of the clumps of spider silk blocked Gwen's attempt to get the spider silk on the opposite building, and the other 2 clumps hit Gwen's left and right hands in midair, blocking Gwen's ability to spray spider silk. You know, Gwen flew out as a whole person. Ah! Gwen screamed and fell down. This is the 4th floor. Gwen tried her best to adjust her posture in midair and let herself fall on a trash can. Bang! The severe pain from her back almost knocked her down. It was completely relying on her willpower that she struggled to get up and ran away. No one knows Spider-Man better than Spider-Man. Zombie Peter did not let her spray spider silk, which blocked her ability to escape quickly. Gwen knew that mortals were useless against Spider-Man, and she had to find a helper strong enough to deal with Spider-Man. The first person she thought of was Iron Man, because he was the only superhero in New York who had an open identity. But Tony seemed to be in his mansion in Florida at the moment. Before she could think about it, several spider silks flew over again. She dodged it narrowly, but found that the zombie Peter used Spider-Man's high mobility to chase her between the buildings behind her. Gwen was crazy and threw anything she picked up at the back of the zombie Peter, but it was a pity that it was useless. Gwen's perception was fully turned on, and finally, she found a strong breath. No longer caring about anything, Gwen ran through an entire abandoned block and finally rushed to the vacant lot. Hey! Hey! It was a bald man with a red lightning tattoo with a very religious color, a pale goatee and a pale body. Chapter 28. This scene was very strange and funny. The shirtless bald man in front of him didn't look like a normal person. What a coincidence! Gwen was wearing Spider-Man's clothes, looking like a princess running out of a masquerade, but behind her was a zombie Peter Parker chasing her in the sky. Everyone was in a state where they couldn't explain the relationship in a few words. Gwen didn't know whether the strong man she found by intuition would help her. She could only shout with a distorted voice with fear, "Help! The monster behind wants to eat me." If possible, she really didn't want to call her childhood sweetheart a monster, but he was a zombie, what else could he be if not a monster? The bald man raised his head slightly, and a trace of astonishment flashed between his frowning brows, and then he made a decision: Spider-Woman and a zombie spider? Interesting combination. I'll help you. After that, he took out a red incendiary bumpkin from behind his waist and threw it into the empty corner. Wow! The terrible flames shot up 3 meters high. As a talented woman, Gwen immediately realized that the other party wanted her to burn the spider silk on her hand with fire. No, how do you know? Spider silk is afraid of fire. Even the special spider silk sprayed by Spider-Man still can't last too long and will melt under the high temperature of over 1,000 degrees. This is the secret that Gwen tested herself. How could this bald man know it? Gwen suddenly felt like she had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. Before she could react, the bald man had already passed by her and pounced on the zombie Peter behind her. This was originally used to meet you. The man's low male voice full of ridicule made Gwen feel that her heartbeat was faster. Gritting her teeth, Gwen rushed over and put her hand wrapped in spider silk over, close to the blazing flames. Here, the one wearing the Kratos suit was naturally Ange. Compared to Gwen, he wanted to complain as many as the stars in the sky. Why is it from the zombie universe again? Will this ever end? I always feel like a zombie hero will appear next to him whenever he gets close to a female hero. Not only does it appear a hero monster, but it also appears the agile hero he least wants to fight. Spider-Man is the ceiling among all the agile heroes. Even if his agility is reduced due to his zombie transformation, it is not much lower. It is difficult for him to be hit when he really doesn't want to be hit. He didn't want to see Gwen get bitten to death. After receiving the news, Ange almost came here with a stiff upper lip, and he didn't bring the Lance sisters with him. After all, if he can't hit her, the Lance sisters will be even less able to hit Spider-Man. Bringing them would only be a burden. Over there, seeing that Ange actually stood up for Gwen, the zombie Peter stopped. Shrimp, that was a threatening sound like a cat. When Peter was clinging to the outer wall of an abandoned house with his head down and his feet up, the look he turned his head to stare at you was so scary. There was an extremely hungry and fierce light in the turbid eyes. Even if the mouth with exposed gums was not opened, it was just a few grindings of teeth, and there was still a sense of horror. Gwen is mine, only I can eat her. The faint voice made Gwen's hair stand on end, and she felt like crying and running away on the spot. Who knew that? The burly man smiled and tilted his head. The dead should go to hell, don't climb up to scare people. Good women should be enjoyed by the living. Obviously, Ange angered the zombie Peter. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole body of the zombie Peter rushed over like a spring that rebounded after being compressed to the extreme. So fast. It was almost beyond the limit of Ange's perception. In his field of vision, he almost only saw a group of red and blue shadows rushing towards him. The only thing Ange could do was to instinctively dodge sideways. He had already pulled his speed to the extreme, but he could only force this grab away dangerously. With a kucha sound, the two figures passed by each other. The zombie Peter, who was so powerful, almost reached Ange's skin, but unfortunately, it was too close. Peter spun a few times in the air, scraping on the ground like a spinning top. Gwen noticed from a distance that Spider-Man originally only had tiny barbs on his fingers, which made it easy to climb walls. But now, the barbs were at least 2 centimeters long, which was already a terrible claw. She couldn't help but sweat for the bald man. She gritted her teeth and moved her arms covered with spider silk closer to the fire. Over there, the zombie Peter seemed to be very angry that he couldn't hit Ange with one blow. He lay on the ground with his head raised high and let out a beast-like roar. Ah! It seemed that he found that the spider silk on Gwen's hand was melting and she could get out of trouble in a few moves. The zombie Peter was very dissatisfied. He actually left Ange and turned to pounce on Gwen. Ange discovered a small pattern. It seems that the heroes from the zombie universe have a strange obsession with another self. Facing Peter, who was rushing towards her, Gwen gritted her teeth and thrust her hands into the blazing flames. Sizzle! For mortals, such flames would at least burn. Spider-Man has a recovery ability beyond that of mortals. He can make up for it by eating a few more chicken legs. But now Gwen looks very miserable. Her originally white arms are all charred. Gwen, who regained her freedom, endured the burning pain on her hands. Finally, she sprayed the spider silk on the wall, pulled her body suddenly, avoided Parker's fatal blow, and flashed to Ange again. The three of them stood facing each other from a distance, forming an acute triangle. Hey! Spider-Woman, is there any good way? He's too fast, I can't catch him. The implication is that we must lure Zombie Peter into a close fight, otherwise it will never end. He runs, I chase? Are you kidding? I can't even see the tail lights of the car. Gwen heard that for some reason, she felt a little familiar with this big man. The other party seemed to know her and Peter very well? No matter. This means that the big man is at least an ally now. Gwen gritted her teeth, he is coming for me. Smart people speak well, one said he can't catch him, that means he will be killed at close range, the other said he is coming for me, that means I will sell him. The two of them completed a tactical plan in an instant. Roar! Zombie Peter seemed a little angry at their performance. He swung his arm, and the long spider silk touched a large trash can on the side of the road that can be seen everywhere on the streets of New York City. The trash can, weighing hundreds of kilograms, driven by his violent power, drew a fast and long arc in the air and smashed towards Ange. It was a bit beyond Gwen's expectation that the big man was more agile than she thought. He ducked and dodged, and the trash can flew past him. As for the things that exploded behind him, they couldn't hit him because of his movement. Gwen didn't hesitate and rushed to the big man. Grab my hand. Ange hugged her slender waist. What are you doing? Very evil, this is what Zombie Peter said. Not only did he take away his wife, but he also wanted to commit a crime in front of her? Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Zombie Peter was a little crazy. When you are crazy, it is easy to use too much force. When he pounced, his momentum was so fierce that even Gwen was stunned for a moment. It seemed that there were still 5 meters to go, and the pair of rotten claws could reach Gwen. This is just a blink of an eye for Spider-Man's speed. At this critical moment, Ange threw out 2 red cans. Missed. The violent Zombie Peter still had extremely high agility. He slightly turned his body to let it pass, and his exaggerated speed did not drop at all. He didn't expect that the 2 incendiary bombs were actually buckled in advance. His speed was perfectly calculated, and the incendiary bombs exploded as soon as they brushed his body. Wow! The raging flames instantly touched Parker. Flames? This is definitely the last thing Spider-Man wants to face. Even in multiple parallel universes, Spider-Man has the experience of rushing into the fire to save people. It is undeniable that the fire really affects Spider-Man's performance too much. In Gwen's horrified eyes, the bald man in front of her did not retreat but advanced, taking advantage of the moment when the Zombie Peter was stunned by the flames, and the whole person counterattacked. This is a military incendiary bomb using thermite. A high temperature of 4000 degrees Celsius can easily destroy an armored vehicle. At the moment when the Zombie Peter was bathed in fire, a 45-yard Bigfoot rapidly expanded in his field of vision. Have you seen a foot technique that fell from the sky? It's not a Spartan kick, but it's better than a Spartan kick. Zombie Peter was like a big fireball, flying backwards and crashing into an abandoned building next to it. In the final analysis, no matter which version of Spider-Man, the length of its health bar is the same. It has a recovery ability beyond that of mortals, but its physique is still within the scope of mortals. As long as it is hit, its combat power will be greatly reduced. Ange had no intention of watching the show at all. He stomped his feet, and under the huge force, even the bricks and stones of the street collapsed on the spot. He turned into a cannon shell from the Age of Discovery and chased Peter into the ruins. Ah! I'm going to eat you! The Zombie Peter, who was like a devil in purgatory, roared. Who would have thought that 2 strangely shaped titanium alloy arc blades would come after him? Poochie! The sharp swords pinned the Zombie Peter against a thick beam. The next second, a huge force came. The scene Gwen saw after entering was, this extremely strong man tore the Zombie Peter's limbs off his rotten body. Chapter 29. The painting style in front of me is too cruel. The hands and feet of such a big man were torn off by brute force. The crackling sound of tendons rupturing roughly stimulated Gwen's auditory nerves, and she felt like nauseating. She held back, she had too many things to ask Peter, whether it was her fault that he became like this. Wait! Her shout finally made the strong man in front of her stop. Throwing away the rotten hands and feet that were still twitching freely as if they were trash, he stepped on the body that was still twisting. Hurry up! This thing makes me sick. Parker's once handsome face was now even more miserable, because his face rubbed hard against the concrete floor of the abandoned house, and large chunks of rotten flesh peeled off, making his appearance even more terrifying. Parker! Did I make you become like this? Gwen's only answer was a vague and inhuman roar. Instead, she got the answer from the giant man. He took out a flashlight. How is that possible? This thing has been rotting for at least a few months. In fact, Gwen could see Parker's condition without the help of lights, but she was too scared just now to notice. The spider suit on this Parker was very dirty, and the rotten flesh and the tears in his clothes were all stuck together and made it stink. Gwen even saw a beast-like bite in his abdomen. This is Peter Parker from the zombie universe. Ange gave the answer. Zombie universe? Wait. Do you know who he is? Gwen suddenly woke up. In that universe, a terrible virus swept the entire Earth, corrupted all the superheroes, turned them into terrible zombies, and then they ate all the mortals. On that Earth, the zombie Spider-Man Peter Parker was very famous. At this point, Angie's voice deepened. Originally, these guys should all be banned and unable to leave the zombie universe. Gwen clenched her fists hard, and her knuckles wrapped in gloves turned white. What should I do? Ange took out a piece of paper from his waist, with a confidential phone number printed on it. If you find a zombie hero, call me immediately. Okay. Gwen accepted the note and suddenly thought of another question. Wait a minute, you said he is Parker from another world. Yes. Then the Peter of this world. He should not be dead. Phew. Gwen took a deep breath and exhaled. This is the best news I have heard since I met him. At Angie's feet, the zombie Peter had obviously lost all his limbs. He was still struggling like a ferocious poisonous insect, and even tried to open his mouth and bite Angie's feet. It's a pity that Ange is not wearing Quaye's Greek sandals, but a pair of boots made of the same material as the spacesuit. Is there anything else you want to ask him? Taking one last look at that hideous and disgusting face, Gwen looked away as if she was electrocuted. No more. The next second, a total of 33 points of power suddenly exploded. Ange stomped zombie Peter's head like a watermelon. As a large ball of red soul rose from the corpse and sank into Angie's chest, the light screen on the retina immediately lit up. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing zombie Spider-Man Peter Parker. The host receives the following attribute bonuses: Constitution +1, Agility +18, Intelligence +2, Perception +7, Will +3. Congratulations to the host for temporarily acquiring the following skills: Flying over walls and walls LV3, Radiation resistance LV4, Vampire virus resistance LV3, Clairvoyance LV1. The host obtains the branch skill of the physique system, peak physical fitness, and the maintenance time is upgraded to 60 minutes. The host has acquired an agility branch skill, rope control. This is a variant branch skill of Spider-Man's silk manipulation, which can greatly improve the host's control over rope weapons. Make a fortune. The zombie Spider-Man is still a representative of high agility and gets a lot of agility bonuses, and Ange is no exception. If you kill a normal Spider-Man, you will probably gain more attributes besides physical strength, but now Ange is very satisfied. Without Koi's leather jacket, Angie's overall attributes came to physique 19, agility 41, strength 21, intelligence 17, perception 24, and will 27. Coupled with the physique +5, strength +12 of Quaye's leather sheath, he no longer has any shortcomings in the strict sense. Ange quickly read through the upgrades, withdrew his gaze, then very smoothly threw away a piece of zombie Peter's remains, and dropped the last incendiary bomb. Ouch! The raging flames destroyed the last traces of another zombie hero who invaded the world. Walking out of the abandoned house, Gwen remained silent. Go back and have a good sleep. The sun will rise as usual in New York tomorrow. Angie's voice sounded behind her. Gwen's body trembled violently, and there was a cry in her voice. I just helped destroy my childhood sweetheart, and then tomorrow I will pretend that nothing happened and say hello to him in this world and say hi. Ange shrugged. Sure enough, no matter which parallel world, whether Gwen lost Peter, or Peter failed to save Gwen and let her die, these two seemed to be incompatible, and one of them would always be unlucky. Maybe, this is fate. Gwen seemed to be trying to force a smile, but suddenly realized that she was still wearing Spider-Man's mask. Yes, no matter what your purpose, you saved my life. I don't know your name yet. Code names are also available. Kratos. Okay, Mr. Kratos, let you feel the gratitude of a New York girl. Gwen said, leaning closer. Ange felt something was wrong. His reason told him that the girl opposite was obviously irrational now. Gwen slowly pulled up her mask. To be precise, it was only pulled up halfway, and stopped when it reached her nose, revealing a fair and delicate chin. Ange noticed that transparent droplets kept sliding down his cheeks, which were Gwen's tears. "No matter what you plan to do, if you mess around now, you will regret it tomorrow," Ange warned her in a deep voice. However, a pair of soft arms still rested on his shoulders. The four lips overlapped together. A bit salty. It was the smell of Gwen's tears. But, the atmosphere was gone. No matter how idiot Gwen is, he can feel that he is kissing a leather case, not a living person. She suddenly smiled bitterly. "Sure enough. Wearing a mask allows me to let go of my persona of a good girl and let myself go. But you, wearing a mask, are still a gentleman." She was wrong, Ange told her with his claws. How wrong she was. "You must have made a mistake. I can do whatever is convenient for me when it comes to killing enemies. But for women, I prefer to rob them," taking away her body and mind at once. Rather than leaving her a chance to tell myself it was just an impulse on her part. Gwen stepped back suddenly, and for the first time she realized that this mysterious Kratos seemed to be very different from her ideas and values. After a brief moment of shock, she came back to her senses. "Who? It's you who gave up the prize, but you can't blame me." "Ah!" Gwen suddenly flicked her right arm, and the spider silk on her wrist shot out, dragging her body back quickly. At this time, Gwen's voice came from afar. "See you later, Mr. Kratos. I hope it will be as you wish next time." Chapter 30. During a sleepless night, Gwen tossed and turned. Almost as soon as she closed her eyes, the terrifying rotting face of zombie Peter would appear in her mind. His foul breath and disgusting gums. Of course Gwen knew that this is what zombies look like. When a human being has no upper and lower lips, no one will look good. But she just couldn't control her dislike for Peter from deepening. After staying up until midnight, Gwen couldn't bear it anymore. She put on Spider-Woman's clothes and ran to search for Peter. This time, she didn't encounter any zombie Peter number 2. She found Peter as soon as she left the house. However, she seemed to have arrived at a somewhat inappropriate time. Gwen didn't know how to describe the current situation. In the alley behind Gwen's house, Peter was lying on his back on a garbage heap. The more sexy and hot red-haired beauty Gwen stood in front of Peter, who had fallen to pieces, and asked with concern. "Peter, you just swung here on a piece of spider silk, then lay on the 4-story wall, and finally fell." Ma'am, did you get the wrong person? I'm not that." Peter started gibbering. "Stop pretending, I'm Mary Jane Watson. You're Aunt Anna's friend. I just separated from Aunt You in front of your house." Mary put her hands on her hips and killed Peter directly. At this time, Peter's eyes were dull. This was like a bolt from the blue. After gaining this superpower, he had many ideas, such as wearing a hood like Spider-Man and acting like a hero. But, his grand plan was revealed before it even started. "SHH. Get out of here. Something happened to me, can you please keep it a secret for me?" "Okay. Are you, the new Spider-Man?" Mary showed an aggressive look. Peter, who was somewhat weak, succumbed instantly. "His ability is the replica of Spider-Man." "I guess so. You want me to keep it a secret?" "Yes. Let me be your backup. Every superhero has a backup team, right?" "Yes. Perhaps, this is the guidance of fate." Peter met Mary. After getting over the initial shock, the two started chatting, and the more they chatted, the more they became more congenial. For some reason, Gwen felt very cold watching this scene from the rooftop. Humph! With a low hum, Gwen turned around and went back to her room to sleep. The next morning, Gwen tried to calm down. If she was a little scared before, would Peter really turn into a zombie last night and die completely in front of her eyes? Gwen became very angry after seeing that Peter had nothing to do and was chatting passionately with a red-haired beauty with big waves. However, when that messy-haired, unkempt Peter with dark circles under his eyes got into her father George's car again, Gwen still breathed a sigh of relief. When she thought that the woman's breasts were bigger than hers, Gwen subconsciously showed an expression of disgust. Gwen, what's wrong with you? I strongly suggest you take a look at yourself." She concealed her thoughts well while taking out a small mirror from her bag. When Peter saw his slumped self in the mirror, and then saw that even the buttons on his clothes were all crooked, he immediately realized that it was his fault. "Sorry, Gwen." George, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned his head and glanced. and couldn't help teasing his future son-in-law, "Hey, Peter, no girl will be happy to see you like this." He didn't know it yet, but his precious daughter had already developed a deep rift with Peter. It seemed like going to school as usual, and then campus life as usual until noon. Gwen dragged Peter, who had his head lowered and did not dare to look at her, to the top floor of the deserted school building. "Gwen, what's going on? Are you okay last night?" "Me? I'm fine." Peter's eyes kept drifting away from Gwen. Gwen grabbed Peter's shoulders forcefully. "I'm caring about you. If that spider hurt you last night, I hereby solemnly apologize to you. That was a spider I caught accidentally in the wild. Look at the pattern. It's not ruled out that it's poisonous. I strongly suggest you see a doctor and get a physical exam, or find out about it from Dr. Connors." Peter is such a person who is sullen in front of others and talkative behind his back. He really couldn't listen to Gwen's kindness, even her almost explicit statement, and forcefully pushed Gwen's hand away. I'm fine. Please don't pay attention to such trivial matters. Little thing." Gwen's eyes widened. "Transforming your body into Spider-Man, one of the superheroes, is this a small thing? Peter, are you really determined to hide this from me?" Gwen has always been a person of action. She suddenly raised her hand, and a large amount of spider silk shot out from her wrist and stuck to Peter's chest. Peter's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes widened and he was speechless for a long time. "Hello. Let me introduce myself, I am Spider-Man. Are you the Spider-Man of the future?" Peter finally raised his right hand silently, and on each of his fingers, tiny but visible barb-like hooks popped out. This is the secret of Spider-Man walking on vertical walls. Sure enough. Gwen pulled off the spider silk stuck to Peter's chest. "Okay, I'm showing off my cards. What about you?" "Me what? What else did you do last night?" "I didn't do anything. I suddenly became like this last night. I was scared." "Really?" There was an impulse that drove Gwen to ask about Mary Jane, but when the words came to her lips, Gwen was stuck. She suddenly found that she had no position to ask this question. Zombie Peter, plus Mary Jane, this is simply a double kill. A subtle feeling of betrayal spread throughout Gwen's body. "No." Peter seemed a little irritated. Gwen was a little itchy. "Okay. Then do you want to join hands with me to punish the bad guys in New York in the future? Make a decision." Gwen shook her hand suddenly and turned away. If Peter and Mary's encounter last night seemed a bit unexpected to Gwen, then the two of them were stuck together in the next few days, and their feelings were visibly warming up, which made Gwen, who had accidentally eaten dog food several times, feel unacceptable. As luck would have it, this matter was also known by Ange, who was monitoring the school. He held his forehead with a frown. "No. Gwen, give up, there are Jackie Chans everywhere. This is fate. No, this is the supreme lethality of the official match. The so-called real damage is the most real damage." In history, Gwen was miserable. Her father died because of helping Peter, and then Gwen also died later. Admittedly, this hit Peter hard. Maybe this is the so-called bad fate. Afterwards, Peter, who finally got out of the mental barrier, had one or two girlfriends, but eventually married Mary and had children. Alas! After all, in fate, how could the female supporting role win the official female lead? The wheel of fate is still rolling forward, and no one knows that the trajectory of the wheel is a little bit off. Dr. Connors got the cross-species research formula left by Peter's father. This made the doctor's research make epic-making progress a week later. It's a pity that Ambrose Osburn, the helmsman of the Osburn Foundation, couldn't wait. His genetic disease made him die soon. Seeing that Connors had been unable to open up the situation, he decided to shut down Connors' laboratory. This operation directly pushed Dr. Connors to a dead end. You know, Dr. Connors lost his right arm on the battlefield in his early years. In order to regain his arm, he has been committed to limb regeneration research. This is why he set his research direction in the field of lizard genes that can regenerate limbs. Now his life's hard work is about to go to waste. How can he bear it? So, after the group's shutdown order was issued, Dr. Connors took a risk and injected the newly developed lizard serum into his body. His broken arm did grow back, and as a price, he became a lizard man with a height of 3 meters and covered with terrible green scales. So, this new monster gave New York citizens a little biochemical shock on the Golden Gate Bridge. Ah! The appearance of the lizard man caused a traffic jam on the already congested Golden Gate Bridge. Ah! The citizens screamed in panic and fled on foot. It's not their fault. Anyone who sees a big green lizard walking upright will be scared, not to mention that it can throw a car weighing more than 1 ton like a toy building block with a wave of its hand. There are innocent citizens in the car. Help! A miserable middle-aged office worker thought he was dead, but after the car plummeted 30 meters, the whole car suddenly stopped and was suspended in the air. That's when Spider-Man Peter appeared. He used the spider silk with exaggerated elasticity to save the citizen at the critical moment. However, the lizard man's madness continued, and vehicles of all sizes were constantly thrown out of the bridge, and Peter was forced to save the scene again and again. He didn't notice that everything he did fell into the eyes of another Spider-Man. Gwen shouted, "You save people. I stop it." This is the thinking mode of the daughter of the police chief. Okay. Peter nodded, and Gwen bravely swung down and fought with the lizard man. Unfortunately, Spider-Man's weakness of high agility and low attack was clearly revealed in front of the thick-skinned lizard man. The Golden Gate Bridge is not a terrain that Spider-Man likes. The sense of justice in her heart prevented Gwen from using spider silk to tie up cars and throwing them as projectiles. Once they started fighting, it was a typical scraping. Whether it was punching, kicking, or spider webs, they could not hurt the lizard man at all, let alone restrict him. When the lizard man went crazy, he threw a car and crushed an innocent citizen. Hearing the victim's screams, Gwen's heart was broken. "Stop him!" Gwen shouted, asking Peter to join the battle. Unfortunately, if you can't break the armor line, it will always be scraping. It's a pity that it doesn't die, and it's not scraping fast. If Kratos were here. Gwen didn't know why she would think of the seemingly rude but gentle man at this time. Unfortunately, he didn't come. The two Spider-Men joined forces, but they were still unable to control the crazy lizard man, and could only watch it rampage. When the lizard man knocked a car carrying children off the Golden Gate Bridge, Peter couldn't help but choose to save people first, while Gwen continued to stop the lizard man with difficulty. Something happened that went beyond the trajectory of fate. Fortunately, the New York SWAT team, led by George, the chief of the New York Police Department, arrived at the scene in just 20 minutes. Seeing Spider-Man saving people and then seeing the lizard man rampaging and destroying, George decisively ordered, "Try to avoid the two Spider-Men and fire at the green lizard-like guy." More than 20 New York SWAT policemen immediately raised their rifles and poured out firepower wildly at the lizard man. 2-2-2-2. A violent rain of bullets rained down. Intense firepower that is enough to beat normal people into sieves has no effect in the face of monsters like lizardmen. The 9mm bullets of the MP5 ricocheted directly, while most of the 5.56mm rifle bullets were bounced off the hard scales of the lizard man. Only a small number of bullets penetrated the lizard man's skin, and even failed to penetrate its muscles. This classic skin injury deeply stimulated the crazy Dr. Connor. Roar! Facing the hail of bullets, the lizard man quickly crossed a 50-meter space and entered the crowd of SWAT police with a power and speed beyond mortal imagination. The lizard man waved his claws and immediately caused a bloody storm. The members of the SWAT team wearing body armor and tactical helmets were like broken rag dolls, their bodies flying backwards in an extremely twisted state. It's obviously not alive anymore. George bravely raised his pistol and shot the lizard man several times in the head. Who knows, this aroused its ferocity. After the SWAT police around him were wiped out, the lizard man finally targeted Director George. No. Gwen tried to stop. She failed. The flexible spider silk was nothing in the face of absolute violence. The lizard man's big claws clawed hard at her father's chest. Hiss! The thick bulletproof vest was torn to pieces like a piece of rag, and the fearful expression representing death condensed on the faces of the two father and daughter at the same time. At this critical moment, a pale but strong arm appeared. Impossible! The lizard man's terrifying vertical pupils shrank to the smallest size on the spot. Dr. Connors knew exactly how powerful his shot was. A car weighing more than 1 ton is thrown away at will. However, this powerful and heavy blow was actually carried by a small human arm. The other party grabbed his wrist tightly, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward any further. Gwen's eyes widened in surprise. Kratos! Something bad happened. The author was temporarily brain dead and wrote incorrectly. I deeply apologize for causing discomfort to everyone. This chapter has been significantly revised. Check out this version. Chapter 31. No one knows when this mysterious bald man came. He just appeared inexplicably at the moment when the New York police commissioner almost died. This not only shocked ordinary people, but also scared the lizard man. Twice? No. This is at least 3 times the strength of an ordinary adult male. The lizard man did not intend to turn it into a boring wrestling match. His other claw, together with his thick lizard tail, slapped at a high speed of 70 miles per hour. Once the slap hits, the fate of this big man will not be much better than the special police who just flew out. Ha! The big man shouted like thunder, raised his foot and kicked his leg like lightning. Bang! It was a low muffled sound like a drum. The giant lizard man, who probably weighed more than 500 kilograms, had an obvious depression in his abdomen. Gwen, who had good dynamic vision, saw with his own eyes that a very short dynamic crater appeared on the lizard man's belly. Kratos's terrible strength definitely hurt the lizard man's internal organs. The next second, such a big lizard man actually flew backwards. Even with the amazing agility and balance of the lizard man, he still couldn't control his body. He crashed out like a water float in a mess, knocking and smashing several cars. Only after the 5th roll did he grab the ground with a claw and barely stopped his backward momentum. Before the big lizard could react, Kratos had already chased after him with his strange flame-shaped double knives. While Kratos was fighting the lizard man, Gwen couldn't help it anymore, and rushed to her father with tears in her eyes. "Dad! No, Chief Stacy, what's wrong with you?" Gwen rushed over and supported her father who was falling. Gwen's words made George almost suspect that he was hallucinating. How could this mysterious heroine who had already been on the desk of the police chief use his daughter's voice? But that voice, that action, this is clearly his own little cotton-padded jacket. George can become the police chief. In addition to a heart of blood, there are also 800 tricks. He realized that his injury was not serious, but it looked terrible. After all, the whole bulletproof vest was penetrated, and the sharp claws of the lizard man pierced his skin and surface muscles. 4 almost side by side, coin-sized holes a little below the collarbone were spurting blood. At the critical moment, he actually had the energy to act. Help me take off the bulletproof vest. Gwen, there is a first aid kit in the car." When George pointed to the police armored vehicle behind him with his bloody fingers, Gwen was really panicked, and she blurted out again, "Okay, Dad." "Mr. Chief." George was extremely sure that he did not hear wrong. But this play must go on. He cooperated with Gwen in this way, dying, took off his bulletproof vest, sprinkled hemostatic powder on his bleeding wound, and covered the wound with a large piece of gauze. After he had finished all this and it seemed that his life was finally saved, he suddenly grabbed Gwen's wrist and whispered, "I need an explanation when we go back tonight." Gwen's whole body froze at that moment. No matter what, her father's safety was her greatest comfort. Gritting her teeth, Gwen cast a spider silk and leaped out, landing on a diagonal steel cable. She noticed that Peter was still busy saving people, while Kratos was still fighting with the lizard man. This was not a battle for humans at all. The lizard man was so terrible that every claw of his would destroy something whenever he caught something. The door of the bus was scratched by the big claw, and it was like a twisted and torn piece of waste paper, breaking into pieces with the harsh sound of metal deformation. The thick and slender lizard's tail swung, and the asphalt road surface immediately burst open, leaving a terrible deep mark more than 5 centimeters deep. However, the lizard man's opponent, Kratos. Gwen had seen swift movements and powerful enemies, but he had never seen someone who could combine the two so perfectly. His movements were extremely large, and his wide-open steps and his hands stretched to the extreme gave people a sense of violent beauty with surging hormones. He repeatedly made the lizard man's claws and tail return in vain in his dodging, which seemed quite extreme to outsiders. At the same time, he used the pair of strange short blades in his hands to set off an uninterrupted storm of blood and flesh on the lizard man's body. The slender and hard lizard scales the size of a thumbnail were cut by the sharp blade and flew into the air, and the green flesh of the lizard man was splashed out. If this could still be considered a flesh wound, then the lizard man's obvious overexertion attack was perfectly used by Kratos. He raised his left hand to block the big claws with a knife, and his body suddenly lowered and rushed forward. After a flash of the knife, the lizard man's abdomen was cut open with a hole at least half a meter long. Green blood and a large section of intestines spurted out like crazy. If an ordinary person suffered such an injury, he would fall to the ground on the spot even if he didn't die. Gwen was shocked to see that the terrible wound that the lizard man had just received was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound was closing with the peristalsis of the muscles, and even the exposed intestines were fused by the newly grown abdominal muscles. A large section of intestines was actually hanging on the belly and kept swinging with the movements of the lizard man, which was extremely terrifying. This was the key to why Kratos had the upper hand but still couldn't defeat the lizard man after so long. This 3-meter-tall green monster was really tough. On the other side, under the pain and almost endless blood, the lizard man's movements became more and more violent, and he began to attack all the humans around him indiscriminately, including but not limited to smashing cars at innocent people who tried to escape. However, Kratos ignored all of them and continued to focus on killing the lizard man. He was not bound by the so-called righteousness at all, which made the lizard man silent. Gwen watched anxiously on the side. It was not that she didn't want to help. First, the battle between the two sides was extremely fast, and second, her fighting style was obviously inconsistent with Kratos. Her spider web spray would pit Kratos if it was not good. The lizard man has amazing recovery ability, which means it can make many mistakes. What about Kratos? I don't know, at least he looks like a human being, and Gwen dare not bet whether he can take a hit. If she makes things worse, Gwen will never forgive herself. As a real talent, Gwen never lacks observation. She soon discovered that Kratos seemed to be unintentional, but he had been secretly pushing the lizard man towards a mysterious tanker. Dangerous goods, liquid nitrogen. Gwen's eyes lit up, and she realized what Kratos wanted to do. After understanding the intentions of his teammates, the next thing was simple. As if after hundreds and thousands of rehearsals, Kratos just dodged the green lizard's claws and a large spider web was stuck on the lizard man's face. Ah! Wow! The lizard man screamed. If Dr. Connors was a natural lizard man, perhaps he could still react through his specialized sense of smell. Unfortunately, not long ago, he was still an out-and-out human. The sudden loss of vision made him panic, and he instinctively stretched out one hand to pull down the spider web, while the other hand waved randomly, trying to block Kratos' attack. Beautiful. The praise from the bald man gave Gwen a strange sense of satisfaction for the first time. I helped him. I finally helped. Without wasting Gwen's wonderful assist, Ange suddenly leaned over and slashed with all his strength, causing terrible damage to the lizard man's left ankle. A full-strength attack with 33 points of strength caused tons of damage in the physical sense. Even the thick-skinned lizard man almost had his entire ankle cut off by this knife. It was almost not completely broken, and there were only about 2 centimeters of skin and flesh connected to the calf. The knife continued to shine, and even the tendons of the lizard man's right ankle were cut off. Ah! The roar like an ancient beast did not scare Ange. He did not chase the lizard man's other vital points and slashed at him. Instead, he unexpectedly did a standard martial arts move kick to the sky. Woo! This kick undoubtedly completely destroyed the lizard man's balance. It made him a large rolling gourd. He rolled over in a miserable state, crushing 7 or 8 cars, and then his back hit the tanker heavily. General! Kratos raised a smug smile on his seemingly rough face. A bomb was thrown out. With the shocking explosion, a large amount of cold liquid nitrogen sprayed out and poured on the lizard man's head. Ah! What is this? Dr. Connors began to regain his consciousness, and was horrified to find that because of the exaggerated ultra-low temperature, his agility and strength were greatly reduced. No. Not only that, his supposed infinite recovery power was also stagnant at this moment. Before Dr. Connors could react, the burly figure that frightened him had already killed in front of him. Swish! A strange-shaped sword pierced his chest, and another sword made his vision suddenly fly high into the sky, followed by a dizzying vision. The terrifying lizard head no longer uttered the indistinct roar of a beast, but human speech. Am I dead? Chapter 32. To be honest, Ange hates those guys who can regenerate infinitely. Fortunately, Dr. Lizard is not like the 9-headed Hydra in Greek mythology, which can regenerate after cutting off one head. That is really annoying. After successfully killing Dr. Connors, a large group of red souls were sucked into Angie's body, and the pop-up window on the retina arrived as expected. Congratulations to the host for killing Dr. Lizard Connors. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following basic attribute upgrades: Constitution plus 18, Strength plus 21, Intelligence plus 9, Perception plus 10, Will plus 1. Seeing this, Ange was so excited that his body trembled slightly. Sure enough, high risks are accompanied by high rewards. Although Dr. Lizard did not bring him agility bonus, he made up for his relatively weak constitution and strength. In this way, his bare attributes came to Constitution 37, Agility 41, Strength 42, Intelligence 26, Perception 34, Will 28. Plus the Constitution plus 5, Strength plus 12 of Kratos' suit, he is now an absolute tough guy. Unfortunately, the next sentence of the system made him feel a little uneasy. It has been detected that the upper limit of the host's constitution and strength under the current body template is about 60. If the host wants to continue to break through the limit, please hunt down the descendants of gods or high-level blood and transform your own body. Angie's eyes narrowed, and he probably had a goal in mind. He continued to read. The host obtains the branch skill of the constitution system. Hardened skin. The host has a passive tough skin that can resist 0.22 small caliber bullets at close range without injury. When the host is in a state of concentration, it can resist 9mm bullets. In the two states, the default basic value of the host's armor is 20 and 30. The host obtains the branch skill of the constitution system, regeneration. As long as there is enough nutrition, the host can regenerate defective limbs and body organs at a rate of 10 cubic centimeters per hour. Host gains strength branch skill. Giant throw. Host can lift objects weighing no more than 1 ton and throw them violently. This skill will reduce the duration of peak physical fitness, and the specific effect is proportional to the host's physique. Host gains perception branch skill, heat sensing LV1. Host gains intelligence branch skill, introduction to biotechnology. 4 skills in one breath, all of which are practical. Aang really feels that Dr. Connors was right to kill this time. Oh my god! It's Dr. Connors! Looking in the direction of the voice, Aang saw Spider-Man Peter squatting on the guardrail beside the bridge. Suddenly I had a headache. Spider-Man is famous for not killing. Several heroes in the Justice Camp have similar problems. When they shouldn't be merciful, they are always too merciful and let the bad guys go. In peacetime, Aang will respect such heroes. After all, they have noble character and high moral standards that ordinary people need to look up to. Unfortunately, this is a giant urban agglomeration integrating Gotham and New York. It's like Gotham's Arkham Asylum, where everyone is talented and speaks well. When the big villains go there, it's as comfortable as going home. They're done with vacation, and they come out to kill people crazily and make trouble. Sometimes, killing the bad guys is the greatest salvation for kind civilians. Aang has no special hatred for Dr. Connors. He knows very well that in the history of comics, Dr. Connors has helped Spider-Man a lot. Unfortunately, here, this famous doctor is just a big disaster. The threat of the zombie universe is imminent, and Aang can only treat the doctor as an experience package. Is he your acquaintance? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Aang picked up a rag, wiped the knife, and sheathed it. Peter's mind was confused. Did this mysterious man do something wrong? No. If it were him, fighting a giant lizard man, he would not think of the human side. This level of battle can't be held back at all. However, Peter was very upset. This was Dr. Connors. The formula he gave to the doctor turned out like this in just a few days. Was it his fault? This was a bad debt. Not far from them, Gwen was also speechless for a long time. At this moment, more frequent sirens sounded in the distance. It was time to leave, otherwise everyone would be in trouble. Compared with Spider-Man swinging away with spider silk, Angie's departure was more simple and rough. He turned over and jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. This. Gwen's eyes widened. Before the guardrails were raised, the Golden Gate Bridge was a suicide sanctuary in New York. The bridge is more than 60 meters above the water surface, more than 20 stories high. Even though there is water below, jumping from this height, the water surface will be as hard as a cement board. Normally, people will be crushed to pieces if they jump down. But when Kratos went down, it was like dropping a depth charge. With a loud bang, his figure quickly disappeared in the Golden Gate Strait. Only Spider-Man, who had a strong night vision, could barely see a shallow white column of water under the water. It was the track left by someone swimming at high speed. Dr. Connors was dead, but the shocking aftermath caused by the doctor was not over yet. The next day, the host on TV reported the incident in the tone of the UC shock department. Today, the Golden Gate Bridge was attacked by a terrible monster. This creature has a lizard-like appearance and is more than 10 feet tall. It can easily throw a car weighing more than a ton off the bridge. Even the New York City SWAT team is no match for it. Fortunately, 2 Spider-Men, 1 male and 1 female, plus a mysterious bald man killed it. After checking his identity, the real identity of this lizard man is the famous Dr. Kurt Connors. Before he was fired by the Osburn Group, he had been engaged in cross-species genetic engineering research. His research direction is to use the regeneration factor of lizards to heal human limbs. The police found Dr. Connors' temporary research center, where they found a container full of mysterious liquid. According to the preliminary estimates of authoritative scientists, it is possible to turn all New Yorkers into lizard monsters like Dr. Connors. The screen turned and the spokesperson of the Osburn Group was broadcast. Our company has long discovered that Dr. Connors' research is heading in a very dangerous direction. In line with the attitude of being responsible to society and the public, our company closed Dr. Connors' laboratory in advance and terminated his research. This is obviously the doctor losing his mind and continuing his crazy research. Compared to the excitement on TV, Gwen felt that she was facing the most serious crisis in her life. As a young person who has not yet officially entered the society, her father's majesty is not a boast, especially since her father is the New York City Police Commissioner. "Dad, why are you back?" Gwen was shocked as she looked at her father with thick bandages on his chest. She was completely dumbfounded. "It's okay. I went through a detailed examination by the doctor. Although she looked seriously injured last night, in fact, all 4 wounds were flesh wounds. The wounds have been sutured and will heal in a week." George looked at his precious daughter with a smile on his face. "Gwen, don't you have anything to tell me?" "Goo." Gwen swallowed her saliva, her whole body stiff as a wooden man, and followed her father into his study. "Close the door." George sat in the armchair with his arms and legs. "Okay, what should I call you? Spider-Woman? Spider-Woman? Or my good daughter? What can Gwen do? She is also desperate. She can only take out the plan that she is most reluctant to take out and confess everything." After a while, George rubbed his brows. He had a headache. "To put it simply, you were bitten by a mutant spider and turned into Spider-Man. You hid the spider, and ended up biting Parker. In order to find out what happened, you sneaked into the Osburn Group and became Dr. Connors' assistant, just to find out if you would become a monster." "Yes, Dad, your poor daughter might become a monster and never come back if she's not careful." Gwen's acting skills in pretending to be pitiful are definitely above the standard. George was in a dilemma. Spider-Man's reputation is pretty good. She helps the police catch people and doesn't commit crimes intentionally. In the internal evaluation of the police station, she is an official hero who can be won over. Haha, it should be said that all superheroes are useful to the country. Those who are useful can be won over, and those who are not useful, can also form the Suicide Squad. George is very clear about the nature of the people above. The Americans don't practice the idea of killing relatives for the sake of justice and destroying private interests for the sake of public interests. It is definitely a small family first, and then a big family. In fact, after so long, he had already thought about it. "Gwen, you have grown up and you have your own ideas. Since what you do is just, I, as a father, will certainly support you. But don't expect the New York Police Commissioner to help you." "Thank you, Dad." With a long-tail tone, Gwen kissed her father's face enthusiastically. "Okay, okay. Take care of yourself. Don't mess around." "Yes, Dad. As for your research, the way to the Osburn Group is blocked, but I have a plan B." "Wait, you are not talking about that Aang?" "Yes." The worried old father suddenly felt a pang of heartache, always having the illusion of sending his daughter into the tiger's mouth. "However, my daughter is already Spider-Man, and the other party should not be able to do anything to her, right?" Chapter 33. Midtown High School is as noisy as ever. High school is a very delicate stage, where young boys and girls can vent their hormones to their heart's content without having to be as deceitful as people in society. Therefore, they are quite straightforward in expressing their likes and dislikes. Next to the storage racks in the school corridor, a large group of students are preparing their class supplies, changing their sundries, taking out textbooks and so on. When they saw Eugene Thompson, whose face said "the whole world owes me money," walking towards Peter, the crowd suddenly made way for him, and at the same time, they showed their unique expressions of eating melons. "Hey! Peter! Don't say I didn't give you a chance to prove that you are a real man. How about fighting with me in the boxing ring after class? If you are afraid, you can also wear a full set of protective gear." Lightning has been unhappy with Peter for a long time. He is an extreme person, either he hates someone very much or he admires someone very much. Wow! Eugene is here again. As soon as this was said, the crowd immediately started to make a noise. Students, watching the excitement is not a big deal. Just when everyone thought that the frail Peter would politely reject Eugene as usual, Peter was just stunned for a moment, and then showed a mysterious smile. Okay. See you after school. Reject? I'm not surprised, you are such a coward. Wait. You agreed. Eugene spoke arrogantly to himself, and was shocked to find that the guy opposite him with a face that looked like he could be spoiled by everything actually agreed. The surprise on Eugene's face made Peter's eyes flash with pleasure. Peter opened his arms and said generously, yes. I agreed, all the students here are witnesses. Oh. The crowd was boiling immediately, this is a big melon. Eugene played his role perfectly, okay. Peter, don't leave after class. You wait for me. Not far away, Gwen held her forehead, she didn't know what to say, she could only mourn for Eugene for 3 seconds in her heart. Anyway, the two sides were fighting in the ring, which was not a private fight. At least the style was much higher. The news spread all over the school in a flash. The students were so excited that they couldn't concentrate in class, and they were all whispering. After waiting for the get out of class to end, they rushed to the gymnasium, cheering and shouting the names of the two sides. Eugene. 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 Peter. 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 To be honest, Peter was not very popular on campus. He was good at studying, but his presence in other aspects was not very prominent. It was just that everyone disliked Eugene more or less, and the result was that the cheers for Peter were not small at all. Gwen was surprised to see that Ange was there. The principal sat on his right, and his secretary and bodyguard sat on the benches behind him. Gwen hesitated and went up to greet him, Mr. Ange, where are you? Ange smiled but said nothing. Should I tell you that the first page of the Zombie Marvel Universe comic is the zombie Peter biting people in public during the live broadcast? Nothing to do, of course I have to keep an eye on the other Peter. Oh, Miss Stacy? You know her too? That's perfect. The principal said happily, Mr. Ange is now planning to join our school board and is inspecting the school. If Miss Stacy is convenient, how about introducing the school to Mr. Ange for me? Ange showed a bright smile, I just plan to invest a little money. Gwen. No matter whether it is public or private schools in the United States, they will accept government grants and private donations for academic research. No matter what kind of sponsor, they are the existence that the principal needs to lick. Ange came into the school so grandly, Gwen really couldn't say anything, she could only elegantly press her skirt and sit down next to Ange. At this time, an exaggerated scream suddenly broke out around the boxing ring. If you listen carefully, you will find that 99% of the sounds are actually the excited shouts of female students. For no reason. It's because Peter took off his clothes. He was shirtless and wore a pair of loose boxer briefs, which is the standard for male boxers. This is the case in any serious boxing match. Everyone has known that Eugene is a muscular man. Surprisingly, Peter's upper body is full of streamlined muscles. He really looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed. No wonder the girls screamed loudly. Youth. It's overflowing hormones. Boys like beautiful girls. Why don't girls like handsome and muscular boys? Peter was originally delicate, and with this muscular body, his score in the eyes of girls instantly reached the maximum. For a while, the cheers for Peter completely overwhelmed the cheers for Eugene. As luck would have it, when Eugene looked around, he actually caught a glimpse of Ange. Eugene's face became even uglier, and he cursed in his heart, bastard Peter Parker. I'll let you know that I'm the second strongest man in the world. He shouted, Peter. This time, no one will protect you. Do you want to wear a boxing mask? Or do you need a woman's skirt as a shield? Eugene directly turned up the intensity of the taunt. Peter said coldly, no need. Spider-Man lightly pressed the boxing ring cable with his gloved hand, and the whole thing actually jumped up lightly and turned over to enter the ring area. Such a light and handsome action immediately received another round of screams from the girls. As a legal duel, no, it was a boxing match, everything was very formal here. First, a beautiful black girl held up a sign that said first round and walked around the ring. The teacher, who was the guest referee, pulled two people over and repeated the rules of boxing. Ange subconsciously looked at the girl twice more, and had to admit that apart from her dark skin, she was indeed a rare beauty with delicate features, elegant manners, and a slim figure. The environment was too noisy, and Gwen had to come closer to talk. She whispered in Angie's ear, "What? Interested? Her name is Liz Toombs." Ange was embarrassed on the spot. It turned out to be her. Angie's heart skipped a beat, and he continued to search immediately. Sure enough, he immediately found another girl, Michelle Jones. He just heard the news last night that Mary Jane appeared. Now there are two more. In history, they were all Spider-Man's girlfriends. This is not a boxing match, this is clearly Spider-Man's Shura field. Ange is professionally trained and generally won't laugh unless he can't help it. Puff. Gwen looked at Ange strangely, and then followed his gaze to see Michelle, a black girl with wavy hair. She was a little confused. If Ange was a pervert, he would definitely not react like this. "Sorry, Miss Stacy, I lost my temper. I just suddenly thought of something funny. I couldn't help it for a moment." At the end, Ange suddenly lowered his voice and leaned over to Gwen's ear, "They are not in my hunting range." At this time, the bell for the boxing started rang. Eugene, who was full of anger, came up with a fierce right hook without leaving any room for mercy. The powerful fist even brought an exaggerated sound of breaking wind. The audience exclaimed, "Wow!" They couldn't imagine what it would be like if this punch hit Peter's pretty face. It must be painful, right? Unexpectedly, the next second, Peter dodged it very lightly. In the eyes of outsiders, this was undoubtedly a thrilling dodge. Gwen and Ange saw how Peter played Eugene. Compared with Peter's movements, Eugene was like a clumsy bear, fierce but not flexible enough. So what if he was strong? If he couldn't hit, it would be useless. Ah! Unwilling to give up, Eugene roared loudly, no longer looking down on his opponent, but raised his fists to protect his vitals, and then he approached and launched a tentative attack on Peter with a short, flat, and fast jab. It must be admitted that even if he is not a professional player, Eugene's boxing is really good. Unfortunately, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be broken is speed. Even though Eugene's fists rained down like raindrops, Peter managed to dodge 100%. In the end, Peter even naturally dropped his hands, didn't even move his feet, and only swung his upper body to dodge. This made the excited screams of the girls watching even louder. The last person who put down all defenses and relied on his own reactions and body movements to dodge was Muhammad Ali. At his peak, Ali really did whatever he wanted. Peter also had this feeling at this moment. Eugene was like an enraged big stupid bear. In his rage, he finally opened his middle door and pulled his fist to give Peter a fatal blow. Then, there was nothing else. A seemingly light uppercut hit his chin, and then he fell to the ground. KO. Oh, the cheers of the students went straight to the sky, as if even the roof of the gymnasium was about to be lifted off. Peter raised his arms high, like a real god of war, accepting the worship of all his classmates. Here, Ange and Gwen were clapping politely. This wonderful reversal drama is still worth watching even if you know the result. At this moment, a scene that made the spectators even more excited happened. When Peter walked down the ring proudly, Liz Allen, who had just been a sign-holding lady, actually pounced on him and bit Peter's lips hard. Ah! The crowd immediately screamed excitedly. A hero and a beauty, this is a scene that has never been boring. Almost everyone screamed with excitement, except Mary Jane, who happened to be watching this scene from the window outside the gymnasium, Gwen, who was inside the stadium, and Miss Michelle. Their subtle expressions fell into Angie's eyes, and became a classic white learning scene. He couldn't help but think of another beautiful woman, Betty, who had an affair with Spider-Man in the comics. That time, she and Liz met Mary Jane. Perhaps, this is the so-called Spider-Man and his tragic Shura field. Chapter 34. Peter had no idea that he had stepped into the Shura field, and he didn't even think it was a Shura field. He had never even held the hand of a beautiful woman, so how could he feel that he had established a relationship with someone? As a poor boy who lost his parents when he was young, was raised by his uncle and aunt, and grew up with the label of poverty, Peter had never received such attention. He was not ugly, but unfortunately in such an elite high school where the children of rich and powerful people gathered, it was absolutely impossible for a poor boy to have beautiful women around him on weekdays. He succeeded, and in the field of men, he defeated Eugene Lightning Thompson, a muscle man who usually bullied his classmates and made everyone dare not speak out. At this moment, he was the mortal hero who defeated the evil devil. The enthusiasm of the classmates can be imagined. Peter even hugged every girl who came forward to kiss him intentionally or unintentionally. Well, in addition to Liz, there were many girls such as Michelle who came up to hug him, not directly kissing him on the mouth, but at least kissing him on the face. In a few blinks, his face and neck were covered with lip prints from different beauties. Every American high school student is a walking hormone. Peter was not too proud at the moment, but at least he was feeling proud. Oh. Under the dazzling lights around the ring, and with the flattery of the beauties, Peter waved his fists high from time to time. But this smug look was a bit subtle in Gwen's eyes. Ange held his cheek and looked at Gwen's stunned look. Ange suddenly sighed in his heart, "Girl. You are doomed to lose." If there hadn't been this unexpected boxing match, these confidants of Peter might not have appeared in advance. When Peter was penniless, if Gwen wanted to be with Peter, there might have been a chance. Unfortunately, the opportunity was missed. It's not that childhood sweethearts must be defeated by the one who comes from heaven. The key is that Peter lived too depressed before. A poor boy who could barely pay his tuition could only ride in the car of his neighbor to go to school every day and passively accept all kinds of favors. It is true that George Stacy had good intentions, and Peter knew it, but it was a pity that the depression caused by the gap in status and money could not be eliminated. Think about it, an ordinary Peter who is not Spider-Man married to Gwen, no, he married into Stacy's family and became a son-in-law. Peter may not be very happy in his daily life, and depression will accompany him throughout his life until he succeeds in his career and makes a fortune, then it may gradually disappear. On one side is a childhood sweetheart who has done a favor to himself and is used to seeing a beautiful face, but brings depression to him in his heart. On the other side is Liz, who has no relationship with him before, but has a different style, sexy and beautiful, or other beauties. What Peter will choose, it is obvious. And in the open-minded United States, girls have no concept of reserve. Good men are to be snatched. Seeing that Peter was so popular, in the noisy atmosphere, Liz invited Peter very high profile. "Hi. Peter, there is a grand party at my house this weekend, do you want to come with me?" "Party? Okay. Which American high school student doesn't want to be the star of the party?" Peter agreed almost without hesitation. At this moment, the silly boy Peter didn't know that Liz's father was the villain Vulture who was about to bring disaster to New York. No one knew whether he could enjoy this good fortune. The VIP seat of the boxing ring was the nearest seat. Peter's voice fell into Gwen's ears, and her reaction was very wonderful. Ange noticed that she pursed her lips and clenched her fists. Ange just wanted to laugh. Spider-Man Peter has more than 20 girlfriends in comics and movies. Even if he wants to fall, it is his own fault. Ange just eats melons. At this time, Ange suddenly saw a blonde boy with a big back hair and a mature look in the noisy crowd. Harry Osburn. The only son of the Osburn family is Peter's childhood friend. However, wasn't he thrown into boarding school by his father Norman Osburn? His appearance here, doesn't it prove that Norman is dying? Is this the wheel of fortune rolling forward again? Interestingly, Harry is staring at Liz, who is holding Peter like a koala. Puff. Ange couldn't help laughing again. In the comics, Liz married Harry Osburn, but in the movie, Peter is secretly in love with Liz. Ange has no idea which history line this hodgepodge of a world is going. Anyway, people who like fun never come back empty-handed. There's something new to eat every day. Harry strode forward and hugged Peter. "Hi, buddy." Peter's eyes widened, and he looked at his childhood friend with the same surprise and said, "Harry? Why are you here?" "I just happened to have something to do at home, and I passed by here to see if I could bump into you. I didn't expect that I would see such a wonderful drama as soon as I came." "It was a great fight, buddy." Peter was a little embarrassed. At this time, Liz next to him recognized the eldest son of the Osborn family. "My family's party this weekend, are you coming too?" "Harry." Harry blinked a little mysteriously. "Of course. The most amazing thing is that Miss Black Canary, for some reason, actually added fuel to the fire. She came over from the back row and said in a voice that Gwen could hear, 'Boss, Miss Liz's father, Mr. Toombs, once sent you an invitation letter, hoping that you will attend the party this weekend.' This is not surprising. All the upper-class people in New York know that there is a Gotham rich guy who is stupid and rich and plans to invest in New York. Do you know what is the most terrible thing about a party? That is a bunch of people get together to plan a project, and when the dishes are served, they find that all the people sitting down are the second party, and there is no first party. Toombs may not really need Angie's money, but the appearance of a sponsor at his own party will strengthen Toombs' status. Apart from this, Ange pays more attention to the identities of these guys, Spider-Man and his girlfriends, the second generation of the Green Goblin, the wife of the second generation of the Green Goblin who was theoretically Spider-Man's girlfriend, the Vulture, and the daughter of the Vulture. If all the historical identities are added, there will be a comment that the circle of high society is really messy. In this case, why not add Ange the godkiller, Ghost Spider-Gwen, and Black Canary? Ange smiled, what a coincidence. That's good, let's go and see. Unfortunately, I lack a beautiful female companion. A certain person who fanned the flames through a straight hook without bait. This kind of game of willing to take the bait is really hard for ordinary people to learn. Gwen was really angry. It's not that she didn't admire her childhood sweetheart Peter, but she was the dominant one from childhood to adulthood. Now their status has changed subtly. Peter has risen. If Peter rose by his own efforts or luck, Gwen would definitely have no objection. The wonderful thing is that in this life, Peter used the mutant spider she hid to become Spider-Man, and only then did he become a hero who defeated the villain today. How could Gwen feel happy? She could get the right to attend the party directly through Liz. Then she would be a level weaker. She is just the daughter of a police chief. To put it bluntly, the police chief is just a worker with a little power. Seeing that her family is the same as Peter's, you know that they are not rich. Liz's family is a big villa in Upper Manhattan. In this way, Gwen always feels that she is naturally inferior to Liz. Although the two are not in a relationship in this life, this kind of ex-girlfriend type of relationship is the most subtle. From ancient times to the present, when an ex-girlfriend attends her ex-boyfriend's wedding, she has to find the chief hairstylist even for a haircut. You can't lose your momentum. Facing Angie's straight hook, even though she knew Ange might have bad intentions, Gwen was not afraid because she was Spider-Man. She smiled and said, what a coincidence. I'm free this weekend. If Mr. Ange doesn't mind, how about I be your female companion? It's my honor. Ange took Gwen's delicate hand very decently and kissed her hand in a gentlemanly way. Chapter 35. Ange felt the slight discomfort on Gwen's face, and glanced at Spider-Man with the corner of his eyes, and found that he was enjoying the praise of his classmates and the embrace of the beautiful woman. This was Peter's long-suppressed release. Compared with the little entanglement between them, Ange was more curious about what would happen next. The historical line must be messed up. Normally, the appearance of Vulture happened in another time and space line after Tony Stark pulled Peter to join the war. Now in this chaotic world, he actually appeared at the same time as the second generation of Green Goblin. You know, when Green Goblin Harry came out to make trouble, it was still buy one get one free. This is a lot of fun. However, Ange is confident that he can control the situation. This is youth. Ange smiled and left the school. This grand party first alarmed Peter's uncle and aunt. When Aunt May heard that her handsome boy was favored by a beautiful woman with a good family background, she was very happy and dressed him up and prepared a suit for him personally. There is only one problem. Parker's family has no car. The coverage of New York City's public transportation system is quite limited. If you want to go to the villa of the Liz family in the suburbs, you can't rely on the bus. In the past, Peter always took Uncle George's car, but when he thought about agreeing to go to a hot girl's house to attend a party and asking Uncle George to be his driver, Parker was afraid that Uncle George would beat him to death. At this moment, Peter suddenly received a call. Harry. Hey. Buddy, are you worried about how to go to the party? Peter immediately realized something. Will you give me a ride? Okay. Buddy. Peter chatted with Harry for a while, hung up the phone, and exhaled a long breath. On the afternoon of the party, Harry drove Peter to the place in a McLaren sports car. In theory, Harry would be the most handsome boy in the audience. With a well-combed 8:2 hair and expensive trendy brands, the eldest son of the Osburn family stunned the boys and girls in front of the villa gate as soon as he appeared. Obviously, Peter, the poor boy, is his supporting role. Harry enjoyed being talked about. Oh! Peter, you look so handsome today. Liz's graceful figure appeared at the gate. She was slender and wore a complicated white dress. The point was that the skirt was slit high, showing her beautiful legs. Harry and Peter stared at her. Unfortunately, Liz came up to hug Peter, which made Harry feel a little uncomfortable. Just then, a motorcade attracted everyone's attention. Two obviously bulletproof Lexus SUVs escorted one after the other, and the Rolls-Royce in the middle made Peter look familiar. First, the bodyguard got out of the car and opened the door, and then the old acquaintance Ange appeared. But when Ange politely took a beauty from the car, Peter was stunned. Gwen. Isn't it? Today's Gwen is bright and beautiful, also wearing a white dress, with an X-shaped sling structure in the front of the upper body and a large backless back. Girls with less money can't afford such clothes. Clothes make the man, and this kind of dress immediately makes Gwen surpass Liz. Peter felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Gwen naturally holding Angie's hand. Hi. Mr. Ange, Gwen. Peter just greeted him and he found someone's thoughtfulness. Because in the SUV behind, the bodyguard opened the door and sent down a group of girls, Mary Jane, Michelle, basically all the beautiful girls who surrounded Peter and received invitations from Liz that day. As soon as they got off the car, they came to greet Liz, and then they all surrounded Parker. Ange raised his eyebrows. I just like to help others. Gwen suddenly got angry. Did you do it on purpose after guessing it? So be it. Before they could quarrel, Harry came up. Harry Osburn. Ange. The two introduced themselves. I heard that Mr. Ange is also going to enter the field of genetic engineering. Harry's words were obviously tentative. They didn't know each other before, but whether it's Gotham or New York, this circle of rich people is not big or small. There are only one or a few families in each field. If Ange wants to invest in genetic engineering, he can't bypass the Osburn group. Maybe. Ange didn't comment. Although we just met for the first time, I want to give you a piece of advice. Well. Ange raised his eyebrows. You say, I listen. Don't mess around if you are an outsider without a foundation. Otherwise, be careful to burn all your money in a fire. This is no longer a test, but a threat. Finally, don't touch my good buddy Peter, otherwise I will make you regret it. Obviously, if it is really for Peter's good, it should not set obstacles for him and Liz. Harry saw through Angie's intention to make trouble. Ange blinked, but laughed in his heart. Green Goblin stood up for Spider-Man? Oh, Peter, cherish the friendship now. At this moment, Ange, Gwen, and Peter sensed something at the same time, and the crowd started to stir. It was none other than Iron Man. A strange metal humanoid creature in red and gold came across the sky. Looking at the majesty of the jet and feeling the excited screams of the crowd, at this moment, everyone truly felt who was the top star in New York City and even the entire United States. Oh! Tony! I love you. Several pretty girls who had just surrounded Peter, along with other girls, surrounded the direction where Iron Man landed. Oh, stand back, girls, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Iron Man's sci-fi helmet opened, revealing Tony's charming face, which immediately triggered a second round of screams from the girls. But no one expected that Tony ignored everyone, came out of the Iron Man armor, and went straight to Ange. Hey, buddy, can we talk privately? At this moment, many people were shocked. Gwen suddenly remembered Angie's previous self-introduction, saying that he was a shareholder of the Stark Group. Now it seems that it is true? Harry Osborn's face turned blue and red. He had just threatened Ange, and it happened that the backstage came out to support him? Isn't this a slap in the face? Compared with the Stark Group, a top military-industrial chaebol that can influence the Ministry of Defense, the Osburn Group is second-rate. Harry held back his breath. It must be admitted that Liz is a very sensible girl. As one of the hostesses, she stepped forward and said, "Would you two like to have a private chat? Please come to the reception room over here." When Tony arrived at the reception room, he stretched out his hand, and a special instrument started up. A green light curtain unfolded, tightly covering the 3-meter radius around the two people. Don't worry, this is just a gadget to block snooping. It can temporarily disable other electronic systems, including video and audio equipment. Okay, Mr. Stark, nice to meet you. Before Ange finished speaking, Tony sat down on the sofa with his legs crossed. Don't pretend, I thank you, Ethan. Ange was embarrassed for a moment, then relieved. Oh, is he okay? He is now my most capable assistant. Yes, I thought you would quibble. How did you find out? Please, the Ministry of Defense is keeping an eye on Stark's stocks. You use several shell companies to cover it, and ordinary people really can't find it. But you run around in the name of my company, and in the end the major shareholder of the holding company is you. How could I not guess? How do you feel now? Ange sat down comfortably, holding his cheek with his left hand, and put on an expression of watching a show. No feeling. It's just that someone in the Ministry of Defense doesn't like Stark's cooperation with Wayne Group, but I suppressed it. After all, you only pay dividends and don't control the company. No. Wait. Are you talking about Wayne Group? Tony's words stunned Ange. Things have been going smoothly recently. If Tony hadn't mentioned it, Ange would have almost forgotten to check who his illegitimate father was. After all, it's an unlimited ATM. Who doesn't like it? It's not that he didn't check it before, but it's obvious that it's not something he can do. Now, he saved Tony and used black money to get Stark's shares. The Ministry of Defense directly found out his background. By the way, there are only a few chables in Gotham City. Except for Batman and the Kane family of Batwoman in the comics, the rest are more or less tainted. The illegitimate father of the original owner of this body is Batman, which is definitely a happy and painful thing. Batman is famous for being ruthless and has the ability to make money. No wonder he is only responsible for giving money to his illegitimate son and ignores everything else. And it is likely that once he commits a crime, the master will immediately come to kill his relatives for the sake of justice. But it makes me angry to talk about it. I, Ange, am your son after all. When I was being hunted by Black Mask, didn't you, the guardian of Gotham, come to save me? If I didn't have the godkiller system, I would be dead. Thinking of this, Ange was extremely resentful. I am me, he is him. If the situation allows, I don't mind severing all ties with the Wayne Group. Tony was stunned for a moment. Okay, I can understand. Chapter 36. Can you understand? Ange almost blurted out. Of course. My father Howard was also such a person. Maybe he seemed great to outsiders, with great achievements that would amaze the world, and he also founded a huge business empire. But he was the worst father. I have only seen him a few times since I was a child. When I was a child, I even thought that the butler and the head maid at home were my parents. Ange. In the eyes of outsiders, Tony was born with a golden key. He was born with wealth and glory that ordinary people could not imagine, and he should live a happy life. In fact, despite having endless money, Tony was seriously lacking in fatherly and motherly love. This made him lack a sense of security and had no desire for marriage and family. This is why Tony has been a playboy in the past few years, a world-famous super slut, but he has never had a fixed female companion. Tony talked for a few minutes. If it were someone else, he would never say that. But in Tony's opinion, Angie's life experience is almost exactly the same as his. Having a father who is the head of a top chable, with endless money, and no one cares for his mother even after she died. This is very empathetic. Especially when Ange echoed, I am sure that even if I die, my father will not stay in front of the grave for a second. At most, after hearing the news from the housekeeper, he will make a sound of O to show that he knows. He thinks he always has more important things to do. This remark obviously touched Tony's tears. This former playboy who has experienced life and death and has begun to evolve into a true hero, his eyes were red on the spot. Tony casually took out a bottle of top brandy prepared in the living room and filled it for Ange himself. Cheers to our bastard father. Cheers. The two drank it all in one gulp, looked at each other, and inexplicably felt a little closer. As soon as he finished a glass, Tony immediately filled it up again. This glass is my formal thanks to you for saving my life. I didn't. Ange smiled. No. If you hadn't helped me delay, I would have been finished. Ange drank the wine without saying anything. This cup is for you to remind me about Stanny. Without you, Stark Industries would have been finished. Ange drank the third cup speechlessly. This last cup is for me to thank you on behalf of Ethan. Ange was embarrassed, but refused. No, since we have made it clear, then when I go there in the future, let Ethan toast me himself. Okay. Tony was not vague and drank himself. After a few glasses of wine, Tony and Ange became familiar with each other and put their arms around each other's shoulders. Ange, I don't know if you are here to prove yourself or for some other purpose. Anyway, I, Tony, owe you 2 lives, 1 human life and 1 career life. As long as you don't hurt me and my woman, and don't mess with my company. Then I will be your best buddy in the world. I will help you, carry it no matter how big the problem is. Don't say it, Tony is really a good person. Although he has all kinds of unreliable aspects, he has nothing to say about his friends. Not to mention that in this life, Ange was his and Ethan's savior, and Tony was really grateful to Ange. After drinking another half bottle of wine, the two guys really became familiar with each other. Ange said gloomily, "What conspiracy? I'm just a bastard." One day, Bruce, that bastard, suddenly got hot-headed, married a wife, and had a baby, then I'm nothing, and he can get me out of here for a little money. Tony's tongue was a little big. Is this why you secretly practiced martial arts, killed Black Mask, and took his money? Bullshit. I practiced martial arts because I felt that my bodyguard was unreliable. Bodyguards should be fine. In the past, European nobles would arrange their own people to watch illegitimate children. Old families love this. Tony drank another glass. By the way, I saw the video of the Golden Gate Bridge. The part where you killed that lizard lunatic was really handsome. Come on, you were in New York that day, and I had nothing to do with it. This is not flattery. Iron Man, who can fly, has heavy firepower, and has a laser cutting system, is really a perfect match for Dr. Lizard. Since you have money now, how about I help you to reverse the acquisition of Wayne Group? Good idea. Tony opened his laptop with a little drunken eyes and glanced at the stock price of Wayne Group. Damn it, the stock price of Wayne Group is too stable, and the stock market is large. Brother, if I really want to help you, I have to sell at least half of Stark Group to shake Bruce's equity. Forget it. It's good now. Okay, call me if you need me. Since you are in New York, I can continue to go to the Middle East to deal with the Ten Commandments gang without worry. Wait, go back and help me get an insulating leather case similar to rubber material before you leave. What standard? The higher the better, it can withstand 10,000 volts of voltage, don't worry about the size. Okay. Outside, Toombs's home is definitely a top-notch mansion. The 200-square-meter hall was decorated in modern art style, with abstract chandeliers everywhere, and furniture that seemed like works of art, which shocked the guests. In the side hall of more than 100 square meters, wild electronic music was playing. On normal days, the boys and girls, mostly students, would be dancing wildly in it. But today, all the limelight was stolen by the red and gold humanoid metal creation. Iron Man, the real top star in the United States today, the first idol in the hearts of all boys and girls. Compared with the Superman who is too powerful to be human, the public has a natural affinity for Tony Stark, who is also an ordinary human. The high-tech armor gives mortals an illusion of "I can do it too." Young people kept taking pictures around Iron Man and screamed. Most of the beauties chatted absent-mindedly, while casting their eyes towards the living room where Tony and Ange had just entered. You know, every woman who has slept with Tony Stark, the national husband, even if she can't get into the Stark family, will not prevent her from doubling her value in the future. For example, the female reporter Christine, who became famous in this life because she was fucked by Tony, is now hosting a one-person show. Moreover, if anyone succeeds now, then the one he sleeps with is not an ordinary rich second generation, but Iron Man. The girls' excited shouts obviously affected the Tombs father and daughter. Normally, the host would not be happy with such behavior. As the saying goes, as long as the background is big enough, it is a distinguished guest that cannot be invited on ordinary days. Liz noticed that the boy she liked seemed to have an extraordinary admiration for Iron Man. It should be said that all the boys here are like this. The door of the reception room opened after 10 minutes. The two figures arm in arm became the focus of people's attention. Ordinary people didn't feel anything yet, but Adrian Toombs' eyes narrowed suddenly. He remembered very clearly that when Tony first arrived, he was obviously unfamiliar with the young man named Ange. Now the two looked like brothers who had been separated for many years. What did they talk about in there? Adrian, no, Mr. Vulture, who had not yet made a public appearance in New York, was curious about this. Unfortunately, he secretly checked the surveillance and found that all the electronic equipment in it was interfered. This is the electronic technology of Iron Man. At this moment, Tony, who had completely become the protagonist of the party, came out, and Adrian naturally went to meet him. I'm sorry I came here to say hello just now. I'm Adrian Toombs, the host here. Mr. Stark, I'm honored by your arrival. Tony politely shook Adrian's hand. I should be the one to say sorry. I came here without an invitation. No, no, no. Your face is the universal invitation. Adrian was not being polite, but telling the truth. There are really not many people in the United States who don't buy Tony's account. Tony looked around and complimented politely, "Great party. This is my daughter Liz." Before Adrian finished speaking, Tony saw a circle of pretty girls around who were about to come over to introduce themselves. Tony frowned, "I really want to enjoy this party, but unfortunately I have to leave in a hurry." These words made Harry Osburn, who claimed to be of noble status, stiffen his body instantly. You know, he was proud of his status and had already squeezed next to Toombs, intending to greet Tony right behind the host. In fact, Harry even stretched out his hand and intended to shake hands. But Tony ignored him. Angel always felt that if a gust of wind came, Harry, who was already in a petrified state, would shatter on the spot, and then scatter, scatter, scatter with the wind. Chapter 37. Without waiting for everyone to react, Tony snapped his fingers, and Iron Man, controlled by the intelligent AI Jarvis, immediately strode over. This humanoid metal lump was the best pathfinder, and many people hurriedly dodged to the side. He came over inexplicably, and then hurriedly planned to leave. Tony was crazy about doing things. As a recognized true genius, he was so willful in doing things. His sudden departure caught everyone present off guard. Ange noticed that Peter was holding an autograph book in his hand, probably wanting Tony to sign it. "Hi. Tony." Ange spoke. Can you please give Peter an autograph? He is your fanatical fan, well, a very special one." Angie's words were beyond everyone's expectations, especially Peter. The previous second, Peter had an unconcealable loss on his face, and the next second, he looked at Ange with gratitude. "Okay." Tony was straightforward and snatched the autograph book from Peter's hand. "Your name is Peter, right?" "Peter Parker." "Okay, Peter Parker." Tony signed his name in a flamboyant manner and gave it back to the satisfied Peter. At this moment, Peter was not a superhero at all. He was just a fanatical fan with starry eyes. Tony casually turned his eyes and glanced at Gwen, who had come to Ange. Tony smiled, "Beautiful lady, come on. If you can hook up with my buddy, you will win." This guy didn't even know Gwen's name. Gwen immediately showed an embarrassed but polite smile. At this time, Harry next to him finally couldn't help it. As the eldest son of a Chable, Harry had a high opinion of himself since he was a child. He was used to looking down on others from a high position, so he had never suffered such bad air. He stood up and said loudly and impolitely, "Mr. Stark, I am Harry Osburn, maybe we will have a chance to cooperate in the future." Cooperation is purely a formality. The most important thing is that Harry wants a face. Cooperation. Tony raised his eyebrows. "For more than 1 billion, let me do it. For less, go to ANG. There is no way, this world is about strength. Look at the President of the United States. When the President of a small country comes, he is only qualified to sit on a small square stool. Even when he goes to a certain actor's house, it is the President who sits and the actor is only qualified to stand. In a word, Harry, who is not the head of the Osburn clan, has no right to talk to me, Tony. This is the position of brother that Harry deserves." Harry was so angry that he wanted to vomit 3 liters of blood on the spot. But there is nothing he can do. We are all Chables, and those who deal in arms are bigger than your fist. Tony spends hundreds of billions of dollars every minute, so how can he have time to play house with you, a child? Harry was completely ignored. Aang laughed, "Hey! You just drank, you won't have a headline about the crash of Iron Man in a while, right? Don't worry, this thing has an automatic driving function." Tony walked into Iron Man with a bit of shaky steps. Puff! Iron Man's visor closed, and a dazzling tail flame shot out from behind the suit, and Tony flew away directly. The protagonist left, but the party had to continue. A group of pretty girls couldn't catch Tony, the big fish, so couldn't they settle for the next best thing? "You, Ange, didn't run away without the iron suit, right?" Feeling the approaching surging waves and the increasingly scorching gaze, Ange grabbed a shield named Gwen with one hand, smiled at the surroundings, and politely rejected all the girls. At this moment, I don't know how many girls stamped their feet secretly. Ange politely greeted Toombs and Harry, and accepted Peter's thanks. He took Gwen to the balcony outside the 2nd floor, and even his bodyguard Lewis helped to close the door and stood guard at the door. Ange and Tony left, at least letting the party return to a normal atmosphere. These 2 guys put too much pressure on ordinary people. How can this be called fried fish? This is simply a big whale jumping in a standard swimming pool, leaving no room for other fish, people, to survive. Feeling the breeze outside, Gwen gathered her slightly messy golden hair. Ange, fortunately you didn't have a complete falling out with Harry Osburn. Otherwise, I would be miserable. Miserable. Of course, I'm still working and studying at the Osburn Group. Before Dr. Connors got into trouble, I was transferred to a new department. Ange shrugged. If he dares to make things difficult for you, I will invest in a new company and let you be the director. Obviously everyone was talking in a joking tone, but Gwen had a trance feeling that she was injured by the money ability. With Tony Stark's endorsement, it was said that Ange was responsible for less than 1 billion. In actual operation, it means that Ange can really come up with tens of billions of US dollars at will. No, there is no way to talk to these monsters with money abilities in this regard. At this moment, Gwen's expression changed slightly. This is the second floor. Through the huge French windows of the ballroom on the first floor, Gwen clearly saw Peter hugging Liz and dancing to the music. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the two of them were extremely harmonious, and anyone who saw them would think they were a perfect couple. Gwen was a little confused. At this moment, Ange put his mouth close to Gwen's ear, and the man's breath made Gwen very uncomfortable. But the content of Angie's words was very explosive. This villa is built on black quicksand. Gwen's pupils suddenly expanded, and countless thoughts flooded into her mind. She is not an ignorant little girl. In the United States, whether you are engaged in finance or industry, it is not uncommon to be a billionaire today and homeless tomorrow. There are always people who describe the glory of the rich as a castle built on quicksand. And the black sand means that the money of the Toombs family is not clean. Peter will be in trouble if he accompanies Liz. For a moment, Gwen didn't know what expression to use to face Ange, and what to say to answer. At this time, the song in the dance hall below ended. Soon it became Harry Osburn pestering Liz to dance, and Peter was with Mary Jane. Gwen slowly exhaled a turbid breath. It's true that Peter is my playmate since childhood. But he is also, and so am I, and we are both free. At this point, Gwen paused. She smiled. I am your female companion. At least today. Gwen's pointed words made Ange feel relieved. In Spider-Man's history, there are more than 20 girls that he has dated, almost enough to form a platoon. In addition to those who have already appeared here, there are Spider Silk, Silver Sable, Black Cat, Betty, and even Black Widow. Peter is a big slut. This is also the best portrayal of American customs. On the contrary, Ange, who is a transmigrator, is a little bit reluctant. Ange suddenly laughed at himself in his heart. I am restricted in everything, what am I doing here? Since Gwen is rich and generous, Ange did not hesitate, and he showed a charming smile. Okay. My female companion, let's go dancing. When Gwen arrived at the dance floor, she suddenly found that Ange, the gentleman, actually touched her waistline. She suddenly regretted it and wanted to beat Ange. The party ended in a lively manner. This party is special and is destined to be remembered by the world. Because before this, there have never been more than 5 superheroes on the same stage in New York, not to mention that there are 2 big villains, Green Goblin and Vulture. In fact, this record was not broken until the Avengers came out. Chapter 38. It was late at night. Sitting in the car, listening to the song Save Energy played on the car stereo, Ange looked through the car window with great interest at the beautiful women on the roadside who had to reduce the amount of cloth on their bodies because of poverty. She looked very happy. Gwen was a little angry. Her subtle expression was like performing "Look at me MKV." Ange looked at her and started to talk about business. The Osburn family is in big trouble recently. Hey! Gwen's ears perked up slightly. Norman Osburn is dying. Harry is too young and energetic. Obviously, he can't support the Osburn Group. The rich have their own intelligence channels, and keeping an eye on competitors is a routine operation. Gwen carefully tasted Harry's performance today. The scene where he forced himself in front of Tony was obviously inferior. It's okay to accidentally meet Tony, but the bad thing is that he didn't understand his brother's position well. Since he didn't know him, he shouldn't force himself to get close in such an occasion. Moreover, Adrian, as the owner, is really bad at controlling the situation, or rather, Adrian is not qualified to control the situation. My God, I am a part-time student at Osburn. Gwen showed her worries about the future of the company very well. Resign. Osburn Group is in danger. Danger. Gwen's eyes widened. When old Osburn was still there, the company was fine. Once it fell into Harry's hands, it would be as unreliable as a kid holding a nuclear bomb launcher button without a password. Aang's remarks perfectly matched his status as a nobleman. For the time being, as a friend, it is already a great reminder to this extent. Gwen is not his person on the surface. Gwen nodded, I will consider it carefully. Back downstairs at Gwen's house, Gwen was angry again. She didn't know whether Aang was intentional or deliberate, because just when she got off the car, Harry's McLaren carrying Peter just arrived. At the same time, the car of Lewis, the head of Aang's bodyguards, also arrived. Lewis helped to drive the girls who had a lot of fun with Peter tonight. Good night, Peter. I'm very happy tonight. Michelle got out of the car and gave Peter a big hug. Peter, me too. Compared to Michelle, Mary Jane's figure is more explosive. When she hugged her like a ball of fire, Peter could fully feel what a big wave beauty is. In addition, there were two beauties whose names Aang couldn't call. They couldn't catch Tony, so they focused their firepower back on Peter. The four beauties ignored the interaction between Peter and Liz tonight in a tacit understanding. Good men are to be snatched. Maybe they didn't know how many times they greeted each other as beach girls in their hearts, but on the surface they were still harmonious and smiling like flowers. At this time, the lights on the second floors of the two houses were on. Aunt May's charming figure appeared in front of the windowsill, looking at the popular Peter, smiling all the time. However, when she glanced at Gwen who was sent off by Aang, and their eyes met, Aunt May showed an apologetic smile. Sorry. Aunt May's mouth shape was like this. Gwen responded with an awkward smile. What made her scalp tingle the most was the look of her father on the second floor. After becoming a ghost spider, her perception was greatly improved, and she could clearly feel her father's resentment. He was clearly saying, "Why did you mess with that playboy Ange?" Ange ignored the police chief who had surpassed the doom and survived the lizard man incident. Ange looked at Harry, and Harry also looked at him. The two people's eyes shot at each other in the air, as if they could shoot out terrible sparks. Unfortunately, in the end, Harry didn't say anything harsh, just nodded as a greeting, got into his McLaren, started the engine and drove away. Ange noticed that Harry's hand seemed to shake unconsciously before getting in the car, and then he touched his neck. Only people with very good eyesight can see that there seems to be a strange scar on the skin at the collar. After saying goodbye to Gwen politely, Ange returned to the car and found that Lewis was sitting back. "Boss, Osburn has bad intentions towards you." Ange waved his hand, "It's okay, I've always been very tolerant of a dying person." Lewis' face was embarrassed for a moment. "I mean, the Osburn family has a serious genetic disease, and each generation doesn't live long. Norman is an example, and I just saw that Harry's disease has already broken out." Lewis' expression relaxed on the spot. "Is that so?" "Boss, if everyone who opposes you dies violently, I'll be under a lot of pressure too." Back to Angie's own villa, even though it was late at night, the lights were still on. In a side hall, Dana and Sarah were directing a team of more than 10 people, busy at the computer. Seeing Ange coming back, the Lance sisters had a little bit of resentment in their eyes. "Come back. I thought you were going to stay out." How could Ange not understand the subtext of the Lance sisters singing the same tune? That was just a social event. "I was going to meet Harry Osburn tonight. And you know Gwen's identity." When Ange said that, the two sisters immediately put away their tempers and reported seriously. They had to be serious. It was a very risky thing to be with such a super nobleman. If a beautiful woman simply practiced being pricked, she would get tired of it in 2 times and be ruthlessly abandoned. Look at Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark when they were young. They changed women faster than they changed clothes. To stay with such a man, beauty alone is not enough. Sarah said first, "I have contacted 7 banks. Because Ange is willing to mortgage your shares in Stark, they have agreed to lend you the Osburn shares on hand." Dana continued, "Ange, do you really want to play such a big game? You didn't use retail investors as a cover at all. Once you take action, it will be equivalent to you openly standing against the Osburn Group. If you fail, you will be on Stark's side. All the money is gone." "It's okay. To the financial backer behind me, this is just a small amount of money." Ange seemed to not care, and then changed the topic to check the development of his canary. After all, the money Ange can really control comes from the Bertinelli family who were killed by Black Mask. This family is second-rate in Gotham. By using the money and saving Tony's life, Ange merely tripled the value of the money and laundered it. Unfortunately, there is still a long way to go before shaking up the equity interests of Stark Group and Wayne Group. What he wants is to increase the value of this money openly. When the two canaries began to chirp, Ange smiled, "It's okay." Harry Osburn, who was supposed to be studying outside, was called back. This in itself means that his father Norman is going to die. I'm short. The Osburn Group can make a small fortune just by doing this. Short selling means buying down. The stock borrowed from the bank for about 100 yuan was sold first. Once the stock fell, Ange bought it back with 80 yuan. Return the same amount of stocks to the bank within a specified time, and give you a small interest. All remaining price differences belong to Ange. Ange was right. As soon as Harry drove halfway that night, he immediately received a notice that his father Norman was dying. Harry hurried back to the Osburn family's exaggerated European-style classical mansion. After waiting for the doctor outside his father's room all night, until 10 o'clock in the morning, the medical team finally announced that they would give up treating Norman, and Harry could go see his father for the last time. Perhaps, young men from rich families have more or less similar misfortunes in their childhood, having a very capable but overbearing father and lack of family affection. Just as Harry was venting his anger and complaining to his father, who was lying on the hospital bed, that he only got a bottle of wine from his father's assistant for his 16th birthday, Norman sneered and told Harry a cruel fact. "Do you think I'm crazy about my career just for myself? It's also for you. Our family has a genetic disease called reversal cell hyperplasia. Once it starts to attack, regardless of age and body, you will die. You are also now, that's almost it. I'll leave all my wealth to you, and it's up to you whether you survive." Not long after he finished speaking, Norman died. Seeing the personal doctor and nurse who came in and covered his father's body with a white cloth, Harry didn't feel too sad. Ever since he was little, he had only hated his father who didn't care about him. Now, Harry did not accept the joy of a huge business empire at all, but was dominated by a strong sense of fear. With trembling hands, he touched his neck. There was something like an abscess, which had recently expanded several times in size. Harry, who successfully obtained all the permissions from his father, frantically searched through his father's research projects and found that the only way to cure this terminal disease was at the genetic level. Dr. Connor's previous lizard gene project is obviously not working. Just look at what Connors looks like when he turns into a lizard man. After constantly searching, Harry suddenly discovered that spider genes have extremely strong self-healing abilities. Chapter 39. Even if Harry yelled, "Jojo! I'm not a human anymore. It depends on which kind. Lizard people are obviously not human." Dr. Connors's irrational killing looks like a scientist. What about Spider-Man? No one has seen the true faces of the two Spider-Men, but at least it is certain that they are in human form and still have the rationality of being human. The key is that the mutant spiders were created by the non-existent department of the Osburn Group. Harry looked at the various records, and he was thirsty. This is his life-saving straw, and the only salvation. He was too obsessed with his own life, so he ignored many things, such as his father's men. The wily Norman is still there, and of course he can calm these cunning shareholders and men. As soon as the young and energetic Harry came to power, he relied on the shares he inherited from his father to demote all the main executives under his father in disguise, and let them obey the female secretary before Norman. Even clay figures can get angry, not to mention these executives who were once second to none. How could they bear this kind of humiliation? This laid the seeds for Harry's subsequent suffering. However, Harry is now using the cameras of the Osburn Group in various locations in New York to look for the traces of the two Spider-Men. The exaggerated shots kept switching, and it was not too difficult for the facial recognition system to find the existence of two strangely dressed people. Fortunately, the Americans pay attention to privacy, and there are no cameras installed in most places. Harry can only see the cameras of the various subsidiaries of the Osburn Group throughout the city, otherwise he would definitely be able to find out where a big sieve Spider-Man lives. After searching for a whole day and constantly changing the data model, Harry was extremely excited. "I found you." These are two short videos that were intercepted. In the camera, the female Spider-Man, who recently changed her name to Ghost Spider, stopped Peter, who was walking on the road with a school bag on his back. The two then turned into the back alley and said something unknown, and finally left. If it was once, Harry would not be sure, but the camera saw this scene twice. Harry had an idea. Coincidentally, his butler suddenly came and knocked on the door. Master. A man named Peter Parker is here to see you. He claims to be your childhood friend. Yes. That's right, let him in. Harry was extremely excited. Just inside the grand entrance of his house, which was more than 3 meters high, Peter rubbed his hands, a little at a loss. Although he knew that Harry's family was rich, he still felt restrained when he came to the Osburn family's mansion. Seeing Harry walking down the European-style solid wood staircase that was almost a work of art, Peter smiled. I heard about your father on the news. I came here just to say. I'm sorry to hear the news. Harry, I'm sorry. I don't know if there's anything I can do to help you. This is probably the only thing I can do. But Harry's reaction was very strange. No, it's better to say that he was overly enthusiastic. The only thing I can do? No. 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 Ignore that damn bastard. He left me only a curse. Harry suddenly became excited. He grabbed Peter's hand and forced him to touch the abscess-like thing on his neck. This is... Peter was a little confused. The greatest wealth he left me, a damn genetic disease. Harry quickly explained to Peter what reverse cell proliferation syndrome was. Peter was stunned. Yes. My best friend. I'm dying. Following in the footsteps of my dead father. The only thing that can save my life is Spider-Man's blood. And you, are my salvation. When Harry said this, Peter's pupils suddenly widened. Peter's heart beat so fast that he had no idea what expression to use to face his childhood friend. Harry had no intention of letting Peter go. Don't pretend. I know you are Spider-Man. An informant. Spider-Man's perception is extremely sharp. When Harry finished saying the 3 words Spider-Man, Peter had already made the worst plan. He stopped pretending and had to show his cards. But Harry's words gave Peter a last glimmer of hope. Especially when Harry produced the evidence and played the clip of Gwen wearing the ghost spider suit and talking to Peter on the tablet, Peter had a clue in his heart. I am just an admirer of Ghost Spider. I can indeed contact her, but I can't guarantee whether she is willing to provide her blood. Peter forgot how he left Osburn House, and his head was buzzing. After all, he was still a high school student who had not entered the society. Not long after returning home, he suddenly found that the light next door was on. In this life, he and Gwen were neighbors, and one of the side windows of their rooms faced each other, just over 1 meter apart, which was a typical handshake building. Hi. Gwen. I know you are here. After a few seconds, Gwen opened the window angrily. What's the matter? Busy, Mr. Parker. Peter lowered his voice and told what happened at Harry's house today. Gwen frowned immediately. This time, she was careless and did not dodge. No matter how sensitive she was, she could not be sure whether a camera 100 meters away had captured her. But she has to handle this matter personally, otherwise Peter will be in danger. She lowered her voice and said anxiously, "Provide blood? Are you crazy? What if he says it's not enough and wants to take me to the laboratory for slices? Remember Dr. Connor's body? Later, it was cut into 20,000 thin slices by Osburn Laboratory for research. The world line turned here. It turned out that Dr. Connors, who was still alive and kicking after the failure and might have been whitewashed, was killed by someone, and he didn't even die a good death." The 2 Spider-Men shuddered at the same time. "What should we do?" Peter asked. "Harry is dying." Gwen frowned. "He still has financial resources and power that we can't imagine. People who are dying are often prone to madness. This is not easy to deal with." "Then, how about giving him my blood?" Peter gritted his teeth. "What a joke. Do you think we are safe? There is no evidence that we will not become spider-shaped monsters in the future. Once our power goes out of control, it will be a disaster for New York. 2 time bombs are enough, don't come with a 3rd one." Peter was silent. "Don't be fooled by their human appearance. Their fingers and toes can grow barbs, their wrists can spray spider silk, they have super agility, superhuman strength and physical fitness. How can they be like humans? If they become monsters and lose their minds, who dares to say they won't be the 2nd or 3rd Dr. Connors?" The 2 finally agreed to let Gwen reject Harry first, and as for what to do in the future, they can only take it 1 step at a time. Sure enough, when Gwen found an opportunity to meet Harry alone and rejected him, Harry went berserk. "What messenger of justice? Am I not an innocent citizen? Isn't my life a life? Why can you save the lives of those untouchables in the slums, but you can't save my life? Just a tube of blood is enough. The hysterical Harry roared wildly, and the enlarged abscess on his neck made him look very scary. Wait! My blood is not safe. What if you become, like Dr. Lizard? I don't care. Even if you don't become a human being, it's better than dying like this. Harry rushed towards Gwen like crazy, holding a large syringe in his hand. Seeing that Peter, his childhood friend, fell into a state of madness, Gwen didn't tolerate it. With a light flash, she ran away directly. This made Harry completely out of control. At the same time, a poor black electrical engineer named Max in the Osburn group was forced to work overtime on his birthday. Not only was he extremely unlucky, he was electrocuted and accidentally fell into a pool where mutant electric eels were cultivated with high-voltage wires. What his name used to be, it doesn't matter anymore. From this moment on, he has a new name, Electric Man. However, some heroes have been unsolvable since the day they were born. But some heroes have been targeted before they even appear. In the secret room of his villa, Ange, the Lance sisters helped him put on the second set of Kratos suits. This suit made by Tony himself has no biochemical muscles, but is made of pure insulating materials. Even the zipper of the suit is made of non-metallic components. If it was before, Ange would be very distressed without the 12 points of strength bonus. After killing Dr. Lizard, strength is no longer his shortcoming. After putting on the suit, the system prompts, host is immune to all electric shock damage below 50,000 volts. Looking at the mighty and domineering Kratos in the mirror, Ange smiled. Maybe, this suit is the so-called pure defense ceiling. Chapter 40. There is no need to be afraid of difficulties, just overcome them. Ange can't create a powerful weapon to restrain the enemy. Tony or Bruce can do it. There is no hope for his bat father, the old man has his own ideas. Just tie up Tony. The scary thing is always the unknown. Almost at the same time Ange prepared the insulating leather case, he saw the report on the TV. The following is what Special Reporter XXX is reporting to you. A terrifying beyonder has just been discovered in the city center square. He can launch lightning attacks like thunder. At the moment, 2 Spider-Man are fighting with him. In the TV screen, the photographer was playing the death mirror. Not only was the screen shaking, it was also flickering. In fact, this is not the fault of the photographer, because the movements of the 2 Spider-Man are too fast and the camera cannot keep up. In the blink of an eye, there was a sudden boom, and poor Spider-Man was hit by a terrible lightning strike, and his whole body was blasted onto the large TV screen in the square. Not only were the fires blazing, but a large amount of debris was splashed out, like a rain of death, covering the heads of innocent people. For a moment, there was a continuous scream. A large amount of electricity is extracted from the high-voltage wires on a light sign, which makes the entire figure of the Electric Man look like an exaggerated incandescent cannon. The humanoid shell becomes transparent, and no muscles and internal organs can be seen. Only the swaying electric light fills the air. In the body. If you say that the Electric Man with this appearance is the apostle of the Greek god King Zeus, many people will probably believe it. Spider-Man. I was your fan. You actually did this to me. Electro Max had reason to be angry. As an ordinary citizen who had been saved by Peter, he was originally full of gratitude to Peter. But unlike Peter's mutation process, Max's transformation into Electro was full of pain and cruelty. Being electrocuted is already painful, and having your body devoured by dozens of mutated electric eels is undoubtedly an American version of execution. Even in this situation where he was in extreme pain, Spider-Man had to stop him. This made Max, who was originally kind and simple, think that Spider-Man was together with the evil Osburn group. But unlike the original history, there are 2 Spider-Man in this life. Defeats Peter briefly, along with a Gwen. Gwen saw that Electro was out of control, and her actions were not as merciful as Peter's. As soon as the spider silk was entangled, a huge fallen light sign immediately turned into a terrifying fly swatter, slapping the electro-optical man suspended in midair on his head. At this time, the Lightning Man has not yet completely turned his body into insubstantial lightning, so physical damage is still relatively effective. He was knocked to the ground immediately. Not to mention, Peter pulled the fire brigade's water gun and sprayed it on the electro-optical man. Well, in a sense, the water jet sprayed from the high-pressure water gun is an elemental attack. According to the Western 4-element gameplay, thunder and lightning are a type of wind element, so there is really nothing wrong with Peter using the water element to blast the wind element. Electro was caught and taken into custody by the police's Special Investigations Unit. The live broadcast ends here. Recently, under the guidance of New York City Police Commissioner George Stacy, public opinion has become more and more favorable to the two Spider-Men. They have won the recognition of New York citizens and the police department with their continuous justice actions. In this world, if there are likes, there will be dislikes. Less than half an hour after the arrest of Electro-Optical Man, a series of messages appeared on the internet. Soon someone revealed the identity of Electro-Optical Man as Max, an employee of the Osburn Group, and posted his work permit and other information online. All unfavorable evidence points to one place, the Osburn Group. Illegal conduct of unapproved human genetic research, wantonly allowing employees to become guinea pigs without their knowledge, deletion of humanity. Previously Dr. Lizard Connors caused a disturbance on the Golden Gate Bridge and attempted to bring down all New Yorkers. They all turned into lizardmen. A lot of black material has sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Almost all shareholders and executives of Osburn Group soon became unable to sit still and held a meeting all night long. Start urgent public relations immediately. Hurry up. Otherwise, our company's stock price will plummet as soon as the stock market opens tomorrow morning. Do you have to clear your name? It's hard. While they were engaging in crisis public relations, Dana asked Ange, do we really not need to do anything more? Ange shook his head, no need. Because we have already been the banner to attack the Osburn Group this time. Wall Street is a world of money, and there are always thousands of ferocious sea beasts of all sizes swimming around in it. Even if the Osburn Group itself is a giant crocodile, when it reveals its flaws and wounds, what if it is another giant crocodile that openly attacks it? Ange mortgaged the Stark Group's stock to short the Osburn Group. Although this was a way for him to make huge amounts of money, once he succeeded, wouldn't he earn bloody money? Immediately, a Chable secretly encouraged reporters to find Tony in the Middle East. Another young and beautiful female reporter. Mr. Stark, what do you think of the mysterious second shareholder of your company who pledged all of Stark's shares and shorted the Osburn Group's shares with leverage? Tony looked embarrassed on the spot. He really didn't know what Ange was up to, and he couldn't dismantle him. He said helplessly, I have no opinion. What if this mysterious second shareholder fails to sell short and is forced by the bank to take away all the pledged shares? Does that mean that Stark's equity will change again? Tony was quite helpless. If all this is legal financial behavior, I will not comment on it. Tony was completely dragged into the water by Ange this time. No matter how much he expressed neutrality, if something really happened, if he didn't buy back the stock in Ange's hands, he would be in trouble. In fact, he didn't object, but in the eyes of other financial giants, it was nothing more than a charge. Originally, the Osburn Group had a lot of troubles and thieves these days, but now Tony would take the lead, and a group of predators would follow suit. It just so happens that so much dirty information has been created, and it really wasn't deliberately fabricated to taint the Osburn Group. You know, both generations of Green Goblins did whatever it took to survive. The Lizard Man, Electro, and Spider-Man are all masterpieces of the Osburn Group. As a result, the Osburn Group executives, who were displeased with Harry, immediately conspired with other shareholders to throw Harry out and take the blame. As a result, late at night, a large amount of black material appeared on the internet that Osburn and his son were illegally engaged in forbidden genetic research and began human experiments without authorization. Compared with the earlier rumors that were based on rumors, these information were obviously obtained from internal authoritative sources. Although many places were covered with black stripes for confidentiality, a lot of evidence pointed to Norman Osburn. In addition to not being able to be used as evidence in court, in a sense this is a real hammer. What shareholders are actually doing is abandoning their pawns to save their cars. Yes, Harry is that pawn. Immediately afterwards, as soon as the stock market opened the next morning, Osburn Group's share price plummeted. When Harry was brought to the shareholders' meeting in confusion, he was cruelly informed, Harry, it's over. We have all the information about your father and son's illegal genetic research. You can either sell the stock to us shareholders, or go to jail. What they did in their hearts was far more serious than what they said. They actually wanted Harry to become a pauper first and then go to jail for them. This completely drove Harry to a dead end. Harry took the risk as he did in history. He first released the angry Electro from the company's secret department and asked him to confront Spider-Man. Then he used Electro's help to kill the guards in the company and kidnapped a senior official. After that, he injected himself with the same kind of spider venom that is theoretically the same as Spider-Man. However, at this moment, a mysterious existence that he had never seen before suddenly appeared in the company's secret room. But the other party was wearing a Green Goblin outfit that was exactly the same as the one he had. Who are you? I am, another you. Impossible. Harry, who had already fallen into madness due to the venom entering his body, was a little in disbelief. The deep voice of the mysterious man has some kind of strange magic, and what is even more exciting is the content in his mouth. The venom you inject is garbage. The real good stuff has always been in your childhood friend Peter Parker, because he is Spider-Man. What? At this time, the spider venom stimulated Harry's body, causing changes all over his body. Horrible blood vessels bulged and spread around his temples and cheeks, making him look like a monster. Obviously Peter has safe path orb spider venom, but he lied to all his life that Spider-Man did not agree to give you blood, which is not safe. He is guilty. He is the source of all your pain. No. Wait, it was Spider-Man Ghost Spider who rejected me? And the one who colluded to take away my company was Tony Stark. Ghost Spider? What is that? Forget it, it's not important. Peter Parker is guilty. Not only he is guilty. Everyone around him is guilty. Peter is guilty. This abominable betrayer. He betrayed my friendship. He also deliberately cut off my hope. I want him to pay for all my pain. As if being brainwashed, Harry's eyes gradually blurred, and then the crazy look in his eyes became even more intense. Not only will I kill Peter, but I will also kill his girlfriend and relatives. The cruel voice on the other side sounded like it came from the deepest part of hell. Yes. Mary. Michelle. Liz. His uncle and aunt. And that damn Tony Stark. They are all going to die. Harry gritted his teeth. Chapter 41. When a person is dying, how crazy will he be to survive? Harry Osburn perfectly demonstrated this to the world. However, no one knew that he sold his soul to more than one demon. It was a dark and windy night. Even the brilliant lights of New York, a city that never sleeps, could not illuminate every corner of the city. The sky was covered with dark clouds, so there was naturally no so-called moonlight. A highly technological demon glider was soaring in the sky. The glider, which can lift 400 pounds, was almost silent when it flew by. Inheriting his father's Green Goblin suit, the pair of yellow electronic eyes on the devil helmet worn by Harry Osborn had a strong enemy detection function. Found you. On the terrace of the villa below, Liz was talking on the phone with Peter. Since that party, the two have been together. Liz was very proud to be able to grab the title of Peter Parker's girlfriend when Peter was surrounded by beauties. Women are so strange. Some women only like to keep one man, while some women only like to snatch the men who are snatched by the most women. This made Liz feel as if she had won the beauty pageant. Peter, I miss you. Me too. Just as Peter at home took out his little love note and prepared to perform well, he suddenly heard a cry from the other end of the phone. Ah, who are you? Liz's voice was out of tune because of extreme fear. It was unlikely to be acting. Hearing this, Peter's nerves were tense to the extreme. He didn't need to guess. A hoarse and ferocious male voice came from the other end of the phone. Peter Parker. Or you. Spider-Man. Wait. Are you mistaken? I'm not Spider-Man. Oh? Really? You can deny it. My partner and I have captured your uncle and aunt, all your women, including Mary, Gwen, Michelle, and the other side reported several names in a row, and Peter's heart was about to fly out of his chest. He rushed out of the house like crazy, and found that there was no one in the house. Even the cup of coffee next to the rocking chair in front of the window was still hot. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were gone. What are you going to do? Tonight at 12 o'clock, on the top of the Empire State Building. If you come late, we will leave one of your relatives or girlfriends every 5 minutes. Peter was stunned as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head in the cold winter. As soon as the other party hung up the phone, an emergency news broadcast came from the TV. The beautiful reporter on the front line said in a mournful tone, "The electric man who should have been arrested has appeared in front of the world again. He occupied the newest power station in New York City. Oh my God! The voltage is unstable, and all the patients in the hospital will be affected. Oh, the latest news, because of a power failure, the airport control tower has failed, and we may have to witness a plane crash tragedy." After the TV screen was magnified several times, everyone finally saw a terrifying figure with countless lightning snakes condensed between several huge electric poles in the power station. Max, the electric man who used to be mainly blue, now looks like an incandescent bulb with too high voltage, and his whole body presents a strange platinum color. Spider-Man! Spider-Man, where are you? Come out! If you don't come, I will destroy this city. This time, the electric man seems to be more powerful. The screen changed again, and it became the reporter just now. She called out loudly, "Where is Spider-Man? Where is Iron Man? And where is the mysterious bald man who defeated Dr. Lizard last time? Anyone is fine. New York needs you." Peter was in extreme entanglement at this moment. Should I save my relatives and lovers? Or save New York, which is in dire straits? This is like the cruel tram problem. A runaway train, you hold the handle of changing lanes. Should you let the train crush a small number of relatives, or let the train crush more innocent people? For the first time in his life, Peter fell into such a terrible moral paradox. At this moment, Peter's phone rang again. He didn't care so much and answered the call without call information. He was not too unfamiliar with the voice on the other end of the phone. "I'm Kratos. That humanoid electric eel is mine." "Okay." Peter was particularly impressed by the other party's powerful fighting power. In any case, at a time when even Gwen didn't know why she was caught, it was a blessing to have a theoretical ally. Peter agreed almost without hesitation. The other party hung up the phone. But at this time, Peter suddenly realized, wait. How does he know that I am Spider-Man? The true identity of Spider-Man. The enemy knows. The allies know. Why is it that I, Peter, don't know where I was exposed? Alas! Peter was entangled in tears. There are so many masked superheroes, and Spider-Man's main characteristic is Aceve, leaking his true identity to classmates, girlfriends, and enemies. As a high school student, he has too many flaws. However, he is lucky. At least this time, Ange is there to cover him. At this time, a thunderstorm is raging in half of New York. In the sky, terrifying lightning flashes several meters or even more than 10 meters wide flashed across the night sky again and again, bombarding the magnificent skyscrapers and striking the cars on the road. The building wall weighing several tons peeled off in one piece and exploded in midair, turning into a torrential rain of death, causing citizens to flee in panic. Similarly, cars were blown away by lightning, and a bus was easily overturned, with the citizens inside rolling into a ball, their lives unknown. The police and special police were ordered to the scene and were immediately beaten to a pulp. The electric man was too strong. He occupied the entire new power plant, and at this moment he was like Thor, the god of thunder who summoned thunder and lightning in Norse mythology. A casual blow could make the terrifying lightning spread hundreds of meters away. Whether it was a police car or a heavily loaded armored vehicle, it was easily blown up before it approached the power plant. I don't know how many policemen died on the spot and turned into charcoal. In this terrifying situation like purgatory, the reporter sitting in the sky interviewing the helicopter suddenly caught a glimpse of a burly figure on an abandoned tower opposite the power plant. "Look there!" The reporter screamed, and the helicopter's searchlight immediately shone over. Perhaps this is a very impolite move. But at the moment when New York citizens needed heroes to stand up the most, the mysterious bald man who killed Dr. Lizard appeared. "Ah! It's that mysterious bald hero!" The reporter shouted excitedly to the microphone. At this moment, the TV station received another message. Emergency broadcast. The top floor of the Empire State Building was suddenly occupied by a group of mysterious people. They killed several guards of the building and seemed to have taken some women and children hostage. Our reporters have witnessed Spider-Man heading to the Empire State Building to rescue the hostages. God! What happened tonight? How could two groups of villains suddenly appear? Electro was rampant. The Empire State Building was occupied. It was a big event that could make the headlines at any time. But two big events happened at the same time, which made the TV director suddenly have a very annoying happy trouble. As a last resort, several TV stations could only use the same screen to broadcast the battle situation on both sides at the same time. Here, Max the Electro was obviously very dissatisfied when he saw Kratos coming. "The person I want to see is Spider-Man. Not you, bald guy." Ange smiled, and this action turned into a cruel smile when put into Kratos's suit. Die. Without any nonsense, Ange showed the terrifying physical fitness he had plundered many times. He suddenly fell forward, and when his body was completely parallel to the ground, his legs kicked back violently. Bang! With a loud bang, he turned into a black shadow like a cannonball in the Age of Discovery, and crossed 100 meters in the blink of an eye and killed Max. Chapter 42. 10,000 miles away, Tony Stark felt very relieved when he saw Kratos, who appeared like a protagonist under the searchlight. Sure enough, we are the same kind of people. Tony, relieved, continued to work on his peace cause. In fact, he was a little upset recently. After all, there were many young people with X and kind faces here, who could play Clash of Clans even without mobile phones. This made him a little confused about what justice was. In the New York power plant here, a fierce battle broke out. The electric man suddenly pulled his right hand behind his body, and a huge lightning shock wave immediately hit Ange. The scorching electric light poured on the outside of the body. Even though this rubber-based insulating leather case blocked the direct strike of lightning, the high-energy reaction generated when the electric light burst still made the surrounding air almost boil. The biological instinct of seeking benefits and avoiding harm made Ange subconsciously dodge, and even without him shouting a one-high flash, "Come on!" there was an exaggerated electric light penetrating his eyelids and hitting his eyeballs directly. Careless. No flash. If Ange was a real mortal, or if he didn't wear Tony's suit, wouldn't he have fallen asleep on the spot? Or would he have become an acquaintance? Ah! The sudden stimulation made Ange roar loudly. His violent appearance like a barbarian, in the eyes of the electric man, isn't it another kind of terrible? Inexplicably, Spider-Man didn't come, and then the mysterious man who killed the lizard man on TV suddenly came to kill him. After all, before becoming a superhuman, Max the electric man was just a humble social animal. When Max saw that Ange, dressed as Kratos, took his electric shock, and tore open such a large ball of electric light with his hands like a titan giant who controlled thunder in mythology, and continued to kill without slowing down, he was really a little panicked. This time, the electric man moved his mind, and 2 electric lights popped out of his left arm, involving his body that was almost completely transformed into wind, thunder, elements, and moved 3 meters in the air. Logically speaking, this exaggerated displacement was enough to dodge the bald man's pounce. At this moment, Ange showed his exaggerated agility that seemed to be no less than Spider-Man's. He raised his right arm, and the strange flame-shaped broken blade in his hand suddenly shot out. If it was just a simple throwing weapon, the electric man would not be afraid. With the ability to fly, he could theoretically completely overcome those who were bound by the Earth's gravity. Max dodged again. Who would have thought that this knife was not aimed at him? Ange's copycat Chaos Blade was wrapped around a towering electric pole full of magnetic induction power generation rings next to him. The whole person was like a big loop on the horizontal bar, and his body drew a 270-degree arc in the air at an extremely fast speed, and then rushed to Max again at high speed. Even though Max has become a Beyonder, he was still a living human not long ago. After becoming an electric man, his original shortcomings could not be solved, such as his reaction speed. In a flash, he was pounced on by Ange. Ah! Theoretically, the electric man has completely transformed his body into elements at this moment, and should not be able to withstand any physical attacks. But when Ange suddenly hit him, Max was shocked to find that he could not transform his body into pure electric light again. What happened? Max was still confused, and Ange had caught him violently and fell from the sky. Bang! The violent impact raised a sky full of rubble. A series of dense and rain-like hitting sounds rang out in the violent sand and dust shock wave. That was Ange's iron fist. With a strength value of 42 points, the impact force of an ordinary adult man is about 100 to 150 kilograms. When the high-altitude rapid fall plus the power of a full-strength punch, Ange's first blow was truly, without discounts, tons of damage. Without even a scream, Max's face, which was already translucent and only the electric veins inside could be seen, collapsed on the spot. If it were an ordinary human, this punch would be enough to blow his head off, at least the cheekbones and jaw on his face would not be intact. This punch only deformed Max's head, and the whole person was confused and unconscious, but he was still a long way from death. Just as Ange rode on the electric man and hit him with a fist as big as a casserole for the 7th time, another electric shock came. From his half-rotten blue mouth, a large mouthful of plasma spurted out like dragon breath. Extraordinary beings are really unreasonable. Ange was stunned for a moment and accepted it all. But it didn't hurt. The only trouble was that he was pulled away by the electric man again. In Max's eyes, Ange was definitely a monster. This blow charred his entire face and chest. This guy didn't die, and he actually had the energy to mock him. It doesn't hurt. Can you show some strength? Little electric eel, your strength is only good enough to be an electric mosquito swatter. Ange deliberately provoked his opponent. A simple physical attack cannot really kill the electric man. All Ange can think of is to make him explode as in history. If you want him to destroy himself, drive him crazy first. When a small person obtains power that does not belong to him, his heart often swells greatly. He has already compared himself to Zeus, how could he be defeated by a small bald guy? The electric man flashed and came to 3 meters to Ange's left, and suddenly gave him another electric shock. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere. Ange was a little surprised that the other party was not aiming at him, but at the ground next to him. The strong electric light cracked the concrete floor and blew up many power generation equipment. Countless metal fragments were like shrapnel from a howitzer, whistling in all directions. In the eyes of the electric man, this disguised cluster bomb would definitely make Ange look bad. Unfortunately, in the flying sand and rocks, the burly figure rushed out like a bull. Just a little bit, Ange could have given him a just because version of the Iron Mountain. FXCK. 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 3 international friendly words starting with F in a row fully reflected Max's extreme anxiety. I am the god of the new era. How can you, a bastard, stop me from conquering the world? Before the mutation, he was just an electrician that any small supervisor could handle. Long-term repression led to his extreme inferiority. On the soil of his extremely inferior mind, there is a monster called extreme arrogance. Although the process of gaining power was quite painful, the more he suppressed it, the crazier Max became. How could he bear to fall here? He hadn't started a gorgeous revenge on Spider-Man yet. He yelled, cursing the world that had oppressed him, and flew his body to the highest point of the power plant under the electromagnetic force. Every wire in the entire power station, every bit of current in every battery, was responding to his call. Outsiders looked from afar, and countless electric poles were like the necessary light poles in the music game. With the burst of his power, countless electric poles lit up with dazzling yellow light. At the same time, the electric man's whole body was no longer the usual blue color, but turned into a dazzling golden color. Countless electricity poured into his body, and the surging power made him have a wonderful illusion of I have been strengthened in a trance. Ha 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 ha! I am a god. The god who reigns over the world. Someone's voice suddenly came from the dark ground below. Ah, right, right. Chapter 43. Kratos is here. He launched an incredible attack. He threw a 2-ton water tank at the electric man. The giant throw skill he stole from Dr. Lizard made the Kratos played by Ange far beyond the scope of humans. This scene shocked the reporters watching the game from afar and even the audience in front of the TV. Another guy who is not human. The electric man is not afraid of water, but under the law of the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, the electricity he controls belongs to the wind element, which will inevitably weaken his power when it conflicts with the water element. But at this moment, he, who has the advantage of home court, did not hesitate to summon a huge cluster of electric light and blasted the water tank in the air. The splashing water and the shining electric light made Max feel that he was domineering, not to mention the audience. Come out! Come out! Just as the electric man was hanging high between 2 power towers with dots all over his body, like a god descending from heaven, a figure came over with unimaginable agility. With the skill of flying over the eaves and walking on the walls and the insulating leather suit, once Ange concealed his breath, it would be too easy to deceive the electric man whose perception ability was only at the level of ordinary people. 2 specially made rubber chaos blades stabbed Max's left and right ribs like poisonous snakes spitting out their tongues. Ah! You! Without giving Max a chance to react, rope control was activated. The chaos blade was connected to a slender chain. When Ange swung it completely and smashed it down, Max turned into a meteor and fell heavily on a cluster of core transmission lines in the power plant. If it was normal, Max would definitely be able to dissociate his body into electric current and dodge this attack. The bad thing was that he was too full. A large amount of electrical energy accumulated in his body, causing him to temporarily lose control of his body. This extremely heavy blow didn't kill him, but it hit him hard. At this moment, he suddenly saw Ange standing on the top of an electric tower with a cruel arc on his face, and snapped his fingers in a cool manner. Goodbye. Mr. Magic Gift Bag. Max was stunned. At the same time, Louis, the head of the bodyguards who had been watching Angie's actions with a telescope in the control room of the power plant, silently drew a cross on his chest and pulled the switch hard. The next second, the power generation of the entire power plant surged, and more than 10,000 volts of high-voltage electricity were all injected into the body of the electric man. Perhaps, the body of the electric man can meet the voltage of 10,000 volts, but as the voltage soared endlessly, when the voltage reached 30,000 volts, the body and soul of the electric man finally began to collapse. Large pieces of tissue on his body were like red-hot irons, peeling off from his body. Just 3 seconds later, a small, bright mushroom cloud of flames rose from the center of the power plant. The electric man exploded. Let's not talk about how Louis sweated profusely while looking through the manual, disconnected the damaged line, and restored power to the entire city. Aang did receive the gift from Mr. Thunder gift pack. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the electric man Max. His soul has been successfully devoured and purified. The host has obtained the following basic attribute upgrades: Constitution +4, Perception +5, Will +4. The host has obtained the following skills: Wind Element Control LV5. Wind Element Resistance LV8. Congratulations to the host for opening the element system. According to the host's current constitution, the host's element pool is temporarily attributed to wind, which can accommodate 233 points of wind element magic. Congratulations on obtaining the wind element branch skill. Thunderbolt return as long as the enemy's wind element control ability is not higher than the host's level 5. If the host can find the right time, it can take over the enemy's wind element attack on the host at a very low cost, and return it to the original path, attacking the enemy, causing double damage. Seeing this, Ange was ecstatic. Oh my god! Finally, he doesn't have to be a simple warrior. It's not that he looks down on warriors. For example, Kratos has never been a simple warrior. Kratos' strength lies in his war god template that can transcend the limitations of the power system and use the power of other gods. Kill a god and grab a power. Kratos, the genuine god killer, is our role model. At this moment, the sound of helicopter propellers came from above Angie's head. I have to say that the American reporter is really hardworking. Seeing that the battle has subsided, she actually had the courage to let the plane come over. When the searchlight shone on Angie's head, the voice of the female reporter came through the loudspeaker. Mr. Hero who saved New York City, may I ask what your name or nickname is? Ange glanced at the big wave reporter in the air and smiled evilly. Kratos. After that, he activated flying eaves and walking on walls again, and disappeared from everyone's sight in a few flashes. Ange needs to find a place to change back to the previous leather suit. The insulating leather suit is useless after beating Electro. The 12 points of strength added by the previous leather suit are really good. At this moment, a big battle also ushered in around the Empire State Building. However, the current situation is different from the script of Harry Osburn, the second generation of the Green Goblin. It was late at night in the Empire State Building, and there were not many people. Even if there were, they were scared away when Harry occupied the Empire State Building. The few security guards were killed. Who are those people? In the monitoring room, the other Green Goblin frowned. Because the guys who came to kill were not Spider-Man, nor were they policemen, but a group of well-trained robbers, or rather, mercenaries. They were obviously well-trained, and they rushed to the top floor of the Empire State Building in the elevator with a bunch of light weapons. Unfortunately, their opponents were not even the Green Goblin, but... damn! What kind of monsters are these? What they encountered was a group of security guards who had turned into zombies. Looking at these security guards with broken faces and even their throats bitten off, they rushed over with big strides. After a brief moment of daze, these guys raised their automatic weapons. The 5.56mm Justice may not be able to do anything to a big villain like the Green Goblin, but it is more than enough to deal with ordinary zombies. They quickly eliminated more than 30 security zombies and launched a big attack on the tourist area on the top floor of the Empire State Building. Something's wrong. Harry instinctively felt that something was wrong. What kind of hostage rescue is this? Is this the legendary Russian rescue? If all the hostages are killed, the criminals will not be able to threaten the police with hostages? Harry suddenly felt aggrieved. If he had a few more capable men, he wouldn't have to rely on these weak zombies. After spitting fiercely, Harry had to put on the Green Goblin suit and rush towards the mercenaries. He had to kill these guys who were in the way before Spider-Man arrived. Almost at the same time he rushed to the elevator entrance, a quick and short scream suddenly came from the sky. It was the hum of some kind of aircraft. The speed was very fast. Almost at the moment Harry heard the sound, the other party had already killed from the super high altitude to the top of the Empire State Building. What a trick to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Harry was stunned at first, then ashamed and angry, but finally showed a cruel smile. I was almost fooled by you. A flying machine with wings fell from the sky, shattering the glass with a bang. I saw this metal-winged man who looked like a flying bird rushed down, and without saying a word, he directly picked up Liz, whose hands were tied behind her back. Liz screamed. Don't be afraid, it's Daddy. Adrian's soothing voice did not calm Liz down. He finally realized that the source of his daughter's fear was not him, but behind him. At some point, another green demon silently jumped behind him and pressed on his mechanical flying wings. Before Vulture Adrian could react, the mysterious green demon had torn off his metal neck guard and bit his neck. The severe pain overwhelmed Adrian. Ah! The long scream echoed over the Empire State Building. Chapter 44. Liz's heart is broken. Inexplicably, he was captured here by the crazy Harry Osburn. This former noble prince is now covered with terrible veins and squirming muscles on the edges of his cheeks. Coupled with those eyes that exude madness and evil, it is much more. How terrible it is! She was arrested because she was Peter's girlfriend. Forget it, Harry actually told her that her boyfriend Peter was Spider-Man? This gave desperate Liz suddenly hope. I'm going to kill you in front of your boyfriend, Harry said. Liz was scared, but suddenly a little happy, because her boyfriend was not an unknown passerby, but a real hero. Liz had already made up her mind to cooperate with Peter and escape when Peter came to rescue her. No matter how strong Harry is, he is still alone. Even with her hands behind her back and handcuffs, she felt she still had a chance. The only unpleasant thing about the current situation is that Mary and Michelle were also arrested, and they actually had the nerve to call themselves Peter's girlfriends. Unexpectedly, her father suddenly came to rescue her wearing a strange winged flying machine, and his father clearly lured Harry away, but he was actually bitten by the second Green Goblin? How is this going? The tragic death of her father made Liz finally scream uncontrollably. Her scream lasted only 3 seconds, and the Green Goblin's left hand strangled her neck tightly, even piercing her skin with his sharp nails. The extreme fear made her scream like a rooster that was caught by the throat of fate, and she never dared to crow again. Yes. That's it. Be quiet, beauty. This is the only way for you to live a little longer. Amidst the ferocious laughter of the mysterious Green Goblin, Liz's eyes bulged as she watched her father transform from a big living person. Turned into a zombie. Adrian's neck soon stopped bleeding, and the skin exposed to the air quickly turned a strange bluish color. The most terrifying thing is that Liz can no longer hear the sound of her father breathing. Vulture, right? Come with me, it's still useful. The hoarse voice of the Green Goblin came out, and Adrian quickly obeyed the order. When the Green Goblin took Vulture and Liz back to the hostage shelter on the top floor of the Empire State Building, Harry also solved the commotion below. Liz looked at the mercenaries who had turned into zombies, and there was no blood on the scene. She had met several of them, and they were her father's so-called friends. Still wondering if he is your father? The masked Green Goblin grinned cruelly. Open the mask and let your precious daughter have a look. Vulture did as he was told. The moment he opened the mask, Liz fainted. History has undergone subtle changes. Mr. Vulture, who was originally going to become Spider-Man's nemesis alone, was sent away in a wave because he was eager to save his daughter. This is the scary thing about zombies. If the enemy boss cannot be eliminated in one wave, it will become a fueling tactic and cultivate an alien scourge army. Harry saw another Green Goblin and frowned. This is. Green Goblin number 2 said coldly, Idiot, you were led away. If it weren't for me, Spider-Man's girlfriend would have been rescued by her father. Humph. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Green Goblin number 2 glanced at the cannon fodder mercenary behind Harry, and said dissatisfiedly, I told you, my power has been suppressed by this world. The total amount of zombie viruses that can be spread in a short period of time is locked. Don't take me use precious power on these garbage. Suddenly, Harry smiled, who said I wasted? With their help, I found a decent helper. Who? Harry said a name. This time, Green Goblin number 2 rarely admitted, that's not bad. Harry returned to the hostage room with the loot, and asked Vulture's zombie mercenaries to guard the hostages together with the remaining zombie security guards, while Green Goblin number 2 hid in the darkness again. On the other side, Spider-Man Peter obviously missed this perfect opportunity to save his girlfriends. Because he was called by N parents. Hello, Mr. Parker? My daughter is missing. I was wondering if she is here with you? After all, she runs to you every day. This operation made Peter quite depressed. Currently, he only has Liz as his official partner, and he has explicitly rejected other girls from her for the time being. Why didn't Liz's father call, but the other girls' parents? This whole mess of answering the phone seriously hindered Peter. After all, he is still just a high school student. But Peter didn't dare to hang up the phone directly to these worried parents, and he didn't dare to tell the truth, if he told them that your daughter was kidnapped because of him. Will he be ripped off by these parents? He actually arrived quite late, and the only consolation in his heart was that the other party was so idiotic that he even caught Gwen. What's the difference between this and grabbing a remote-controlled bomb and putting it in your crotch? When Peter arrived, it was already 11:30 p.m. Instead of acting rashly, he sneaked into the ventilation duct of the Empire State Building. Unexpectedly, Peter found a piece of spider silk. This kind of spider silk was not unfamiliar to him, it was the same type of spider silk he used. Almost at the same time he touched the cluster of spider silk, he heard Gwen's voice. Spiders don't have vocal organs, but humans do. Gwen's voice passed through the spider silk and reached Peter's ears in a very subtle vibration. Peter, are you finally here? Sorry, Gwen, what's going on now? Your old friend Harry is crazy and wants to take revenge on you. The strange thing is that he knows your true identity, but not mine. Another thing is that there may be another Harry, or a weirdo wearing green armor who is very similar to him. This guy has the power to turn people into zombies. I suspect he is also a zombie. He just killed Liz's father Adrian and turned him into a zombie. The worst case scenario is that we have to face 3 powerful enemies with good strength. Gwen spent 2 minutes trying to briefly describe the zombie Green Goblin and what happened here just now. The development of the matter made Peter's scalp numb. If Gwen didn't help this time, Peter alone felt that he really couldn't handle it. Gwen, are you paying attention? Yes. It's not 12 o'clock yet. If we are lucky, we can get support from Kratos. Kratos, the tough guy on the Golden Gate Bridge. Yes. He's the one who called me just now and said he was going to deal with the Electro. Probably. After the Golden Gate Bridge incident, the two discussed this matter, but Gwen concealed the zombie Peter. Peter hesitated. Okay. Let's take this as the best solution. 3v3 is better than us fighting against the majority. But we can't have no plan B. If they dare to attack us weak girls in advance, I will fight them. Peter bared his teeth. Where are you weak? Gwen was furious. At this moment, a cold voice spread throughout the Empire State Building through the building's broadcasting system. Peter. Since you are here, why don't you say hello to your old friends? Chapter 45. At this moment, many people in the building felt nervous. Mary, Michelle, Liz, who had just woken up, 2 girls who were in love with Peter, and Peter's uncle and aunt. When they heard that Peter was coming, they were moved and worried. It would be great if Peter was really Spider-Man and he came here to save everyone from the shadow of death. What if it fails? No one wants to be the victim of a villain, especially when the villain is crazy. Harry's image appeared on every television screen in the building. Peter looked at his former friend on the TV in the corridor through the grill of the exhaust valve of the ventilation pipe, and was speechless for a long time. Harry has changed. Although he has always been dressed like an upper-class elite and always likes to comb his hair spotlessly, as if not even an ant can crawl on those soft golden threads, but now he makes Peter feel scared and nausea. His blonde hair was all thin to the back of his head, but his facial features were surrounded by a circle of twisted and protruding blood vessels around the edges of his face. There was no longer any human brilliance in his eyes, but only cynical resentment. It felt like it wasn't just Peter, it felt like everyone in the world owed him something. Peter. You despicable villain. Do you know my pain? Do you know the despair of a dying person? Why is it that the person who deceived me is my most trusted friend, Peter? Do you know this heartbreaking feeling? Even though he knew that Harry was not opposite him, Peter still felt his chest was clogged, and the breath of depression made him extremely uncomfortable. No. You don't know. But luckily, you will know soon. When Harry said this, Peter's heart skipped a beat, and Peter had an ominous premonition. No. He whispered, immediately exited the ventilation duct, crawled to the outer wall of the Empire State Building, and quickly climbed toward the roof. Unfortunately, everything was as expected by Harry. A dark-winged man suddenly appeared above Peter's head. Through the open visor, Peter was shocked to see the other person's face. Mr. Adrian. In Peter's eyes, this was a man who could potentially become his father-in-law. Now, the horrific bloody hole on the other person's neck told Peter that this was no longer the Adrian he knew. Before Peter could react, Zombie Vulture had already picked up the M249 light machine gun in his hand and rained down bullets on Peter. Chug tug tug. As a man so agile that he can even dodge lightning, Spider-Man immediately used his mobility to its full potential. Spider silk was sprayed out, and every bump on the Empire State Building's outer wall was used as a cover. Peter rolled and dodged. Even though bricks and stones were flying around him, he was still not hit by a machine gun bullet. In the sky, the helicopters of the New York TV station were approaching again without fear of death. A male reporter held a microphone and broadcast live, "I don't know what is happening now." One of the gangsters who occupied the rooftop of the Empire State Building was wearing a strange mechanical flight suit and fired violently at Spider-Man. "Ah," he called over. Before he finished speaking, Zombie Vulture pulled the gun line, and violent machine gun bullets immediately hit the helicopter. This is just a civilian helicopter, so there is no defense at all. When the other party unreasonably killed even the reporters, it turned into a ball of fire and fell. This was the sad end of this live broadcast helicopter. Ah! Many New Yorkers watching the theater in the distance screamed and ran away. On the top floor of the Empire State Building, while Peter was being entangled by vultures, Harry commanded the zombies with a grin and let them press the hostages to the edge of the observation deck. With just one kick, Harry, whose body had been greatly strengthened, kicked the entire guardrail away with absolute force. A row of nearly 10 hostages stood in the strong wind on the top of the 102-story rooftop, which is 381 meters high. There are no guardrails, there is an abyss beneath your feet, and there are terrifying zombies behind you. This feeling is a terrible torment for even middle-aged people like Aunt May, not to mention these ignorant girls. Please. I don't love Peter. I'm not his or any Spider-Man's girlfriend. I'm just a passerby. Please let me go. Not only she, but another girl also swore that she didn't love Peter, but just lusted after his body. Their cowardly behavior made women such as Mary and Michelle look down upon them. Really? Then you are useless. The cruel Harry lifted a girl with one hand. In fact, at this moment, Gwen was ready to take action even if her identity was exposed. At this moment, very miraculously, Peter was freed from the vulture's entanglement and rushed to the top floor like lightning. Harry! Don't! Seeing Spider-Man Peter about to rush to the top floor, Harry laughed ferociously. You want their lives? Then go save them. After that, Harry threw the two girls out one by one like two bags of garbage. No! Peter screamed, and jumped down as soon as he rushed up. He opened his bow left and right, shooting out two huge strands of spider silk at the same time, and stuck the two women to the wind-whistling outer wall of the Empire State Building. Unfortunately, saving people comes at a price. 2222. The vulture, which was briefly thrown away, chased up and gave Peter a shot while he was distracted. One of the bullets grazed Peter's shoulder, flying away a large piece of meat, which made Peter feel heartache and his whole body plummeted, almost falling to the ground. After falling 10 stories, Peter finally caught his breath and fired a spider silk. He drew a huge arc and swung back to the top floor. At this moment, more hostages were thrown down. Peter's uncle, aunt, and Gwen, and the three girls that Peter valued most were tied with a rope and flew to the sky in one breath by Harry. This scene made Peter's eyes almost pop out of his eye sockets. Almost. Just a little bit. Peter was about to make that classic difficult question, your mother and your wife fell into the water, who would you save first? Peter glanced at Gwen, and Gwen understood it in seconds. Cough. Gwen would rather she didn't understand Peter's subtext, you fell into the water, you can swim, you can save yourself. Sure enough, the next second, the heartless and ungrateful Peter turned around and ran after the Green Goblin Harry. This is very angry. I also want to be a little princess and be saved. And if I transformed and saved Parker's uncle and aunt, wouldn't my identity be exposed? At this critical moment that was not critical, a big bald man came. He used two strange knives with long iron chains to fly between high-rise buildings, and he also swung like Tarzan. With his broad chest and strong arms, he embraced Gwen and Parker's uncle and aunt in his arms, then kicked the glass of the 99th floor of the Empire State Building and crashed in. But when falling in, someone seemed to use too much force and threw Gwen into the women's restroom over there. "Thank you, thank you," the frightened old couple said in unison. Ange used extreme brute force to tear the handcuffs behind the three people's backs, and casually stuffed a security revolver into Ben Parker's hand. "You're welcome. You need to protect yourself next." "Wait, where's Gwen?" Ben Parker was shocked. The middle-aged couple in their 50s wanted to say something, but they suddenly found several zombies staggering over. "You go downstairs first, I'll go see her," Ange said without hesitation, stuffed the Parkers into the elevator, and pressed the first floor directly. The shocked Parkers only saw the burly back of the bald man in the end. The moment the elevator began to go down, a few spider silks shot out from the women's bathroom, dragged the zombies into the bathroom, and then they were silent in a few seconds. Ange leaned his left elbow against the wall and knocked on the door with his right hand. "Are you done?" From the darkness, Ghost Spider appeared, his voice full of anger. "All right. I can't wait to deal with that bastard." Chapter 46. It is hard to imagine what kind of state Gwen is in. Every day, she carries not only textbooks in her school bag, but also her black and white ghost spider suit. This is like Superman, who always carries a set of Superman suit with him, and then looks for telephone booths everywhere when he encounters problems. This is also an unsolved mystery. It is not surprising that Gwen was rescued by Ange, which only satisfied her little grudge of being rescued by 1/3. There are two more enemies. One for each of us. Gwen is referring to the vulture soaring in the sky and the mysterious Green Goblin number 2. Ange obviously has other judgments. Big guy, vulture, Green Goblin number 2, which one do you want? Hey! Before Gwen could react, the wall around them suddenly let out a tragic cry. Boom! The thick wall exploded under the huge impact. In the sky full of rubble, a rhino-headed robot with a full metal shell tore through the dust and mist and appeared in their vision. Almost the moment the rhino appeared, he fired several small missiles targeting individual soldiers. It must be said that Gwen's reaction was no less than that of Spider-Man. At the critical moment, she crossed her hands and shot out several spider silks from left and right. These spider silks hit the missiles with great accuracy, even pulling the missiles around a gorgeous semicircle and hitting the rhino's heavy armor in turn. Boom boom boom! A series of explosions. If it were an ordinary person, this kind of explosion would definitely kill him. The weird thing is that the exaggerated continuous explosions only blew up a little bit of his heavy metal armor. Only the outermost layer of armor shattered, revealing the middle layer of metal structure full of metal and electronic components. His momentum of violent charge did not weaken at all. Damn it! I hate this kind of big guy the most. Gwen decided to change people. Countless actual combats have proved that Spider-Man will have a headache when dealing with such a high-strength and high-endurance opponent. Just like Jackie Chan is invincible in the furniture store. Spider-Man's talent is useless against such a guy. Without a suitable scene, the fight will be a scrape. The best way, of course, is to replace a reckless man like Kratos with the opponent. He's mine. What about you? Anne shrugged. Gwen glanced at the vulture approaching quickly from the air outside the building, and said playfully, "I'll deal with this." In Gwen's opinion, this is a good opponent. Her agility corresponds to the highly maneuverable vulture. But she didn't expect Ange to shake his head. "No, you deal with the hidden Green Goblin." Then, Ange snapped his fingers. Snap! A crisp sound. Then there was a strange buzzing sound. Gwen clearly felt the atmosphere around her vibrating, and she widened her eyes in disbelief. This is... Suddenly, the lights on the outer layer of the Empire State Building and the wires near the outer wall burst into terrifying electric sparks at the same time. A cluster of lightning tridents that were at least 30 meters long and 5 meters wide appeared out of thin air and hit the vulture that was hovering in the air fiercely. The biggest weakness of becoming a zombie hero is the reduction of intelligence and agility. Most heroes will only have the instincts of killing and eating after becoming zombies. It is not easy for Adrian to still maintain a certain degree of mechanical control. Unfortunately, the Vulture aircraft he was driving was not the complete version built after Avengers 1 based on astronaut technology, but an old aircraft based on the helicopter model. How can the electronic components inside have such strong resistance to electric shock and interference? When Ange used his newly acquired wind element control LV5 to manipulate a mere 1000-volt electric shock, the Vulture aircraft could not withstand it. Amidst the flames, the Vulture lost power in front of everyone and staggered into the building next door. After a series of ping-pong collisions, the zombie Adrian struggled to climb out of the twisted and deformed aircraft. Silently, two female robots with hot bodies, but covered with metal armor and even with oval metal masks on their heads, appeared in front of him like ghosts. Roar! Adrian let out an inhuman roar. His zombie roar did not scare the visitor. Sister! Without the aircraft, this guy is just an ordinary person. Sister! End his suffering. Adrian was greeted by two red cans. Excessive firepower is called destruction, and extreme firepower is called purification. When the 2200 degrees Celsius temperature of the military thermite incendiary bomb poured on Adrian's body, Adrian, who had already turned into a zombie, was carbonized within a few seconds. After that, even the most brilliant forensic doctor could not tell whether the deceased had experienced zombie transformation before his death. The task of the Lance sisters was a bit heavy. They not only had to deal with Vulture, but also had to purify all the security guards and mercenaries who had turned into zombies in the Empire State Building. In the Empire State Building, seeing Kratos kill Vulture lightly, Gwen couldn't help but roll her eyes. When the mysterious green-armored figure rushed out, Gwen had no choice but to meet him. Here, after confronting the Rhino, Ange actually had a headache. As soon as he got started, Ange found that this guy was actually a combination of comics and movies. In the comics, Alexei Sisavik is a thug for the Russian mafia in New York, and he is serving him in an experiment to attach polymers to the skin. Using radiation and genetically modified chemicals, a layer of tough polymer is attached to his skin, and a rhino horn is added to make him a rhino. In the movie, he is just a strong man who controls a rhino-shaped robot. What about the one in front of Ange? It is a big monster with rhino skin all over his body, and then controls a rhino mecha. This guy is just like a Gundam with a meteor peripheral on it, and it is so fierce. A series of rockets and machine guns were fired, and even if Ange thought he had high endurance, he didn't dare to take it head-on. Fortunately, the rhino knew nothing about Ange's power. When he rushed over fiercely and planned to slap Ange, Ange suddenly disappeared from his sight. Sitting in a 3-meter-high mecha, Alexei certainly couldn't see that Ange bent down and gave his mecha a powerful sweeping kick. The simple martial arts moves, combined with tons of impact force, are extremely lethal. The several-ton rhino mecha suddenly lost its center of gravity. This is not over yet. Ange rolled over and came behind the rhino mecha's buttocks, and used all his strength to kick it upward kick. Bang! This time, the rhino mecha could no longer maintain its balance and crashed into the window. Don't forget, this is the 99th floor. He adjusted the body in midair like crazy, letting the huge mechanical arm grab the outer wall of the Empire State Building in order to reduce the speed of falling. After all, no outer wall structure can withstand this several-ton metal giant. Even if he had hooked the steel bars inside the outer wall, it would break at a pull. When such a huge rhino mecha fell from the sky and crashed into the street, the moment was really earth-shaking. Countless policemen were shaken and fell to the ground. The next second, a huge pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared on the road in front of the Empire State Building. The exaggerated impact was enough to scare the policemen who were waiting for support around the building. Chief George Stacy, who was directing on the scene, was also scared pale. This is not over yet. A bald man started from the 99th floor like an acrobatic, jumping repeatedly between the protrusions on each layer of the outer wall and falling quickly. When he reached the 10th floor, he made an exaggerated jump and turned into a pale meteor and fell rapidly. The final target was still the rhino. Poor rhino, if he changed the battlefield, with his shocking brute force and endurance, he would definitely be able to achieve good results. Unfortunately, his boss is the Green Goblin. In order to take advantage of his high mobility, the second-generation Green Goblin Harry chose the towering Empire State Building as the battlefield. This prevented the rhino, who was more accustomed to running rampant on the ground, from taking advantage of his own strengths. The rhino was in tragedy. Alexei fell from the 99th floor, and after a series of decelerations, he didn't die in the end. But he was killed by Ange. The rhino has extremely thick skin, but it doesn't include the inside of the mouth. When the copycat Chaos Blade pierced his brain from the mouth with unparalleled impact, he was going to die. Chapter 47. After the Chaos Blade churned the Rhino's brain into a mess, the system prompt came. Congratulations to the host for killing the Rhino Alexei Sisavuk. His soul has been successfully devoured and purified. The host has obtained the following basic attributes upgraded to the limit: Constitution 66, Strength 68. The host has obtained the following skills: Cold Resistance LV5. High Temperature Resistance LV5. The host's Constitution branch skill, Hardened Skin, is upgraded to Tempered Skin. The host has a passive tough skin that can resist 7.62 caliber full power rifle bullets at close range without injury under any circumstances. When the host is focused, it can resist 12.7 times 99 mm Browning machine gun bullets. In both states, the default host's armor base value is 50 and 80. The host's strength branch skill, Giant Throw, is upgraded to Giant Throw. The upper limit of the thrown weight is raised to 3 tons. In fact, without the system judgment, Ange can clearly feel the surging power flowing in his body. His heart was beating strongly, and waves of power were flowing through his blood. He felt that as long as he exerted his strength to flex his muscles, his figure would be like Kratos. Unfortunately, this was the limit of his strength and physique at this stage. To be fair, his strength and physique were far inferior to those of the Rhino. After all, this guy was really inhuman. Unless Ange was willing to put on a layer of polymer skin and throw radioactive substances on himself, the hardness of his skin would never reach the height of the Rhino. Ange was already very satisfied. At this moment, Ange suddenly noticed that a policeman not far in front of him raised a small pistol to him tremblingly. "No. Don't move." Ange was embarrassed. "No way. Sir." Fortunately, Chief George came to take sides. "Officer John, put down your gun. He is one of the heroes protecting New York City." Okay, Chief." George looked at the man who called himself Kratos with extremely complicated eyes. The chief's beloved daughter said in person that Kratos is on the side of justice. George didn't want to anger a superhuman on the side of justice. "Don't come in, police, you'll die." The blood-stained bald man nodded to him, the chief, and then jumped 5 meters high on the spot. With superhuman agility, he made dozens of big jumps in a row and rushed to the top of the Empire State Building again. George did as he was told, but watched the mysterious hero leave with a complicated look. On the top floor of the building, Gwen was in a tough fight as expected. The high mobility of the demon glider made Gwen suffer. Not only was the speed of the thing fast, but the turning was also extremely sensitive. Gwen sprayed spider silk many times, but she didn't catch the Green Goblin number 2. Not only that, once Gwen pretended to pounce, but before she could pull her body back with spider silk, a large explosion caused by several small missiles almost killed her. What's even more bizarre is that both of them asked each other at the same time, "Who are you?" Gwen asked because she judged that the other party's flying skills were far better than Harry's. He didn't look like another Harry Osburn from the zombie universe. Green Goblin number 2 asked because he was really confused. Because in his world, there was no female Spider-Man. He. Your identity is not important. After I kill you and turn you into a beautiful zombie, you will take off the damn mask and show your true face. The cold voice naturally aroused Gwen's anger. She began to wrap various debris with spider silk and threw it at Green Goblin number 2 in the distance, but it was a pity that it was useless. She was in a stalemate, and Peter seemed to be worse. Harry was playing tricks on him. Liz and Michelle kept screaming. Mary Jane said nothing. The performance of the 3 beauties caught Peter's eyes, and his heart ached. The damn Harry was like fishing. He was sure that Spider-Man couldn't fly, so he let the glider climb to a height that Spider-Man could never reach, and then he threw Peter's 3 girlfriends down from a high altitude with a very bad taste. No. The 3 beauties were dropped by Harry from a height of 1 kilometer in a triangular shape, each 300 meters apart. In Harry's opinion, Peter absolutely couldn't save 3 people at the same time. Ha 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 ha. I'm curious, who will the unparalleled Spider-Man save and who will he give up? The dark night sky was filled with Harry Osborn's wanton and arrogant laughter. He speculated on the choice of his childhood friend with the greatest malice. Harry was wrong. Spider-Man has never been a narrow-minded hero. Throughout history, he has saved trains on the verge of derailment and cruise ships cut in half by alien laser cannons. When did he not hold on and use spider silk to save hundreds or thousands of innocent civilians? Peter's choice was, of course, "I will save them all." Swish, swish, swish. A bunch of spider silk in his left hand caught the rapidly falling Mary Jane, and in his right hand he caught Michelle, and in the middle. Liz, hold me tight. Liz was panicked, but she still hugged Peter tightly like a koala. Ah! Peter yelled, and used all his strength to gather the spider silk and pull the other two women towards him. Harry was angry. He had gone to great lengths to torture and kill Peter's girlfriend just to make him feel pain, not to let him perform a heroic act of saving a beautiful woman. The demon glider followed Peter and fell rapidly. Harry aimed at Peter, who was completely unable to defend or dodge, and slashed with a sinful claw. Ah! Several terrible wounds deep enough to see the bones appeared on Peter's back. At this moment, the three women were heartbroken as they watched the blood gushing from Peter's back fly all over the sky. In a few moves, the Green Goblin's claws had already scratched Peter's back into a bloody mess. Peter didn't know how many pieces of flesh were still attached to Peter's back. He endured the severe pain and shot out the last cluster of spider silk, swinging the three women and him to a high-rise building that was still under construction. Don't even think about saving people. You and your women will die together. Every vein on Harry's face bulged to the extreme. He hated all the real family affection, friendship, and love in the world. What he didn't have, he found in his childhood friends. This indescribable envy, jealousy, and hatred was the key to Harry's complete loss of reason. What you can't get must be destroyed. Harry, who couldn't bear it any longer, decided to kill Peter right here and now. At this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded in their ears. Asshole! They are all Peter's wings. Peter? Harry? Three women? Kratos has arrived. It's like the best singer always appears last. The so-called finale is nothing more than this. With a fierce and fiery power, he appeared out of nowhere and kicked Harry, who was chasing Peter. Harry's face, which was originally a little handsome, was completely deformed because of the huge force. For a moment, Peter even doubted whether his childhood friend would be kicked to death by Kratos. Peter lost too much blood. When he reluctantly eliminated the exaggerated impact and sent the three women to the ground of the advanced construction site relatively steadily, the last words he said before fainting were, "Don't kill Harry." Peter didn't forget Kratos's murderous nature. Ange was stunned for a moment, and finally nodded, "Okay." Chapter 48. The three-winged creature can be a birdman or a fish. In any case, it is not impossible to give Peter a wing named Harry Osburn. Originally, after Harry shouted the American common greeting beginning with the letter F and cursed Ange as a son of the beach, Ange did not mind turning him into a cute Harry. No head, cute. Since Peter has spoken, cross out a name from the must-kill list and change it to human stick only. To be honest, Ange does not know what the Green Goblin series can bring him. Forget about the basic attributes, the Green Goblin does not have any physical fitness to show off. If you have to say, it is his fancy props. But compared with Iron Man and Batman, it is nothing. I will kill you. Bastard. I will slice your body and study it carefully. Of course, I will not use anesthesia. Harry's mouth was almost kicked to pieces. If he was not wearing the Green Goblin mask, Angie's kick just now would be enough to kick him to death. The severe pain made him look tongue-tied even when he cursed. Harry flew around Aang, looking for an opportunity. He didn't know what tricks Aang had, but he knew that this tough guy had killed Dr. Lizard and seemed to have just dealt with the rhino. Harry decided to tentatively launch a few small missiles at people. Swish, swish, swish. These small missiles, as big as thermos cups, sprayed long-tail flames, spiraled forward very flexibly, and quickly approached Aang. But... snap! A snap of the fingers. All the electronic components on the tracking missiles burst out with lightning and broke on the spot. Harry didn't understand what happened at all. The missiles he fired didn't explode all at once, but became rockets without any tracking ability. They scattered crookedly in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Several rockets even hit the police car of the New York City police who were chasing them. Damn it! Is that madman Harry Osburn? A policeman climbed out of the burning police car with blood on his face and roared into the intercom. Well, it seems that it is really him. Chief George looked at the second generation of the Green Goblin on the TV screen. The biggest problem with Harry is that he is flamboyant. He does not wear a mask when doing bad things. It just so happens that he has been on the headlines recently, and at least half of the people in New York recognize him. Chief George was not vague and immediately shouted in the police communication loop, we have sufficient evidence to suspect that Harry Osburn has caused great harm to public safety. Now Kratos will deal with him first. If Kratos fails, the New York SWAT will take over. That being said, the firepower of the Green Goblin's demon glider is really not something that ordinary SWAT can deal with. Seeing that the rockets could not deal with Ange, Harry drove the glider around an arc, pulled back the nose in a very small space, and immediately dived and shot. Bang, bang, bang. On the nose of the glider, 2 machine guns were spitting flames. In Harry's imagination, Ange should have been shot into a sieve. Ange did not dodge, but crossed his hands to protect his face. He let the 7.62mm bullets pour down. Dang! 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 The amazing defense brought by tempered skin made Ange ignore the heavy rain of bullets. This scene scared Harry, not to mention Mary Jane and other girls who were watching. This is a 7.62mm armor-piercing bullet, BP, with a hard steel core. Even if the bullet is of slightly poor quality, it can at least penetrate a 15mm thick steel plate. This guy actually took it. Are you Superman? Harry was so scared that his scalp was numb, and his left foot twisted violently. The demon glider under him felt the change in the center of gravity of its owner and began to turn very smoothly. Too late. Aang stomped his feet on the ground, and performed a catapult start on the flat ground, and the whole person turned into a white meteor and rushed towards Harry in the air. Harry was almost scared to death when he saw the bald man who was zooming in at a high speed in his vision. After all, before today, he was just a young man who didn't know the world. At this moment, how could he still maintain his elegant image of a noble man? In a panic, his well-combed golden hair flew out like a frizzy hair, and his mouth opened to the extreme in his distorted face. Don't come over here! It must be admitted that Aang was embarrassed for a while. Unfortunately, the snap of fingers still had to be made. Snap! With the snap of fingers, wind element control was activated. Aang can influence any electronic system that is close to Aang's control range. As for the extent of this, it depends entirely on how strong the anti-interference ability of the other aircraft is. If this is the Iron Man armor equipped with the intelligent AI Jarvis, Aang's influence on it may be very limited. After all, Jarvis can adjust Iron Man's flight module by himself and control the output of each of its flight engines. The demon glider is not such a high-end thing. It is at least 2 levels weaker. Then, Harry Osburn deserves to be hit. Bang! In Harry's opinion, this is simply a curse. It's unfortunate that his demon glider had an accident at this time. One engine was scrapped on the spot, which instantly halved the power of the entire glider. Harry also had to work hard to maintain balance, otherwise he would have to perform an aerial trapeze at this 100-meter altitude. However, looking at Aang who passed by him, he was angry again, twisting his body and throwing a few sharp blade darts. Of course, he missed. Harry had all the Green Goblin equipment, but he had never practiced these good things, so the effect of using them was a mess. Aang didn't even swing the Chaos Blade, and knocked away these darts with the back of his fingers. That's right. It was so easy. The strength of both sides was not at the same level at all. Aang climbed up the outer wall of a building and watched Harry fall crookedly. Bang! In the sound that resounded throughout the entire block, no matter how hard Harry tried to maintain the balance of the glider, he couldn't escape the fate of plowing the ground with his face. The huge impact made him roll around like a bag of garbage being thrown. If it weren't for the Green Goblin armor protecting him, he would have been a dead man at this moment. Even so, he couldn't avoid fractures in his hands and arms. In his blood-stained vision, flashing police lights began to appear, and the figure that was high above, looking down at him like a god. Asshole! Why don't you kill me? Are you humiliating me? A cruel smile appeared on the rough face of the bald man. Kill you? You don't deserve it. If you really want to die, do it yourself. The next second, a Green Goblin boomerang was thrown at Harry's neck. If he was a real tough guy, he could have cut his own throat. Unfortunately, he was never. Ah! It hurts. Help, I don't want to die. The cowardly nature and the overly strong desire to survive made Harry cry for help. Chapter 49. Rich, selfish, cruel, cold, cowardly, coward. It's hard to imagine that so many labels can be placed on the same person at the same time. This is Harry Osburn. Growing up in a wealthy but cunning environment, I was too young and had never experienced the beatings of society. Harry is such a selfish guy. Until he had an gun pointed at his head, he didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. How could it be me who was wrong? It must be this shitty world that is wrong. The pain in his body, the fear of death, all added up to become the ultimate resentment against Kratos. At this moment, his hatred for someone easily surpassed the betrayal of his childhood friend. He would never know that Ange let him go temporarily because he was still useful. Upstairs, Ange had a smile on his lips. Your father's men think you are a good scapegoat. Coincidentally, I think so too. However, when Ange saw the movement at the Empire State Building, Ange sighed. I'm so busy. Gwen and the mysterious Green Goblin number 2 are inseparable. Compared with Ange's ease, Gwen felt that she had definitely hit the jackpot. Why is everyone dealing with the Green Goblin? Ange takes care of the rookie Harry as easily as fishing for French fries, but the Green Goblin she has to deal with is unimaginably difficult to deal with. This guy with green skin and green armor not only flies so fast and smoothly that Gwen's spider webs can't hit him at all, but he also takes out all kinds of incredible gadgets from a devil's magic bag to blast Gwen from time to time. Boom boom boom. Gwen could have sworn that she had definitely dodged the pumpkin bomb that had just exploded. She clearly felt that she had dodged it, but she felt weak in her body. Whether she was dodging or shooting spider silk, she always felt like she was obviously a beat slower. This made her unlucky enough to be hit by 2 pumpkin bombs in a row. These gadgets, which look similar to Halloween trinkets, are extremely powerful. They just opened a huge hole the size of a car in the north wing of the Empire State Building. Without paying attention, the entire outside of his left leg was scorched. If Gwen didn't have extraordinary self-healing ability, just by destroying her beautiful legs, she might be tempted to go on a killing spree and kill the guy on the other side. Ah! Gwen screamed and made 7 or 8 quick rolls in a row before finally extinguishing the remaining flames on her body. Before she could react, several Green Goblin boomerangs struck from another direction, in the blind spot of her perception. By the time she heard the sound of the glass window breaking, her right arm and ribs had already been hit. Not only was it dripping with blood, but there was also a clear feeling of numbness. Poisonous! Gwen was really angry. Why are you so mean, bastard? Despicable? Haha. I will regard this word as a compliment to me, he sneered on his lips and worked hard at all. This mysterious Green Goblin number 2 continued to fire missiles at Gwen. Humph. As Gwen jumped back quickly, a tight spider web suddenly shot out. It stands to reason that this spider web can definitely stop these missiles. Gwen never expected that the Green Goblin seemed to understand her methods very well. Several Green Goblin darts arrived first and got entangled in the spreading spider web. Because the darts were faster, they miraculously flew away the cobwebs first, and then the missiles struck. This feels a bit like the legendary door-opening kill. Gwen's reaction was a little slow, and the missile exploded while dodging. At the last moment, Gwen only had time to roll her body into a shrimp shape to minimize her injuries. Boom! The shock wave of the explosion affected 3 floors and 8 rooms. Gwen had already hid behind a thick solid wood table. The impact of the explosion overturned everything. She was also knocked down by the table. She groaned and hit her lower back on a raised metal cabinet. It was so painful that I could barely get up. Retaining her last sanity, Gwen sprayed out spider webs from her arms, netted herself, removed her inertia, and made an emergency stop that humans could not do. But before Gwen could adjust, the Green Goblin had already rushed in on a glider, raised the glass cannon in his hand, and fired while almost touching his face. The laser light, representing high-purity energy, occupied Gwen's entire field of vision. The sound of the glider's propeller running at high speed is like the whisper of death. Gwen was so frightened that she turned pale with a look of despair. At the last moment, she suddenly closed the spider web and used the amazing elasticity and toughness of the spider thread to pull her body out. This was the limit of what she could do. As for whether she can withstand this shot, Gwen has no hope. Spider-Man has never been known for his defensive abilities. Unexpectedly, but not so unexpectedly. Here comes the help. Ah! An extremely sharp scream made Gwen's whole body tense up on the spot. Fortunately, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the target of this move was not her. This exaggerated sonic attack was aimed at the Green Goblin suspended in mid-air. The sudden sonic attack made the Green Goblin stagger. Call out! The light cannon that was supposed to kill Gwen rubbed her side and hit the cement wall next to her. The ultra-high temperature laser beam easily melted the thick cement wall, and even the steel bars inside were instantly emptied. An extremely standard perfect circle with a diameter of nearly half a meter was left on the wall. Gwen's back was covered with sweat. If it hadn't been for this intrusion, she would have been doomed. When I turned around, I found that two strange humanoids covered with metal components, like robots, and with very feminine features, were coming to kill me. They held Uzi submachine guns in both hands and fired at the Green Goblin in midair. To be honest, the firepower of the Uzi can't penetrate the Green Goblin's armor at all, not even tickling. But their attack gave Gwen a chance to breathe. After realizing that the opponent might be a friendly force, Gwen didn't care so much, and Biubiabiu shot a large amount of spider silk at the Green Goblin. Gwen was not surprised by the Green Goblin's dodge. At this time, messy footsteps suddenly sounded in the surrounding rooms, and a large number of zombies rushed over. "Let's deal with the zombies," the two mysterious female robots said in a pleasant voice. After that, they took out some red cans from their waists and smashed them at the zombies, and the blazing flames immediately warmed the zombies' bodies and minds. Alas! The high temperature of more than 2000 degrees is heartwarming. Gwen noticed sensitively that this was the same type of thermite incendiary bomb that someone had used. At this moment, Kratos came back. However, the joining of this tough guy could not make the situation much better. The Green Goblin can fly. When a highly maneuverable flying soldier buzzes around you, it is really difficult to catch him. It's not that Eng didn't try to sell a flaw to let this mysterious Green Goblin get closer to him. However, compared with the immature Harry, this Green Goblin is simply a spirit. That kind of experience and that kind of hunting-like patience are simply impossible for another Harry to do. Eng gritted his teeth and spit out a name from the gap in his mouth: Norman Osburn. Chapter 50. Unexpected, but not so unexpected. Ever since he met the zombie Sarah Lance, Eng didn't expect to get killed easily, even if it was just an ordinary villain. According to the plot of Super Spider, Norman Osburn is undoubtedly dead. But didn't they say that there wouldn't be a genuine Green Goblin in the opposite zombie universe? This Mr. Green Goblin fully demonstrated to Eng what "as long as I run fast enough, I don't need to dodge" means. He just flew around in circles, and from time to time he saw the opportunity to shoot a few rounds of bullets at Eng, or something like a laser cannon. Eng can help Gwen block bullets, but there is really no way to deal with laser cannons. For this kind of highly mobile guy, the best way is to call on equally mobile heroes, such as Iron Man, Falcon, or Bruce, who drives the Batplane. Unfortunately, they are not here. Aang had no choice. "Gwen, have you heard of the big pendulum?" Gwen subconsciously raised her elbows, revealing her slender waist and vest line wrapped in a tight suit, and then froze, and spat fiercely, "Asshole! What are you thinking at this time? It's not that kind of pendulum, it's this." Aang muttered quickly for a few times, and Gwen finally understood. Fortunately, there was the white mask of the ghost spider blocking it, otherwise Aang would definitely see Gwen's face flushed. Next round. Aang seemed to be unable to help it, and rushed out fiercely. His speed is not slow. The initial velocity of nearly 100 meters per second is absolutely terrifying. When Aang jumped out with all his strength, the Green Goblin was indeed startled, but it was just a startle. That burly body was just a large target in the air. The Green Goblin swayed and changed his center of gravity. The glider under his feet immediately made a clever left turn. If nothing unexpected happened, Aang, whose momentum had already weakened after flying into the air, would fall into the crosshairs of the glider in 2 seconds. At this moment, a bunch of spider silk that arrived first changed everything. Gwen's spider silk sprayed on Angie's lower back just right. "Kill that bastard!" Gwen roared, and used all her strength to slap horizontally. The sudden lateral force changed Angie's flight trajectory. From a distance, Ang became a pendulum, he was the hammer head, and the spider silk was the hammer handle. Ah! This time, the Green Goblin was really scared. This inhuman change of direction in the air was not within his consideration at all. As luck would have it, he saw the guy who claimed to be Kratos snap his fingers. Snap! The sound of death and destruction. The next moment, the demon glider was full of flames. The glider was broken, but not completely. It was obvious that this glider was a level higher than the one Harry used. The electrical interference that Ang had sent out with all his strength failed to blow up any engine, and the only consequence it brought to the Green Goblin was a steering failure. Humph! The Green Goblin snorted coldly, stomped his right foot suddenly, and turned the nose of the plane in a physical way, forcing a large change of direction, and was about to evade Angie's pursuit again. At this critical moment, another large cluster of spider silk shot over. This time, the cumulative shooting was quite exquisite. The spider silk was not very thick, but the dense grid almost blocked all possible positions of the Green Goblin. Prejudgment and blocking of movement. Ange really didn't think that the magical operations in League of Legends could be put into reality. Well done. Ange glanced back, but saw a confused Gwen. She had already used up all her strength to hold Ange, so how could she have the energy to release a second round of spider silk? Hey? It was then that Ange realized that it was not Gwen who made the finishing move for the Green Goblin, but Peter, who woke up from coma and rushed to the scene again. No matter how thin the spider silk is, the Green Goblin cannot ignore it. At this moment, Mr. Green Goblin was so scared that his heart almost flew out of his chest. At the last moment, he made a move that no one expected. His green body suddenly jumped high, aiming at the only gap above the spider web, intending to separate man and machine. If Ange had not left the last trick, the Green Goblin would have succeeded. At the very end, Ange suddenly turned his wrists, and two small air masses burst out from his palms. This is a bit like the repulsion ray in the palm of Iron Man's palm. In many cases, this is also the auxiliary propulsion system of Iron Man when flying. Ange used his wind element control to compress the air and then eject it. Even if this is not enough to let him fly freely in the sky, he can make a magical acceleration at this critical moment. This scene is very similar to the famous rocket jump in the game. Use a single-barreled rocket launcher to shoot at the ground, let yourself fly up under the reaction force, and then jump on the enemy's head to fire a second rocket. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Green Goblin, who has no leverage in the air, is really desperate this time. Looking at the bald head that is rapidly growing in his vision, he screamed, "Get out of here!" The Green Goblin threw several pumpkin bombs. Unexpectedly, Ange didn't dodge or evade, and not only took these bombs, but also rushed through the explosion area and finally pounced on the Green Goblin. Ah! Close. This is Ange's turn. To be fair, the Green Goblin is definitely not bad in fighting. He is definitely on the same level as Spider-Man. But what he had to face was a murderer who killed Zombie Peter and Rhino Man and took away part of their power. The arc blade wielded by the Green Goblin was chopped off by Ange. Not only was the Green Goblin's rotten arm cut off, but also half of his chest. However, the Green Goblin is definitely the ruthless one among the villains. At this moment, when ordinary bosses were doomed, he detonated all the bombs on his body. Boom! The violent explosion shock wave once again widened the distance between the Green Goblin and Ange. Normally, the Green Goblin would get a chance to breathe. What an Ange! While he was flying backwards, he threw the blade of chaos and stuck it on the demon glider. The glider, which was still flying at high speed, was pulled by Ange. The large chain connected to the blade of chaos made the glider dance in a 180-degree semicircle in the air, and finally hit the Green Goblin's abdomen hard. Call out! The extremely surging impact brought the Green Goblin's body back to a load-bearing column on the top floor of the Empire State Building. The demon glider itself is equipped with a pair of sharp scimitar-style rams on its nose. Unexpectedly, the last opponent faced by these rams turned out to be the Green Goblin himself. Ah! With a desperate howl, the Green Goblin was almost cut in half, leaving only a small part of his abdominal muscles connecting his upper and lower body. As in history, almost every generation of Green Goblin was killed by his own glider. Perhaps, this is also a fateful curse. Gwen helped Peter come over, and in front of them, ignoring the resistance of the half of the Green Goblin, Ange took action and pulled off the Green Goblin's mask. Sure enough, that rotten and withered face was terrifying and terrifying. It was indeed the face of Norman Osburn. Chapter 51. Mr. Osburn? Why is it you? Peter joined the UC shock department when he saw Norman, who was still alive and kicking with only his upper body left. Why can't it be me? You pathetic guys, just be my space anchor. That way, I can at least give you eternal life. Norman screamed while struggling hard. Eternal life. Gwen's voice was full of disdain, in the form of a stinking corpse. Of course. This is the price of eternal life. If he still reflects and repents, he is not a famous villain in the history of DC. If Harry's evil is somewhat excusable to Peter, Peter can't stand Norman's viciousness. Norman also tried to resist, and he even took out a poison needle from a secret pocket on his shoulder and stabbed Ange. Ange drew out his double swords, and with a copycat version of Starburst Abandonment Slash, he easily chopped Norman's arms into 18 pieces in an instant. When the scattered pieces of stiff meat formed a small-scale meat rain and fell cracklingly, the two Spider-Men did not feel disgusted at all, but rather a little inexplicably happy. Assholes! How could you do this to me? I will be the undead king who reigns over this world. Kneel down immediately. Ange did not wait for Norman to finish his words and invited him to eat a can of food. The high temperature of thermite made this distant visitor from the zombie universe fully feel the warm hospitality of the local residents. What on earth is going on? Peter's head was full of question marks. It's very simple. A parallel universe like our world was destroyed by the zombie virus, and all the heroes and anti-heroes you know have become man-eating zombies. Then they are constantly crossing space and invading our world, trying to turn all of us into zombies. Ange said this horrible fact in a calm tone, and Peter was shocked. It's true. I teamed up with Kratos to kill your zombie clone before. Gwen's words became evidence. Peter forced an ugly smile on his face. It seems that we have a lot of work to do. Ange retracted his two swords. Although my way of doing things is different from yours, at least in the general direction, the interests of all the living are the same. The two Spider-Men nodded in agreement. Ange glanced at the embarrassed Peter. You go back and recover first. My assistant will clean up everything here. Peter was stunned for a moment. Don't make this public. Ange said coldly, in the face of the power of zombie Superman that is enough to destroy the world, the efforts of mortals are meaningless. Revealing the truth will only cause meaningless chaos. I don't know if there will be zombie Superman coming, I must prepare for the worst. The two Spider-Men were stunned for a moment, and they were silent when they recalled the amazing power of Superman on TV. Superman is the existence standing at the top of the extraordinary people on Earth. Based on the superheroes that have appeared now, the other superheroes are not worthy of carrying his shoes. Ange asked the Lance sisters to cover the evacuation of Peter's 3 women. In fact, with the help of director George Stacy to secretly release the water, the evacuation of ordinary people would not be a problem at all. Aang watched Peter and Gwen's backs going away, and put his mind back on the projection screen of his retina. Killing the Green Goblin, as expected, was not a surprise. After all, the Green Goblin's physical fitness was there, so it was worth it to give him perception +1, will +3 for the sake of courtesy. As for the pumpkin bomb formula, Green Goblin venom, and demon glider design, Aang took them casually. Aang didn't plan to use bombs and poisons. Glider as a means of transportation is worth considering, depending on when Tony is free. What Aang didn't notice was that after Peter left, there was a little tail. Ben Parker and his wife, who had escaped danger earlier, were reluctantly taken to the police station to record their statements. Here, after Gwen sent Peter home first, the Lance sisters sent Liz home first, and finally sent Mary Jane and Michelle to Peter's door. Except Peter, no one is up there. The two sisters wearing oval metal masks said so. Was this intentional? Or was it an accident? No. This is intentional carelessness. Looking at the half-open door of Peter's house, the two women's breathing became rapid. In this situation, if it was Liz who had just lost her father, she would probably be endlessly entangled, but Mary Jane didn't care. She was bold and unrestrained and stepped forward to open the gatehouse door in front of Michelle. Wait. Peter is injured, is it okay to do this? Michelle protested. They said Peter is not in the way. And after today, we may not even have a chance to steal. Michelle was silent. I don't care. If I don't do anything tonight, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. If you have any objections, come and stop me. Or, will you join me? Michelle gritted her teeth. Humph. Good men are to be robbed. Don't say Peter is not married, even if he is married, what's wrong? In the evil eyes of the Lance sisters, the two women rushed in heroically. Sarah smiled, no mortal woman can refuse a true hero. Peter was seriously injured. After returning home, he ate and drank a lot. After he finished half of the food in the refrigerator, he could clearly feel that the muscles on his back had grown back. The new skin and muscles are still very delicate. It will take some time for them to grow back. Now they are just superficial. Just as he burped with satisfaction and collapsed on his bed, two beauties he couldn't refuse rushed into his room. No. Wait. No way. Peter was dumbfounded. Oh, our Peter, you are so handsome and charming tonight. Don't feel burdened, this is just our thanks. Peter didn't resist rudely after all. It's better to say that he was extremely entangled at the moment. Originally, Liz's father died, and he felt a little guilty. But when he came back, Gwen told him that Liz's father was not simple, and several of Adrian's men were wanted criminals registered in the police station. Peter was a little confused. At this moment, the true love Mary Jane came, and Peter really didn't have much will to resist. This side has experienced extreme fear for the two women. The only one who can give them a sense of security is Peter. So, high school student Peter lost his moral integrity. A lot of things happened that night. Peter, who was trapped in the pink vortex, didn't know that the TV was constantly broadcasting the things of the Osburn Group. Norman Osburn, the largest shareholder of the famous Osburn Group, and his son Harry Osburn were identified by the police as the mastermind and culprit of the terrorist incident at the Empire State Building. They kidnapped a group of innocent people to force Spider-Man to fight them. In the process, they brutally killed more than 50 innocent people, including security guards of the Empire State Building. The screen played part of the internal surveillance video of the Empire State Building, on which Harry could clearly see the scene of him casually killing the security guard. Recently, the Osburn Group has exposed many vicious incidents of illegal biochemical transformation of humans. From the previous lizard Dr. Connors who caused a big disturbance at the Golden Gate Bridge, to the just concluded Electro who destroyed the power station, to the kidnapping and murder incident at the Empire State Building, all the existing evidence points to Osburn and his son. Chapter 52. The live TV screen turned again, and that was the scene of the New York police arresting Harry. In addition to the successful arrest of Harry Osburn, the police also found a body suspected to be Norman Osburn. Because the body was burned at high temperature, it is necessary to compare dental records to determine its true identity. Not many people know that after Harry was arrested, he saw the black mask in the hospital under police surveillance. Who are you? Aang did not answer him, and said to himself, I promised someone not to kill you. But it does not mean that you can still live a happy life in prison. Many prisons in the United States are privately owned. Rich people can pay to live in a villa-level cell. Except for the lack of so-called freedom, everything else is not a problem. Harry, who had multiple fractures in his hands and feet, screamed, Police! Police! Come quickly, help me! You scream. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. The eyes in the black mask flashed with cruel light. Aang stepped forward with the momentum of lifting Harry's skull, and lifted Harry up like an eagle catching a chick. Yang Jia Shao, give me my regards. The next second, hundreds of volts of electricity shot out from Aang's palm. Wow, wow, wow. As long as Aang wanted, he could completely burn Harry's brain into a caramel pudding. He was very gentle and gradually controlled the voltage to deal with Harry's brain until Harry lost control of his bowels and bladder, and a foul smell spread. The system then prompted. The host successfully destroyed Harry Osborn's brain. After inspection, this person entered a state of dementia. Looking at Harry, who kept drooling from the corners of his mouth and could only make meaningless sounds such as Abba Abba, Aang left with satisfaction. No video evidence was left. The next day, New York really exploded. Because of the scandal of Osburn and his son, the stock price of Osburn Group plummeted all the way at the opening, and plummeted 89% that day. Aang made a fortune in this way. You should know that short selling uses borrowed stocks. Aang is equivalent to borrowing 4 lots of stocks with the money of 1 lot of stocks. If he makes money, he makes 4 times as much, and if he loses money, he loses 4 times as much. He used all the stocks of Stark Group as collateral and made a lot of money. He made a lot of money, so naturally someone lost a lot of money. Silicon Valley Bank went bankrupt because of huge losses because it held a large number of stocks of Osburn Group. However, it is better to die than to die. Aang, who seemed to be standing out from the matter, became a recognized supernova on Wall Street. Others are a little brother for every shot. Aang burned a household registration book for every shot. His success was built on the graves of Osburn father and son. However, Aang rejected the so-called invitations from Wall Street and other investment funds, and appeared in a place that most people would not expect. Mrs. and Miss Toombs, this is all I can do for Adrian. In front of Liz and her mother was a funding contract with a series of commercial terms that were enough to confuse them. They could only roughly understand that they had met a noble person. Due to the different timelines, the Vulture in this life did not achieve anything. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the villa under the name of the Vulture was loaned in installments. If it were the same as history, after Adrian was caught by Peter, the mother and daughter of Toms would be impoverished because of the seizure of Adrian's property, and would have to move out of the big villa and move back to their hometown, completely out of Peter Parker's sight. This is a tragedy caused by a green love being defeated by reality. In this life, Ange solved all this with money. After losing her father, Liz had red eyes and huge dark bags under her eyes. I don't understand, Mr. Ange, why are you helping us? Peter Parker. The name Ange said gave Liz a great shock. I think you know what I mean. Liz widened her eyes and was speechless for a long time. What should I do? Nothing, just develop your relationship with him normally. Of course, don't be jealous. Ange said mysteriously. Liz seemed to understand something. Are you going to control Peter? No, 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 I have to do my duty as an audience. Ange said something he didn't believe himself, but in fact, he needed an eye to keep an eye on Peter. After all, Spider-Man is one of the cores of the zombie universe. Nothing can better keep an eye on Peter than the people around him. The Tums mother and daughter had no reason to refuse. That afternoon, Peter saw Liz coming to kill him, and he felt guilty. Who would have thought that Liz whimpered and threw herself into Peter's arms, telling him the grief of losing her father and her love for Peter. Unconsciously hugging Liz, Peter only felt that his merits were reduced by 233. Everything seemed to be back on track, until that day, Ange was taking a bath in his villa. The 30-square-meter hot spring pool faces the beautiful lake view. Looking at the swaying maple forest outside the window and feeling the birdsong and flowers, Ange is very comfortable leaning on the edge of the pool. The wealth brought to him by a certain wild father should not be wasted. His current money is completely comparable to that of the wild father, but when he thinks of the face of the Batmaster who doesn't recognize his relatives, Ange gets angry. Under normal circumstances, he can't squander all the small money of the Wayne Group. However, things are unpredictable. There have been many problems in the Wayne Group's history. The water in the pool was rising and falling. Ange was enjoying the pleasure of the hydro-massage under the water. Suddenly, a hand wearing a white glove hung down from the roof of the hot spring pool. Knock knock. It was a polite knock on the door. Angie's left eyebrow jumped, but he still said, "The door is not closed." A female voice floated from outside, "Kratos, can you let that lady leave first?" Ange patted the water surface. The next second, Miss Canary emerged from the bottom of the water, glanced outside with complicated eyes, and then wrapped herself in a bath towel with a graceful posture and floated away. Gwen climbed in on the roof. This scene was a bit scary. A black and white Spider-Woman suddenly came in. If it were a normal person, she would probably scream. "When did you find out?" Ange stretched out his arms comfortably and leaned against the pool. "I had some feeling before. After seeing your two assistants last night, I confirmed this. After all, their voices are too easy to recognize." Gwen hung herself upside down with spider silk. The classic Spider-Man pose, both hands pulling the spider silk, and then a pair of long legs with beautiful lines hanging upside down, holding the spider silk in a diamond shape. The two looked at each other with their vision reversed. "I forgot to add a voice changer to them." Ange was not annoyed. "Okay, Miss Stacy, you suddenly visited and ruined my good deeds. How are you going to compensate me?" Gwen took off her mask, revealing a very intellectual and beautiful face. "Compensate with myself." "Oh? Is it because I am Kratos, or because I am a rich man, Ange?" "For the Kratos who saved me many times." Gwen bit up without hesitation, but Ange pressed her red lips with an index finger. "You should know my situation." Gwen blinked. "Of course, I learned from Peter that good men should be robbed." "Not enough. Another one is if you can't beat them, join them. Ange finally smiled. As Ange stood up, she bit down more and more. Chapter 53. Ange, a senior spider researcher who spent 3 hours to fully understand the female spider, had the following conversation with his female assistant. "Why did your fingers have barbs? Aren't you thick-skinned? Anyway, I didn't scratch you." "Wait, I heard that female spiders have the habit of eating their husbands. The main reason is that the food shortage leads to a strong hunger, which triggers the hunting instinct. Often because the male spider is too small, the female spider wants to attack, and the male spider can't resist at all. Do you think you are small?" Gwen's flying man stunt is not only novel and exciting, but also quite exciting. Ange must admit that he is fascinated, but he can't help but be afraid afterwards. The barbs on Gwen's fingers when climbing walls or under stress can kill ordinary people if they are not careful. It's no problem to support a person weighing hundreds of pounds when climbing walls, but once it is scratched on the skin of a person, it will tear a piece of flesh and blood, and even the aorta can be torn off if you are heavy-handed. If it weren't for Ng's gift of hardened skin, he would be in trouble. When Gwen is stressed, spider silk will easily spray from her wrist. The room was easily messed up. Ng began to understand why superheroines can only find peers, and ordinary men really can't stand it. For several days, Ng lingered until he heard a piece of news. Gwen broke in insider information from the New York Police Department. Following the pace of New York City's anti-crime and anti-evil, the Gotham City Police Department will start the largest anti-crime operation in history. Police Commissioner James Gordon will personally lead tens of thousands of police officers into the sewers to wipe out the criminals lurking in the sewers in one fell swoop. For this purpose, Gordon even applied for the transfer of some New York SWAT. Ng was stunned. He has been playing with Spider-Man Peter here for too long and almost forgot about the mess in Gotham City. With his strength improved to this point, Ng looks down on Batman's two mortal enemies, the Joker and Bane. These two villains are just mortals, without any high-tech bonuses. It always feels like Batman and them are just chickens fighting each other. Let his wild father play with them. Gwen's news touched Ng's heart. Tell your father that there is a criminal's lair below, be careful not to be trapped in it without a quick victory. Gwen was stunned, and immediately understood. Okay, I will ask my father to ask his men to bring compressed biscuits, drinking water and emergency lighting systems, and I don't even mind asking them to bring engineer shovels and blasting tools. Ng smiled. Talking to a talented woman with high IQ is simple. Gwen became Ng's close friend, which stimulated the Lance sisters. The world line also changed quietly because of this. What? Do you have friends who want to see me? Ng felt a little strange. It's to see Mr. Ng. Dana emphasized. Oh? What's the reason? One of the ladies is named Helena Bertinelli. As soon as Black Canary finished speaking, Ng's eyes narrowed. Oh, this is really related. Ng will never forget that apart from his wild father's bank card, what really made him a nobleman was the diamond from Black Mask. It was the money from the Bertinelli family in the diamond that allowed Ng to invest in Stark Industries and eventually become what he is today by shorting the Osburn Group. Without relying on the Wayne Group, Ng is now a wealthy nobleman. Sarah stepped forward and gently hugged Ng's waist. However, we sisters think it would be best for Kratos to meet them. Oh. Helena also has a nickname, called Hunter. Ng certainly knows that she, like Black Canary, is a member of the Birds of Prey in history. This origin is really interesting. Before, Ng might have looked down on this kind of mortal hero. After the zombie universe's mess began to spread, it was different. King vs. King, General vs. General. Ng needed some thugs to help him clean up the zombies. Then, let's meet. In an abandoned warehouse, two sturdy women stared at the three weirdly dressed people in front of them with great vigilance. The pale-skinned god of war Kratos, who has recently made a big splash in New York City, and two female robots wearing close-fitting metal armor and oval masks. Who are you? Why are you here? It's no wonder they were surprised and vigilant, because the appointment was for Black Canary, but three strangers came. Ng looked at the two female heroes wearing half-masks in front of him with interest. Although they didn't introduce themselves, Ng recognized their identities at a glance. The one wearing a blue and purple leather jacket and holding a crossbow is naturally Hunter Helena. She was born in a family of a mafia boss in Gotham City, and she herself is a Catholic. However, it seems that misfortune has been with her since the day she was born, and her family was wiped out by Black Mask not long after. She did not inherit the family's wealth and status, but became a killer who punishes criminals. In another history, Helena was even the daughter of Batman. No matter which version of Helena, at least on the mortal level, she can be said to be extraordinary, calm, good at tracking and stealth. As for the other woman who also wears a mask and holds a Japanese samurai sword, she is Kata, another member of Birds of Prey. Totoro was originally a very ordinary Japanese girl. The only difference might be that she was born in a samurai family and had good fighting skills and swordsmanship. Her biggest feature is that she owns a Soul Reaper katana, which was forged in the 14th century and can seal the souls of enemies. She can also communicate with those sealed souls. Don't be excited, it's me. Black Canary took off her high-tech mask first, and Helena and Totoro's tense nerves on the opposite side relaxed a little. Seeing the Lance sisters, Helena still had doubts. The person I want to see is Mr. Ng. Not Kratos. No, I think you should see Kratos more. Dana insisted. Aang smiled and raised the diamond in his hand. Miss Bettinelli, is this what you are looking for? Helena squinted, yes, and no. Oh. I am not very interested in the blood money of my family. I am more interested in where the money is used. Probably for just cause. Kratos's expression was full of playfulness. If it is Mr. Kratos who took the money, I have no objection. You have proved your position with your actions. Helena's answer was a bit unexpected by Aang. Originally, Aang wanted to tease them, but unexpectedly, Helena turned around and wanted to leave. Oh, are you leaving now? What else? Recently, there have been a lot of zombies in New York and Gotham City. Are you interested in coming to my place? I have set up a new organization called the Birds of Prey, which specializes in dealing with those blind guys. No. If I have a choice, I would rather join Batman. Ange bared his teeth. I don't think Batman would be happy to have a killer as his subordinate. Helena felt like she was struck by lightning, recalling her past of punishing villains by any means, and then thinking of Batman's principle of never killing. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that she was not the same kind of person as the Batman she admired. Suddenly, she and the samurai sword girl laughed at the same time. Want to control me? Do you have the ability to do so? Want to be my boss? Ask my sword first. Facing the two women who were ready to fight, Angie's smile became more arrogant. Both of you come together.